Hey everybody, it's John Tai. I'm going to be teaching a new player, Virtua. They've been studying a bit, but this is going to be their experience learning VF, so it should be fun. I always enjoy doing this, and so it's always great getting newer people in the Virtua, and they've been very enthusiastic. They've been also studying Dead or Alive, so I think they're gonna. I think there's a lot of community members that are gonna really resonate with that too, and so it's always wonderful. So we're gonna get connected to them. I'm just trying to do some of my settings here. So we can get this right. But I hope everyone's doing really well, and I hope you're all having a wonderful weekend. I've been having a great time, and yeah. Take this there, of course. Hey Sorensen, good to see you. I'm just until I'm almost ready.
Round two. Ready, go!
We're almost ready. We're gonna get started very soon here. Thank you all for your patience as always.
Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
Heyo.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. So it's been a pleasure
It's a
chatting.
pleasure to finally get to talk to you, Chanche. It has been a long time coming.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure getting to know you, and this is going to be a lot of fun. So it's always fun here. So go ahead and let's see. All right, I'll create a room. I'll send you an invite. You were just the person that just added me, right? So.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna create a room here. We'll keep it very simple at first.
All right.
Spectators, private. Sorry, just take a second here. Apologize.
Okay, take your time.
I don't see you online, but I'm going to search. Was it the name that starts with the DE?
Yep. It could be Dylan Ramsey.
Okay, yes, okay.
Oh, yeah. Appear offline. That's the status that I'm always on,
Yeah,
apparently.
no problem. Okay, invite has been sent, so.
Yeah. The last time... I'm waiting for it. The last time I actually played on a PlayStation, it was like a year and a half ago. I gave it to my niece, and then just to play Virtua Fighter, I borrowed a friend's PlayStation, so I don't even remember how the things used to work.
No problem at all. It's a learning curve either way, so you're fine.
Still waiting for it to pop up.
Okay, let's see here. I'll send you another invite. Just give me a second here. Huh. This time not showing it. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, invite was sent again. You might have to double check directly in the messages or through the interface.
I'm on notifications yet.
You can also look me up on the friends list in the socials, and then you can join directly from there.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. Let's see, friends list. Yep, there we go. Share screen, invite to game.
Should be like a join gaming session, something like that. Let's see.
Let me try to change my status to online. Maybe that'll, I don't know.
What I'll do another method. I'll recreate a room, and I'll create a public room, but it'll have a password, and when you're ready, I'll let you know the password.
Okay.
People can see it, so they're gonna mess with that, but... Alright, you ready? Okay, so the room is up now. You'll see my name with Lao on there if you do a room search. Let me know when you see my name.
Yep.
Okay, so the room passcode is 5555.
Room search. Yep. Hold on a sec, I can't do it with a stick, so we can keep controllers. Yep. There we go. I believe it.
Right. Excellent. Alright.
There we go.
Gonna do the domestic abuse fight here. So, I'm gonna go ahead and let you be player 1 here. So let's do... What did you wanted to do? Just like a quick spar first and just kind of assess, or?
Yeah, just like run me through it. Right now, I kind of like, you know, when you get a new fighting game and you keep telling yourself you have these strategies, but in the heat of everything, because you're new, you're just kind of like autopilot matching.
Yeah.
That's basically where I'm at.
Okay.
Although I do remember to guard every once in a while.
VF makes you feel this really quickly too. I'm just gonna say more than other games, it'll make you feel it a bit, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's totally okay. We'll work it through. So we'll do a quick spar. So go ahead and hit OK. I'm gonna cue myself last, and then you'll hit OK after this. All right, go ahead and hit OK now. Okay, good.
Yep. Does it matter whether or not I'm player 1 or 2?
No, it's just more that people are comfortable player 1, so I let you do player 1. So yeah, but no, it doesn't really matter as much. All right, let's go ahead and do anything you like. I'm just gonna watch how you play, and I am gonna give feedback back, and I'm gonna fight back, but we'll just see.
All right.
Ready, go!
Very nice. Nice throw. Very nice. All right. Very nice. I like that reversal.
Yeah, I can never see grabs coming. That's
Yeah.
like,
So in this game, in Virtua Fighter, throws are not something you react to. You're gonna prepare for them. And we'll teach that. So it's not something you react to. You can't even you can't really react to them. But what you can do is you can always defend against them. So very nice.
oh,
Very nice.
Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
keep forgetting that it's hold grab, not tab grab.
Yep, it's all good. Very nice.
Knockout.
Alright.
Okay, so first off, you've got a lot of stuff that you're able to do. You're doing fine. I like the way you're making decisions here so far, with what you do know of the game. So, so far you're playing with. I do think it's generally you're more of a cautious type, that you're methodical. So because of that, me taking the initiative is kind of how I generally would have to fight you. So kind of forcing situations and then making sure I'm winning on those situations. The main one first is how to throw escape. So this game we're going to go over throwing escape, okay?
Okay.
So I told you that in this game you don't react to throws.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe you hold, like, you anticipate by holding guard, and then
So-
right before it comes, you
Well,
hold punch.
so for example, let's start this way. The way to throw escape is to do the last input of their throw. So let's say it's neutral, which just means it's neutral throw. So press throw, do a throw and hold it. Just hold it, okay? Don't let go, okay?
Okay.
And you'll be escaping it. As long as you hold it, I can't do this neutral throw. So this is for the neutral throw. But I can do a forward throw and throw that ends in forward throw. I can do a throw that ends in back throw, right? And you escape the back throw here. So that's just the general gist of it. So now, here's the thing. You're stuck moving right now. You can't guard right now.
But to escape the forward throw, do I forward, like, press forward grab, or
No, just
back?
hold it. Hold forward and the throw. Now, here's the
Okay,
thing.
So I match the direction you're pressing,
Yeah.
basically.
You do, but there's no timing requirement. It just needs to be that you just need to be holding it the moment that I land the throw on you.
Alright,
Okay.
so if you're coming at me with the forward,
Yep.
like, okay, so you're on the left side, because sometimes my brain mistakes it. You're on the left side and you're holding forward. I'm on the right side, I'm holding left, basically. Like,
Correct.
pushing in.
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah. We're using fighting game logic of back and forward.
Alright.
So Olive Power Ranger says, how does half circles work for guard escapes? Well, we're talking about throw escapes, right? And so for
Yeah.
throw escapes, let's say the throw was half circle back. I'm going to use quarter circle back. So what Dylan is going to do is going to be holding back and throw. Okay? So if they're holding back and throw, they're escaping my quarter circle back throw. Because my quarter circle back throw ends in back and throw. So you're doing the last direction, including the throw input. So there's only 3 directions. There's neutral, there is forward, and there's back. So now, for Dylan, now you understood the next part, which is the reason you do guard throw escape is because you press and hold guard. Now you're guarding, now you're protected from attacks. So now that you've guarded, you press and hold punch. Now you're not worried about, say, I can't hit you, and then I can't do neutral throw against you, right? But if you're escaping back or forward, I'm doing neutral throw here, right? This is the neutral throw.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to call out the throws. I'm going to do forward throw next. Okay?
So one thing confused me right now. Like, after I did that, yeah, I can move even though I'm holding the grab.
So earlier you could, but you're going to lose to any attack. You were vulnerable to attack. You don't want to be vulnerable to attack. Right?
But in this scenario, do you know that I'm holding the throw? Is there, like, the animation
No.
different?
No. I'm just telling you how the throw escape works first. And then I'm making it clear why you want to do a guard throw escape. So why would you want to do a guard throw escape instead of just hold throw? And the reason is because you're guarding, so you want to protect yourself from attacks and throws at the same time. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So to get back to this, so when you do a throw escape, technically you don't have to be holding guard. I mean, technically you don't have to guard first. But it's a bad idea not to guard first. Okay? Because if you're holding throw, we'll show this on screen. If I'm trying to throw tech, I still want to do it as a guard, then throw. But if I just do throw, well, one, I'm going to accidentally do this. And this will lose to any attack. You can attack me before, during, or after. I'm losing to attack. I'm not blocking.
Yeah.
Right? Attack will just win against me. You can do your launcher. You can do 9K. You can do any attack you want. You can mash attacks. This is bad, right? If you were a masher, I shouldn't be trying to throw you because in this game, throw loses to attack. So just go ahead and mash punch, punch, punch the whole time, right? This is bad, right? Okay, so then I want to hold guard, and then I want to hold the throw escape while I'm holding the guard, and now I'm guarding and I'm avoiding the throws. So now if you throw me, well,
Time's up.
you're hoping that I'm not escaping the direction of the throw you do. One of the three directions: neutral, forward, or back. And then similarly, if you attack me, at least I can block the highs and mids. I'll lose to the lows, but I'll get hit by lows. But see, now you did half circle back throw, and I'm just doing neutral throw. So you're beating this throw escape, right? Throw escape is not perfect, and even if I escape the throw, I don't get damage for doing a throw escape. I just mitigate your throw, and we're still fighting.
To get out of this, this is a back throw, right? This is a
Correct.
back grab.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have to hold my character away from you, back, not left or right. I gotta hold back and throw. I gotta hold back, guard, and punch to do this escape. To escape
So the
your
direction-
half circle back
The
throw.
direction where the throw ends.
Correct.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Time's
And so as a pop quiz, how many directions are there for throw escape?
3.
Correct.
Neutral for neutral, forward for forward, back for back, quarter circle, or half circle, depending on where it ends.
Yes.
You push in that direction.
That's correct. Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, from the side, the one if I grab you from the left side, you hold the left. Throw.
Yep. So I'm gonna
the side of your shoulder, basically.
when we go into side throw escapes, this does it's kind of better to focus on just the normal situation because it's less often that you'll deal with the side throw escapes, but we'll cover it. So when we're covering the side throw escapes, the logic does flip. It went from forward and back and it changed to left and right. So that does go into the left right logic. However, there is a way to there's a shortcut to thinking about it too. Okay? So for example, if I move... Okay, so we're going to rematch, and then I'll give you this example, okay? And this is so that some people know there's two ways you can think about it. The official way is left and right. So let's do the first round with just that left and right logic, and we'll call it out, okay?
Okay.
So what it's going to be is that I am going to evade to your character's left. I'm going to offensive move there, and then I'm going to side throw you, okay? So offensive move is this thing, and we don't teach it yet because it's not a good thing for beginners to do. But this is for the sake of your understanding of side throw, okay? So I'm going to get to your side. I'm going to go to Pi's left side. So now you have to do left throw escape. Not forward or back, left. Okay? Ready? Oops. Didn't work too well. Okay, hold on. This is not... Yeah, you're doing fine. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, her left. Your left. No, your physical left. Because I'm moving to your character's left. So technically the escape is left throw escape, right? And then next round I'm going to go to her right side. Okay? And when I go to her right side, you're going to escape with right throw escape. So that you know what the side throw escape is, right? But it's switch, it's down. Okay, sorry. Yeah. It switched the logic it is, right? So now here, let me give you a hack. So would you like to know the hack?
Yes, please.
Okay. If I'm going, in this case, let's not think of left and right. In this case, let's think about up on the screen or down on the screen, okay?
Yep.
So now, if I go up, if I evade upwards and I throw you, it's going to be back. The logic is up, back, down, forward, okay? So I want you to do a back throw escape. Just hold guard throw escape back, and you'll see this work, okay?
Up, back, down, forward.
See?
Yep.
Okay. And same thing, still up, back, down, forward, okay? No.
Was that up or is that down? Okay, up, back.
Up, back, up, back. Doesn't matter which side of the screen I'm on, up is going to be back throw escape. Yeah. It's just that your back switched, right? Yeah, back. Yeah. So you can still keep the up, the back and forward, but you got to think about this way if you want to think this way. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to switch it. We're going to switch it to, if I go down, what's the direction now? Forward, right?
Okay.
Time's up.
So do you see how that works? Up, back, down,
Yeah.
forward. That's for the escape, right? Now this gets confusing. This is why we don't teach beginners side throw escape. You know, because it's a situation they're not going to run into much. Not until they get much more advanced. It's just not going to happen that much. And if it does happen, and if it happens, if the side throw happens, it's a much lower damage than what they were at risk at. So it's still better to teach them to block at first. And then when they get more advanced, then teaching the side throw escape. Because it will mess with your brain. It will mess with your brain. So here's my advice about guard throw escape, okay? The first challenge is to mechanically just do the guard throw escape. So when you whiff, if I whiff, I'm going to do a guard throw escape here. When I get hit, I'll do a guard throw escape there. Anytime I would have hit guard, I will do a guard throw escape. Okay?
So essentially you're like doing it, essentially you're doing it as a, like, to guard against the punches, but also against the grabs.
Correct. And so I might lose to the grab because there's 3 directions and I got to guess one of them. But I'm protecting myself like a layer of armor. I'm protecting myself both from attacks, high and mid, and I'm also protecting myself from a set of your throws.
Yeah.
So for a beginner, my recommendation, just pick one direction during the round. Be like, I'm just going to do forward, and I'm not going to think about it after that. I'm just going to build this muscle memory. Anytime that I screw up, I'm going to do it, and then I'm only going to do it as long as I would have normally guard. This is the hard part.
Once I whiff, I protect. Once I whiff, I block.
It's like, because normally if you whiff, you would block, right? Even if you can't block, you would try to block, right? So same thing, you would block, and then you would also do throw escape. And then when you realize that they're not doing anything, then you can act still. So you can just, you get out of that mindset. But it's just more, anytime that you would normally guard, you should do a guard throw escape in this game.
Yeah.
You shouldn't just be guarding. You should be doing a guard and a throw escape.
Would it, in that scenario, would it be preferential to crouch, or is the most strings, is the normal attack a high or a mid?
So in this game, the biggest threat is a mid attack, right?
That makes
so
sense.
For example,
this does not protect against mids.
This does not. Yes, in 3D fighters, mids are like overhead attacks. They will, and in general in 3D fighters, your default defense should be standing guard. So guard throw escape, this one is the best for Virtua Fighter. It's the best starting point. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll do this, and let's say you pick a direction. Okay. Pick one direction for the whole round. All right. For the throw escape. Okay. So, and by that, so why am I telling you to pick a direction instead of try to guess what I'm doing? Which throw I'm going to go for? Why would I do that? It's because this game already... Do you know the concept of mental stack?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so mental stack, as a beginner, you're trying to learn how to play the game. And you're already thinking about a lot of things. You're thinking a lot of things. What attack do I attack now? Is it my turn to... Should I attack? Should I defend? Should I throw? Right?
Yep.
And that's a lot when you're starting a game out. But it's important to do this guard throw escape. But the main thing to understand about this guard throw escape, it's not a tech. This is not Street Fighter where you do it as a oh, I'm gonna get thrown now, so now I hit it, right? This is something where you should by default, anytime that you're just gonna guard, you should throw escape anyway. It protects. It's extra protection. And you should be thinking not about, oh, I'm gonna guess all of his throws. You should just, you know what, I'm gonna deny his strong throw. And Lao, it's probably the back throw actually, but both are. But just pick a side so that you don't have to guess, because we're gonna go back to the rock paper scissors of this game.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the rock paper scissors. You block. Okay, I'm gonna show you something. Okay. I'm going to, let's say I was the type of guy who was always gonna jab and to throw, and I'm doing forward throw. Okay, and you know it's forward throw, right? But what's the best answer? Like, if I'm gonna mix up the throws though, now what is the best answer from the jab? What would you do to punish me for throwing? Is it throw escape? Or is there something better you can do when you know I'm going to throw? There you go. That's one way, right? With
Yeah,
pi,
yeah.
you can do. Do you know 3k plus g?
3. On the right side, 3k plus g with this.
Yep. Yeah. So remember that we're using it and based on forward. So it doesn't matter you're player 1 or 2. 3 just means down forward.
Yep.
It's just that if I say down forward, you're like, did you mean fireball? And I'm like, no, diagonal down forward. Right?
Yeah,
So
I get
it's that's why we use the numeric notation, because after a while, because of how often you have to. This is a game where we have a lot of like 3. We have 4-3. We have 3-3. So saying down forward is very confusing in fighting game terms.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
diagonal down forward is like a big slowdown in teaching. You know? So
Yeah,
when
that makes sense.
so getting used to the numeric notation, it if you do get used to it, then we're kind of like, yeah, 3-3-P, right? This is allows 3-3-P. What is the command for 3-3-P? It's down forward, That sounded sounded like a super. It's not down forward, right? It's diagonal down forward. It's like, that is a lot of consonants. Or that's a lot of, so that's a lot of syllables.
Dude,
So.
power moves that, like, Team Lao and Akira have some, like, thrusting power moves. Are
Yeah.
those variable, or do you have to block?
Depends on the character and the parry. It depends on the parry. Let's say that.
Yeah.
Because, for example, let's see. Like, Lao has this move, right? Let's say I go this into this. I want you to try to block this low punch, and then I want you to do a mid reversal, right?
Okay.
And by the way, low punch you can guard standing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that.
Actually, we're gonna do it this way. Now try it after blocking this. It's
I do it with it's
so this is different logic from Dead or Alive. So, in Dead or Alive, back is high. No, in Dead or Alive, what is high?
High is up back.
Up back,
so
right?
what-
But in Virtua Fighter, back is up, is high.
Seven
So
rolls.
you need to do 1p plus k in Virtua Fighter.
One.
Yeah.
In Virtua Fighter, it's 1p plus, so it's down back. Okay,
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and do that. Just to kind of give an example, since we're talking about reversals. We're kind of jumping all over the place, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But this is so that I can
I
show you.
played through the tutorials a lot of times, but like, so the rules I'm kind of familiar with, but applying the rules in the middle of like 1,000 decision making becomes, it feels impossible when you're not when this is not second nature.
That's why we are going to go back to basics soon. But the throw escape was important for the basics. Okay?
Yeah.
But we're going to get back to basics. Go ahead and go okay so we can go into the match. And here's the thing, if you press it twice, it tends to undo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Explains it.
Yeah. I was like, I think he's pressing it twice. It's no problem at all. Don't worry at all. Hey Diesel, hope you're doing really, really well. Okay, so we are jumping around a bit much, and that makes it hard to follow the basics. But I'm here to help and here to answer any questions. But first, I'm just gonna settle your question about the reversals, okay? In Virtua Fighter, we call them reversals, but those are basically what some play called parries. I think Dead or Alive calls them holds. Okay, so in Virtua Fighter, back is going to be the high, and then down back is going to be the mid, and down is going to be the low. So this is shifted one direction from Dead or Alive. Okay, so I'm going to do a high jab. You're going to block the high jab, and then you're going to do a mid reversal. Okay, so I'm going to do the high jab. You block it first.
Okay.
That's not a block. Guard.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Then you do the mid. Yeah. So guard it, and then mid reversal. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to do a new thing. Okay.
Nice.
So that is a two-handed attack. Pi cannot reversal two-handed attacks.
Round two.
Akira cannot reversal two-handed attacks. However, Aoi can. So when I say it's up to the reversal, I kind of mean it's up to the character, and it's generally up to the character. And Pi has like that Tenchi stance that reverses a lot of that, like parries a lot of things. That thing cannot deal with two-handed attacks, even though her reversals can.
This one?
Something like that, but I'm talking about Aoi. Aoi has a
Oh, yeah.
Aoi has a special stance where where she puts her arms in a yin yang form, and
Is that the P plus K plus G one?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So when Aoi does that, she can basically she can deflect any high or mid single limbed attack, single arm or single leg. Could be a knee, could be an elbow, could be a punch, could be a kick, but she cannot do that against two-handed attacks. She can't do it against like jumping attacks, and she cannot do it against low attacks. So
She's basically
but she can reverse all those. So Aoi is the reversal master, and that character can reverse two-handed attacks. She just can't reversal being, you know, the thing where she intercepts it and counterattacks, right? The thing you have to do manually, but that special stance of hers cannot do that. So it's always up to the particular technique when it comes to that. There's general rules, but there are things that they cannot deal with. So Pi cannot if I see somebody trying to reverse a lot, I can do this, right? Or I just mix up high, mid, low because we're looking at 3 different. Because you're picking one out of these 3. That's pretty scary and risky, right?
Yep.
So like if you try to do mid, then the other tactic I can do is, remember, you're gonna block and then do the mid reversal. So it's guard. And then, so for example, I can do like this instead, right? Suddenly I went low. Or I can do this, right? And this is high. And so if you try to do mid reversal, you're gonna eat this high, right? So
in what situation would you feel it's like wise to, okay, I'm gonna go for a reversal now?
So in general, I don't recommend reversals to beginners. And here's the reason. I don't even recommend them to intermediate. Okay. What I do recommend them is that because there's a high confidence read, because you might know what to do with it. They are a cool technique, and they are good at discouraging people that have predictable attack options.
Yeah.
But it's better to just do a solid defense. It's better to... Guarding will give you advantage and cover so many things, right? So when you do a reversal... Okay, guarding is going to cover high attacks and mid attacks in a 3D fighter. But a reversal is covering only one of those.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of making
it. So you're asking for the guy, the opponent. It's like I want to mix you up even more. It's like you're daring the opponent to mix you up even more than they need to. Making it like suddenly that reversal. It's a hard read. It's cool to do, but it's a very low percentage play. Is the way to put it. You're making yourself gamble like a lot. Exactly. Treypriest is saying, hey, Treypriest, they're from Europe and they are a wonderful member of the community. They always have good things to say. I say reversals are like gambling. You love when it works out, but hate it when you mess up. And you really do, because here's the thing. Let's do the reversal play again, right? I'm going to show you the one thing that beats all reversals. So remember, you're going to guard the high punch, and then you're going to reverse mid, okay? Are you ready?
I'm assuming a grab is coming, but yeah.
Yeah, so... Exactly. They all lose to grab, right? And why?
Yeah.
Reversal is a defensive option. And you know what? In Virtua Fighter, we have a triangle, we have a rock, paper, scissors, and throw beats defense. It beats sidestepping, it beats reversals, it beats a lot of stuff that just simply are not attacking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so, so then when you're going to eat this, so I would say even when you do the reversal, you should actually do a throws kick there. But that is kind of taxing at the beginner level. It's a bit much. Anyways, we have jumped a bit ahead, but the general gist is you really shouldn't do reversals until you really know what both you and your opponent are doing. In this game, they're not that strong.
I'm at a point where I can read basically the opponent.
Yeah, so when you can read the opponent, but also you know what you're doing to influence them too. Or even if you know that you're not influencing them, there are ways that people play that where they're not interacting with you, but they're just trying to win situations. That comes a bit later. So let's work on putting the basics together. So we're gonna spar a bit, and go ahead and just keep trying to do what you want to do to win, and I will fight. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so something I didn't show you that I showed you, I did it a lot in the very first game we sparred, and I wanted to kind of show you something to understand about Virtua Fighter, and I think, and it's true in Dead or Alive, and it's like really mainly true in those two games. Okay, throwing is really powerful.
Yeah.
And did you, in that first game that we sparred, did you realize how I threw you? What did I do to throw you?
I think it's forward grab from what I'm seeing.
Okay, no, but what in the fight, the sequencing, what did I do? What was the situation when I threw you a lot in the first game? Actually, I want you to keep fighting me, and then I want you to kind of figure it out, alright?
You stunned me with a low, is what I'm seeing. Something along those lines.
Yep. Right, and then you actually you very smartly figured a counter strategy to it, which was that you start which was that you would crouch, because you were trying to crouch under the throws, right? So so go ahead and keep doing that. That's a good strategy. That's a very smart play what you did.
I tried to go for grab myself.
Yep. Well, when you're at disadvantage, then my throw will land before yours, so that means that your throw will lose to it, but that's okay. That's not... I mean, well, throwing from disadvantage is rough in this game, and we'll cover why that is, but...
Yeah.
Very good. You're doing very smart stuff. I want you to know that. I can see it. I can see how you're interacting and working with the game, and you're using the system. Very good. Very good. Okay, so how do you think I adjusted?
You confused me with a lot of mid and low things.
So, remember though that the low punch is not a true low attack.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay? The low punch only works if I'm interrupting you or you're not guarding.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Because you can guard it high or low, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we call it's a special low. It's a cool thing that Tekken 3 started, which was to make low punch guardable high and low. Really good thing, because if you play Virtua Fighter 2 and Virtua Fighter 3, low punching happens every time they're at close range. It's just too good, you know, right?
Yeah.
And it's good, and so now it's good, but it's good for interrupting, but it's actually not too good. There's weaknesses to it, right? So the adjustment that I made was that I started using elbows.
Oh, you can't block that?
And well, you can. But now it made you want to guard more, right? And you're actually making very sharp adjustments. To be honest, you're making very sharp adjustments. Way better than a lot of people that are just starting a game. And then and part of it's also that you know that you can attack against the throw, right? So you totally earn that round. You're using the paper rock scissors of the game, which is really good, and using all of it. So you're limiting my damage capacity too. And so each round you've been making this harder and harder. It's really good. Like, you're doing really good on that. That was really good.
So when I block the punches, I'm always mic up, right?
When you block the high jab, just the high jab. Most punches no. But you got a buffer. So are you familiar with the buffer?
Street Fighter, yeah.
Okay. What does it mean in Street Fighter?
You're basically buffering a move that, like, in the middle of a combo, you're buffering the rest of it. Or,
That same
in
idea.
case of, if you're playing neutral, basically you're kind of like buffering the move in case someone, if someone is gonna run at you, you're like, okay, time to level 3 them or DP them if they're in the air.
Okay. Kind of similar. Yeah. I mean, that's a deeper application. In Virtua Fighter, when we say buffer, we just mean like, yeah, input early. And so in Virtua Fighter, it just means inputting your next move early. Because, okay, so the thing that Virtua Fighter is very different from most fighters is this inputting early thing. Most fighters, especially when it comes to normal attacks, and Virtua Fighter's all normal attacks, but in most fighters, you need to block, and then you need to wait for that recovery, and then you have this tiny window to input your next move, to input your move, right? But in Virtua Fighter, you can input your next move 12 frames before you recover, and it'll do it.
That is wonderful.
Yeah, so you don't need to be super timing perfect to do a lot of basic stuff. Now, the hard part, why is it hard in VF? It's only really hard when we're doing this. These basic pokes. When we're doing this, it's really easy. So like guard, I want you to like guard this side kick, okay? And after you guard this side kick, I want you to just input forward and punch. The moment, like, just when this kick touches you, I want you to input it, and then just watch your character do it, okay?
Alright.
And then do it a little later, yeah. Forward and punch at the same time. 6P, yes, that move. 6P. Right? And just test, how early can I do this? And will they do it? And how early did it feel? I'm asking you now.
That happens even when you're playing with someone right next to you. So
Yeah.
This is irrelevant of input latency online or anything.
Correct. You get 12 frames to do this, right? And so, yeah, if you're playing on a laggy connection, it means, you gotta do it a little earlier. But you still are inputting earlier. You have 12 whole frames. I will say that a lot, like in 2D fighters, they think 5 frames is a ton of frames for input buffer. This game's giving you 12.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say I do this, and then you go ahead and do that 6P, right? Or let's say 3P plus K. Do that one, right? That's a crazy one.
3P plus K, okay.
Yeah. 3, not 1. Yeah.
Oh,
So-
that's the one, yeah, because of the side switch.
Yeah, because we're always assuming you're player 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the other reason for having you play player 1 is it's less confusing if I give you.
Yeah. That makes-
So yeah. There you go. See, but how early do you feel like you can press it? Did you feel it pretty early?
Yeah. Out
Right.
of curiosity, in that
Test it. Try seeing how early. Do it until it's too early, until it's not coming out.
Yeah, it's not coming.
Right. But now, but then you tell the audience here, how early do you feel that?
The moment I see the gray effect off your
So when you see that hit spark, right, that gray hit cloud, is when you feel like you're able to actually hit this thing, right? That's really early, right? And as an example, do it and then put your hand in the air, right? And put your hand in front of your face so you can see, like, your hand telling you how early you did it and how long you had to wait to watch your character do it.
Yeah.
And you realize that's really early. That's the key to playing Virtua Fighter. It's really important. It's a big difference from playing other fighters. So a lot of people will play, and then they'll try to do and then they'll try to punish and they can't, and then they'll think it's the lag, and it's like you're not inputting it early. And VF wants you to do it early, because later on there is good reason to do it late, but you should be intentional. And there's a way to even buffer the delay too.
Yeah.
So in general, in Virtua Fighter, try to get in the habit of inputting early, right? Now here's another thing. I did think I saw jabs, right? Single jabs.
Yep.
Okay. Can you do this for me? Single jabs rapidly across the screen. I want you to show me how you do single jabs single jabs all the way across the screen.
Okay.
Rapidly. Really good. You're guard canceling, right?
Yep.
So you know the guard cancel. Now I want you to do PP across the screen.
Guard cancel is when we basically like
Just tap
you
guard
roll the
after it.
the jab, right?
Yep. So now I want you to do PPG, PPG, PPG. Yep. Perfect. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you understand the value of this, right? So now we're gonna do
Yeah.
this drill.
I think basically because I do a lot of tutorials with Aoi, a lot of her moves are just like hold G in the middle, cancel
Yeah.
off.
So, but in general, you should do it because you know what that tapping G does. Do you know what it does?
It basically cancels the move in the middle if I want to switch to something like grab in the mind game, right?
Yeah, it's saying I don't want to do any more strings. Like, don't do the string follow. It kills the input buffer and it resets. You're like, okay, we're just doing a single punch. We're just doing a single punch. But this is how you make sure you get the most frame advantage with that. Instead of, you know, if you play a 2D fighter, you gotta input and then wait, and then input, then wait, then input and wait. This game is like, no, just hit the guard button, and then the system will know you don't want to do punch string, you want to do single punch, or you want to do 2 punches, but you don't want to do 3, right? So then you can do PPG 6P, right? You can do PG into 6P. So the main one I want to teach you is the 1-2 of Virtua Fighter. Okay? So first off, I want you to do 2 punches in a row. I'm going to block one, and I'm going to low punch you. Right? Like this. No, I want you to do it like this. Okay?
Okay.
Right? And so it's a high. Okay, so now we know that this is plus on block, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now do high jab into low punch.
High jab.
Do this. Yeah. Yep, perfect. Perfect. See? Now I can't low punch you, right? Because you have advantage, so your low punch is 2 frames faster than mine.
Ooh.
Okay?
Yep.
Really important. Now here's the thing. Now we're gonna step this up. I want you to jab into 6P. And if you do it right, I cannot low punch you. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, and then 6P. Yes, correct. So PG,
Okay,
6P. PG, 6P. Yes, like that. Okay? If you do this right, I should not be able to low punch you. See? And I'm going to tell you something. Both of these attacks, your 6P is hitting the same time as my 2P. So why is your 6P winning?
And I think I saw a tutorial about that because the stronger one wins.
Correct.
It doesn't trick one of them. Yeah, it's not like with Street Fighter and Tekken.
Correct.
There are no trade.
The higher damage, there are trades, but they have to be same damage. And also on top of that though, our life difference has to be like less than 50. Less than 50 points of damage. Meaning like you can just think of it as a little less than a quarter. But like if our life bars are too far apart, then the one with lower life is going to win the trade. So VF rarely has trades.
Irrelevant of which move is stronger?
So, well, no. The trade happens because they're same damage. So first off, the stronger damage always wins in a trade. Higher damage wins. What if they're equal damage? So if they're equal damage, they will trade unless the life point difference between the two characters is greater than 50 points of a difference. And so that's not half life, that's like a quarter. Like we'll just say quarter, but it's actually 220. Okay? But it's like 5 out of 22. Okay? So that said, so that's just a little more than a quarter life. Okay? We'll say 30%. So if there is bigger than a 30% difference in their life bars, then the lower health person is going to win the trade.
Okay, it's kind of like a comeback mechanic in a way.
Yeah. So that's when it's acting like a comeback on a very low chance that it's ever going to happen, right? At the beginner level, trades kind of happen because both people might hit low punch at the same time. But as you go up, it happens less and less because people use their frame advantage.
Yeah.
And that frame advantage changes everything, right?
Yeah.
Because now we're comparing an elbow that's stronger than a low punch to the low punch when we're at +2, right?
And in that case, the elbow is going to win, obviously.
Yep, so go ahead and keep practicing this high jab into elbow. Yes, correct. And we call it an elbow only because that's the generic term, because most characters it is an elbow. High, it's like this two-handed strike, right? And this is how you can tell if you're doing frame tight, if you're buffering properly or not. And when it comes to a jab, just know that you can generally do this if you know that the jab's going to touch. There is a weakness, but the weakness is something where you should use the weakness as a knowledge check. You should not be afraid of the weakness until your opponent does it. And if you want, I'll show you the weakness and then I'll show you how to beat the weakness, okay?
Yep.
The weakness is this. The weakness is evading into throw. But now here I want you to do something else. I want you to switch it. Now I want you to do I want you to do 2 jabs and then the 6P. So PG, PG, 6P, okay? Nope, PG. You still got a guard cancel. 2 jabs in a row. Yeah. So I'll show it to you really quick just to make it very clear. So just guard, and I'll show it to you. Okay? So I want you to do 1, 2, elbow. 1, 2, elbow. Or we can say 1, 1, 2, really is what it is. So 1, 1, 2. Okay? So the 1, 1, 2, and then I'm going to try to block the first one and try to throw, and I lose, right? So, but here's a better one. Now I want you to do jab into throw. Right?
Yep.
There you go. See? Your throw beats the sidestepping. Do single jab into throw. Yep. That's good. Do the half circle back throw. So.
Okay.
Right. Very good. So throwing beats sidestepping. We went a little advanced again, but I was just trying to show you in case people feel afraid of doing the 1-2 because it has a weakness. It's like, well, there's a very easy way to course correct that, which is just to start doing jab into throw is actually the easiest. But you could also just jab, jab, elbow. You can do anything else. You just switch your option. You just go, okay, if you're gonna evade the elbow, then actually I'm gonna make you evade the jab because that one is a bit rougher. You know? All right, so
I'm assuming you have these reads. Like, you're not going to come up with them on the fly. You need to play against your opponent at least a match or 2 before things like the habits.
So you do need to play a lot. So that and so the point is that this is really good. This is really good. Is there an answer to it? Yeah, but make your opponent do the answer because it's harder. It's harder. It's more taxing for them. So do the easy thing. This is the easy thing, right? Yeah, and then you just commit to doing a throw right away. Yeah. Try doing the half circle back throw. So for a beginner, half circle back throw is really good, by the way.
Yeah.
So there's that. Now we're getting a bit very advanced. Let's go ahead and do some sparring, loosen ourselves up, and we'll work on some of those basics again. Okay? Go ahead and fight however you like, though. Very nice. Very nice. That said, you're not limited by the rules. Like, you can do any move you want. With her kick is pretty good. Just hitting kick by itself. Neutral kick is really good for her because if you hit me with it, you can launch me and you can just do PPP, K, or anything you want. Yep. Let's try PPP back K.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
Yep. See?
Yep.
And you can do like PPKK, I think.
This one, yeah.
Yeah. So like so you hit me with kick, then you PPKK. So if you think I'm gonna throw, that kick is really strong. So like if you do like kick against that throw, that's a really powerful way to just be like, I know you're gonna throw, and now I'm gonna make you hurt for it, you know. So I'm showing you the weakness of the PPP strings. What seems to be the weakness of the PPP strings? That a lot of times low punch will beat it if it's if someone fast like me identifies it quickly. That was beautiful. Very good game.
That was luck.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I mean, I'm playing in a low damage way because we're training, you know.
Yeah.
So
But,
I'm not
I
doing it.
feel like one of my problems, it's going to take me a while to correct, because I'm so used to Tekken. Even though I'm pressing the grab, I'm also holding the back.
Gotcha. That's okay.
Yeah. I think a lot of people moving from Tekken do.
It is. So that's a wonderful point that I do when I teach VF, that I teach people about. This game prefers that you let the stick go to neutral. If you hold back, it can mess up a lot of your inputs.
Yeah.
And if you're coming from 2D fighters, you're holding down back, that can mess up a lot of your inputs in Virtua Fighter.
Yep.
So to have clean inputs in this game is to let the controls go back to neutral, like a lot by default. But you have a guard. Now here's the thing. Did you notice the difference between backdash guarding and forward dash guarding? No. Okay, so in Tekken, when you press back, you're stepping away, and you're guarding, right? And in Tekken, when you backdash and you hold back, you're still guarding, right? Like if they attack, you're gonna guard it.
Oh yeah, and Virtua Fighter is not a
But
thing.
in Virtua Fighter, you cannot guard cancel backdash. But let's show everybody how early you can guard cancel forward dash. Guard cancel as soon as possible. Right? This is a forward dash guard cancel. I can guard cancel forward dash. And the cool thing about Virtua Fighter is I can keep moving forward and guarding. In fact, I can keep moving I can crouch dash in Virtua Fighter and guard. Right? So
Yeah,
crouch dashing is very safe to do in Virtua Fighter. This is the safer movement in Virtua Fighter. Moving forward, right? And this one is cool because the benefit of crouch dashing is I'll duck a high attack, I'll duck a throw, you know? And then if I see a whiff, I can attack right away because they're at a disadvantage because they're, you know, busy doing that, right? And you can just go ahead and attack. And with Pi, you can do any attack, right? You can try 3K plus G, right? Like I'm gonna whiff these two. You're gonna duck under it, and then once you see the kick go over your head, then you do the 3K plus G. You know?
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
That is a really scary way to punish that, right? Crouch, right? I'm gonna do this powerful move. This is a scary move, but it's a high. So how do we beat it? What's the problem? You can duck under it. It means you can duck and punish it with 3K plus G once you see it whiff. So you gotta be fast. Or, actually, your Pi, this 1KK is kind of a bad habit. But, in a case like this, it's really good then if you don't know what else to do, that'll work.
Yeah.
Because that second kick will be guaranteed on a recovery hit. Recovery hit is hitting me when I'm recovering from my attack. And that's what you're doing with this.
Yeah.
So you can just 1KK. You don't even have to wait.
Yeah.
Because I'm just doing a high.
Yeah.
This goes into 3D fighting basics. High attacks are very vulnerable. Not just to low punch, to any crouching attack, right? So if you go PPP, go ahead and PPP me a lot, right? I can just do this, right?
Yeah.
Ducking under high. Now Pi has ways to deal with this. I'm not gonna lie. You can do PP 4P. You can do PPK, but
AP4P.
yeah. So punch, back and punch. Yeah.
Punch, back punch.
Yep, that one. Right, and that beat me for doing a low punch. Yeah.
So why is it? Why did it beat you? Though?
That move I believe is a mid, but it could be an EX high. It's one of those two things. If
So it
it's
has evasive properties as a result?
no. What it is it's counter hitting me. The reason high punch was losing was because it was a true high, meaning any crouch, like it's gonna whiff against somebody that's crouching, and so a crouching attack just flat out beats a high attack. Flat out. Doesn't matter how, like, it's just like unless that high attack was guaranteed, a crouching attack is just gonna beat a high attack, a true high attack. Okay. But you have mid attacks. The
Yeah.
low attack, the crouching attack doesn't beat the mid attack, right?
How do I know the entire data of Pi? I mean, the sources are available online, but is there like in game? Does it tell you?
Yeah, in the training mode, it says high, mid, low, and it says EX high, EX mid, and EX low as well.
EX low.
And
So
when
the difference between an EX and a normal is
that's complicated, but I'll go into them right now. Okay.
okay.
So let's start with the high attack. high attack, well, it's a standing attack. It's attack that loses to any kind of crouching, right? But in the game's design, they tend to be faster, and sometimes they have a lot of impact. So why would a high attack ever be good? Well, if it's faster, maybe you can hit someone before they hit you. If it's a launcher, this is a launcher, right? Well, this is good if I can hit with it, right? We're not always fighting in this normal flow where you're down guard. Like, let's say you did 3k plus G out of nowhere. Right? And then I whiff punish with it. Like, you made a mistake, I'll hit you. Right? I attack you on the recovery. So, high attacks are really good. They're just not good for spamming, because what do we do against somebody spamming this? Like, you low punch into a launcher. And I'll show you Pi's basic one. The easy one for beginners to do.
Wait, so you can low punch into a launcher?
Well, yeah, so I'll show you. So with Pi, so we're going to talk about how to fight the beginner archetypes, okay? The first beginner we're going to beat up is the masher.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with mashing, especially in Virtua Fighter. When you mash in Virtua Fighter, almost all of your attacks are going to be high, regardless which one you're doing. And then if somebody's ducking, throwing will lose to ducking, right? And throwing will lose to attacks. So when you're mashing, a lot of times, maybe you have a mid or a low there, but a lot of times this is going to be the mid, or maybe the masher will do this one, right? But mashing typically in this game is going to lead to just doing a lot of high attacks that are all vulnerable. And let's show the audience, what is the thing that all high attacks are vulnerable to for sure? Low punch, 1kk, those are really good. Crouching attacks, yeah. So now, what do you get for doing this crouching attack? Well, you get at least +4. If you hit me on the recovery, it's +4. If you hit me with that red spark, it's +7. But let's not worry about the +7. Let's worry about the +4. What do we do with the +4? So I'm going to show you what you do with the +4. Pi has, well, I want you to, after you do 2p, I want you to do 3p plus k from crouching. So you got to do low punch and then do it. And you can roll it to 3p plus k, 3p and k at the same time. Not that one, but do low punch first. Low punch into this. Yeah, that's the move. And actually, for the sake, beginner should actually do as 3p plus k. Can you do 3p plus k? Go ahead and stand and let's see if you do that. Yeah, 3p plus k. Really good. Okay? Now you're going to play against the masher. I'm going to show you what happens to the masher when you do this. And your goal is to do 2p into 3p plus k. Alright? So, we're going to do this and you're going to watch the consequences here.
Round 5.
Okay.
Ready, go!
Do it real fit. There you go. See that consequence? And what can you do there? You can go PPKK, you can do whatever, you can mash out a combo. Right?
Yeah.
Look at, now my life is really that, right? So this is the problem with the masher. The masher is going to lose to low punch. Okay? And because the masher has a high chance of doing high attacks, they're going to lose to this. So when you feel like you're fighting a masher, especially on that first week of Virtua Fighter, especially for the first 3-6 months, actually in general, when you start a new character, you're going to be fighting mashers, and you're going to fight them even at high level too.
Yeah.
Later on, you're going to compact this into, okay, they're mashing now, this is what I do. Okay, now they're going to do this other strategy, this is what I'm going to do. But at a low level, they're kind of one note, and they're doing one strategy. So right now, the masher is losing to low punch into what we call a counter hit launcher. So you can do all these other stuff, but that 3p plus k is really strong because here's two things about it. It's a mid. Okay? This means I cannot crouch under it. Okay? And spoiler alert, the weakness of a low attack is a hop attack. It can get crushed by a hop attack. Okay? So for example, you go ahead and mash low punch, okay?
Round 2.
Or I'm gonna dash into you, then you mash low punch, okay? Just mash it. Right? I'm hopping attacking. There's a problem here.
Yep.
Low attacks lose to hopping attacks. So now, given all that, why are by default all frames being equal? Why is a mid attack functionally better than a high or a low attack?
It beats both all these options.
We, yeah, so the Tekken term we're going to use, they don't get crushed, right? They in an attack versus attack clash, they typically win. A mid is going to just win. So when you have advantage, you want to do a mid attack more than anything. And the only reason that you want to go from that is because you're like, okay, I'm going to do like a low attack because I think they're going to guard high and I want to annoy them.
Yep.
But we're going to talk about the design of this game in low attacks later. But what I will say is generally our mid attacks are good, right? Something like this is really good, right? And so if I get enough advantage to secure this thing, then any attack you do is just flat out going to lose to this. Unless it's a very special, unique kind of attack, like a 1 in 30 attack, you know?
Yeah.
So in 3D fighters, it's really important to respect the high attack. Just kind of sucks because crouch, same as Street Fighter, right? Crouching mid kick keeps beating this thing, right? So that's why they don't really do this. This is why everybody kind of fishes with like this in Street Fighter, right?
Yeah.
Right? They do this and then they see you in the air, so then they switch to this, right? That's King of Fighters, right? But in Virtua Fighter and in most 3D fighters, what it really is you have advantage, or you think you have advantage, then you do like a mid attack. Because, and this game, the elbow. Why? Because you can't hop over this elbow, and you can't duck under it. It's gonna hit if you do those things, right? So, but so it's just kind of when you have advantage, just this is pretty safe. It might seem really gimped and weak, and it is at first. But we're talking about how to play safe, how to win combat.
Yeah.
We'll talk later about how to win strategically, right? But first, we're gonna talk about the beginner archetypes, because I am making a video about that. But the beginner archetypes is basically there's the masher, and we've established the weakness of the masher. Right? Now you notice the reason I told you the counter hit launcher. Why is the counter hit launcher good? It's not just that it's a mid. It's a mid. It's fast. So you don't need much frame advantage to use it, to secure it. You only need a little. It's really fast. It's fast, and then on top of that, it's the other reason because it launches. So it's going to give you the combo if they mash. It won't give. So let's do that move again, and let's show why we call it a counter hit launcher. So I want you to just go ahead and hit me with it right now, okay?
Okay.
And I'm not doing anything. It's just poking me. It's just poking me, right? But then over here, it was launching me. Why was it launching me?
Because you were mashing.
Because I'm mashing, yeah. So against a masher, you want to do a counter hit launcher. But before that, you want to get the advantage to use the counter hit launcher. So against a masher, you use low punch.
You get the +4, and then you...
Yeah, you get that +4. In this case, +7 when it was red. But you get that +4 and bam. Like, punish you for hitting buttons.
Maybe too early to ask, but how do we get that red? Is there like a...
So
frame?
that red is what we call a counter hit. So when we look at an attack, there is 3 components to an attack, alright? The first component is what we call the execution frames. In Tekken, they call it the I-frames, okay? Execution is the time before the attack hits. It's the when the attack's on its way, the startup. Yeah. So execution, startup. So you have startup. Then you have hit frames. And hit frames can be as little as 1. They're typically 2 to... Usually most attacks are 2 to 3 hit frames. Some of them go up to 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Not,
so hit frames is when they in Street Fighter when they say active frames, right?
Yes, correct. So and in Virtua Fighter technically we call them active hit frames. But yeah, so there's startup, there's active hit frames, and then there's recovery frames, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, recovery frames is a little deceptive with the stats that we have in VF, but because we just call it total frames, but total frames is literally the total frames. The recovery is basically we subtract the hit frames and the execution, but that's really it. Is that anything after the hit frame is going to be a recovery frame, right?
Yep.
When we hit during execution, or when we win a trade, that's a counter hit. That's a red spark. Okay.
Gotcha.
When we hit somebody during the recovery frames, that's a recovery hit, is what I call it. On some Japanese documentation, you'll see it called as a recovery counter hit. I think that's kind of unnecessary. I just like, let's just call it recovery hit. You know, some things are guaranteed on.
Is that the one they call whiff punish in Street Fighter? Or
it is okay. So when you do a guard punish, that's a recovery hit. When you do a whiff punish, that's a recovery hit as well. And here's the thing: you see this 1KK?
Yep.
I want you to use it against me. Just do it. Yep, just like that. But what happened here? Why is it not working? The first one's hitting. Why is the second one not hitting? It's not guaranteed on normal hit.
Oh.
Okay? So now here's the thing I want you to do. Okay? I'm going to PPP, or I'm going to do this. And I want you to, after that first one, yeah, there you go. Now it's guaranteed on recovery hit. It's guaranteed on recovery hit. And anything that's guaranteed on recovery hit is also most likely guaranteed on counter hit as well. Also, so Necromancy brings up a good point, and I'm going to talk about it. There is bonus damages for these types of hits. So we're going to talk about it. For an attack, you're going to have a base damage. This is the basic amount of damage that attack does on a normal hit. On counter hit gives a bonus. And that bonus depends on what you counter hit. But it's not that complicated. It breaks down two ways. By default, the counter hit bonus is 50% damage bonus. Okay?
50% more.
But it's 50% more damage for the thing that you use to counter hit. Not the whole combo.
So the combo afterwards is normal.
The combo has a scaling. It depreciates over number of hits. It's a complicated formula in combos because they don't want to make it just flat out destroy people, right?
Yeah, I think it's so
so most fighting games, the combo is going to decrease. It's going to start lowering how much damage each hit does. So there's this balance you do as a player to do a combo that's a bit more optimized for the number of hits that's going to end up being used. That's complicated, but that's the gist is basically they want combos to exist. They don't want them to just completely delete the life bar, right? In a straight manner. They want them to kind of, have diminishing returns on number of hits. Okay. So, let's go back to the counter hit bonus. Plus 50% by default. However, if you counter hit an attack that does 25 or more damage, base damage, the bonus is 75%.
Wow.
And so this doesn't matter as much when you're fighting on speed exactly as much. Where this matters is when you have big guys doing when both players are doing big attacks versus each other, like in the neutral. And we're going like, oh, okay, we're just going to go like this versus knee, right? That's where you're going to see that really cash in because those are high damage attacks cashing in against a high damage attack. And when you do it with a jab, this is like your jab is 11 frame jab only does 9 damage, so 5% is just under is like 4 damage, right? I mean, 50% is like plus 4, right? And then if it was rounded up plus 5, let's give it that way, right? But then 75% means maybe 3 extra damage. It's not that much. It's quite a bit. It's significant, but it's a small amount. But when you counter hit big with a big attack, that's where you're going to see that 75%. That's why Akira is very scary, right? Akira is really scary because he's got a lot of these big attacks, but also really fast big attacks that can do good damage, right? Jeffrey versus Wolf, you're going to see this play out. Taka, well...
They both have it?
Yeah, but the thing is using strings though is significant enough to where you're not going to see it cash as much in there, right? But you're going to see it cash. Yeah.
So the 75% or 50% damage is usually when you're recovering, not if I counter strike you. If you do the move and you're in recovery frames,
yeah,
and I launch you or I punish you, that's when it really adds up.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's just good to know. So just know that you have a bonus on counter hit, and just think of it as 50% anyways. Because you know what? If it does 25% more than that, that was nice. You know? And you're not really counting when you're in a fight. But when you do go to the lab, it's really good to know. And it's good to find your answer. And you're like, oh, maybe the first attacks need to be a big damage. And how am I going to do that big damage attack, you know? But it doesn't really matter in the heat of the battle as much because we're trying to focus on how to win combat. So we've talked about the masher. And what is the fundamental flaw of the masher strategy? Right? Is that it typically is going to be a lot of high attacks. Now, is there a way to spam mids? Yeah, there is. And we'll go over how to beat this too. Okay? So, like, the mid spammer is a little different, but the mid spammer, you can just whiff punish, you know? But also, you know what? You just block and attack, right? If I'm doing this, block it and attack, right? And you know what? Elbow is like -5 on guard. So, you know what? Do, like, your launcher. Block and do 3k plus G against this, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're mashing, yeah.
Yeah, because you got the advantage from the block. Block it, yeah, and do 3k plus G, not P plus K. So.
Oh, yeah. 3k plus G.
Yeah, you're gonna have to buffer this one, so. Because I think it's really tight. I don't even know how tight this is. -5, the elbow's 14, so 19 frames, it should work. But just do kick, okay? Block and do standing kick, right? Remember the standing kick?
Okay.
Yeah. Look at that. And just do the one kick and then do a string to finish it. Right? So, right? Pi can just go, I block and I do standing kick. You're just mashing attacks. You're not even flowing, right? This is not flow. This is somebody mashing. They're just mashing with mids. And you can't low punch this, but what can you do? You can block and punish it, right? Yeah.
There we go, 3k plus G.
Okay. So we'll call this the mid spammer, okay? They're still doing a fundamental problem. They're not playing rock, paper, scissors. They're just playing, you know, rock here, right?
Yeah.
And so you're just like, okay, I'll just keep doing paper. I'll use paper to get the advantage. And then my attacks beat yours because with advantage, I have a better rock than you do. Okay? So it's really important how we use advantage. And we should always use it. So I taught you I explained buffering. You kind of already knew it.
Yeah. We have 12 frames to buffer in advance. Yeah.
So buffering makes sure that we play frame tight. Why should we play frame tight? Do you know why? Do you have an idea why we should play frame tight? Why we should use all of our frames? Why should we use our advantage frames? What's good about advantage frames? What's so good about it? And what's good about it is that basically our attacks are better than theirs. Okay? So our attacks are better than theirs. Suddenly, right? If I do low punch, it's the same thing, right? So block this and just do standing kick, you know? Is it a high? It might be a high. If it's a high, then you just, you know, do 6p back. It's the standard response.
6p.
Yep.
Yep.
This is a hard thing to do, by the way. It's hard because low punch recovers so quickly that you actually have less than 12 frames. Because there's just not that many recovery frames. So you could input it early, it's just unlikely that you were going to. So your window got smaller.
I'm really slow. With low punching you back, work her up.
You're on the right track. If you're feeling slow, just use low punch. Yeah.
Okay.
It's very good. The only thing that's worked about it, the only bad thing about it is this. Actually, I'm going to show you another kind of spammer. Lao spammer, okay? We already talked about this. And when is this thing guaranteed? Or when is this thing guaranteed on normal hit? It's not, right? So just by seeing this low kick, you can just low punch right away. Yep. And you can do worse. You can do bigger, right? And I already showed you how to do bigger, but this is just for theory, right? You could 1kk back. You could duck, and then you could do 3k plus G. You could duck, and you know, you can do anything you want, actually. This is very punishable. This is really bad. For beginners do this one all the time because it works against beginners. This is such a good anti-masher strategy. This 1kk, right? Like, let's show that. PPP. Just do 1kk, right? 1kk is just going to flat out win. But that was better. This gives you higher damage potential, right? There you go. That was beautiful. That said, at the +4, I don't know if it works. But but when you get that red
What was
spark,
the
it lights
what
up.
was the mid that what was the mid that you showed me to launch? Like the one where
3-3
she basically left
3-3 P plus K. 3-3 P plus K.
3 plus K.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Technically, it's if you're already crouch, it's 3. So crouch dash is
It's just
3-3. So crouch dash is 3-3. This is an attack that has to be done from crouch position. Because if you're standing, you get a different move. So right now, try 3P plus K standing. Yeah, and you get that move instead. So that move existing gets in the way of 3-3P plus K being done. Except you can do 3-3P plus K and you'll get the... It'll only come out 1 frame slower. But you can also just low punch 3P plus K. You can do 2P, 3P plus K, right? And we know that this was the really powerful answer against the Masher, right? This is how we beat the Masher. Okay, now here's another beginner archetype. Here's the turtle. What do we do against the turtle?
That is a good question. How would we deal with the turtle in Virtua Fighter?
Yeah.
If they're standing, just grab them.
Yeah. And then, but now you can also see which throw escape. So if I throw escape you, I want you to call it out. I want you to say what throw escape it was.
Okay.
See, you don't have to worry about it if you got the successful throw.
That was a back.
Yeah. And then let's just assume this guy's only doing back throw escape, right? So just keep doing forward throws until they stop.
Yep.
You know? And usually your neutral throw is going to be your weaker one. So I'm kind of encouraging you to do the forward here, right? And you can actually attack after you do that throw into the wall. So, it is strong.
This one that just knocked you out, that's the neutral one, right? Right?
Correct, yeah.
I was holding forward. Sometimes, do I let loose forward? Do I let go forward too early? I feel
So, the thing about Virtua Fighter is actually, holding has got mixed results. Sometimes it's good. But in this case, she does have a forward throw, and you did do it.
When you say forward grab, you mean like flick forward grab at that moment?
Generally, it's good to have neutral. It's good to default to neutral, because it'll be cleaner if you go from neutral to forward throw, right? But if you were already holding forward, it's not going to do a forward throw. Like, try it right now, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Right, and I'm escaping with neutral throw. It's only doing the neutral throw. It's not doing forward throw.
Okay,
Yeah.
that explains a lot.
See? So you can't just walk forward and do it. Yeah. You gotta go neutral, tap forward, and throw at the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what's
try to-
happening. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. Yeah.
No, that's really good. You made a really good insight. You tested it out, and now you understand the reason. And that was really good.
I
Because
like the fact that all of this makes sense. It's
yeah.
like-
Yeah, this game just operates a little different logic than what you're used to, because other games are playing without a guard button. This game plays with the guard button. It says, well, why wouldn't you leave the stick at neutral? But you play a 2D fighter, you're always at down back, and you're playing Tekken, and you're almost always at back. You know. But in Virtua Fighter, this game likes you to be at neutral. It likes you to let the stick go to neutral, and then tap a direction and do the move. And that is hard for a lot of people. Like, it's easy for beginners that have never played a fighting game. It's just weird for people that have played too many fighting games and are trying to play it the same way. They're like, I'm good at such and such game, I can do this, and then they get kind of frustrated. But you're realizing, no, this game, you should just tap the direction and the action, you know. So yeah. So against the turtle, you throw them. And here's the thing. You know how, like, you threw him against the wall? Try doing a punch back kick after you do that throw.
Oh, when you throw someone at the wall here, it does.
You can combo, yeah. So let's try that. I'm gonna back up to the wall. You're gonna do forward throw, and then you're gonna try to combo. You're gonna do moves. See?
Oh.
And it might not be the greatest damage, but later on you will learn the high damage stuff. And she's got it. She has got it. Yeah, you're kind of on the right track. And that was even more damage than the last one. It's just 2 attacks, right? She's got 3PP and then 6P. It's a kind of tricky thing to do if you don't know how to do it already. Oh, that one was really good. That if you did another kick, that would have been great.
3P and then 6P.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. So, like, doing that one
reason,
against it?
For some reason, I struggled a lot with this one because it would never work in the tutorial.
Yeah.
Unless you double tap forward.
You only have to tap it once, but the problem is that you had to let the stick go back to neutral. Yeah.
Oh, Okay.
So this is going back to the you were holding forward, so it wasn't reading it like that.
Yeah.
You know, right?
That makes sense. Yeah.
So this game is that's an aspect where that has baffled a lot of people that are playing multiple fighting games, and then it's just like, oh, it's just as simple as the game wants you to like let the stick go back to neutral.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, because I'm learning both this and Dead or Alive at the same time, there's a lot of overlap here.
Oh, someone has a question. I'm going to respond to it really quick. Hold that thought. Really hold that thought, okay?
Yeah.
So Necromancy Black says, actually, question for you: are there different stages to input buffers, as in movement buffering versus time you can do attack? Yes, there is. There is. Okay. So it's the same. It's similar. It's similar to Street Fighter, but not exactly the same. Let's say there was a 20 frames before recovery. Okay. Let's change it. Let's say there's 15 frames, but we know that there's a 12 frame input buffer. So like, let's say at that 15 frame, you could be inputting. You just need to finish your input in the 12 frame buffer, and you can sustain it. So like, let's say I did quarter circle back and throw. Technically, I could do quarter circle back, hold back for just a brief moment, and then do the throw, right? And it will do it. So I can do that. So right now, I'm just going to tell you, because I'm not in training mode, so I can't show you my stick. But I'm going to do quarter circle back, and I'm going to walk like this. I'm going to do, like, and then I'm going to do, and see how it just did that throw, right? It just did that throw. And that was me holding back, and then hitting punching guard. So you can sustain motion in the buffer to make sure you fall into the input buffer. This is really helpful when Jackie does a flip kick, and you block Jackie's flip kick. You can do this technique to a degree, because Jackie's flip kick puts you at like this ridiculous recovery time. The stun, the guard stun on Jackie's flip kick, it feels like it's 30 frames, you know. So it feels like you have to wait 18 frames before you get to the 12 frames input buffer. So that's why a lot of times I'll do something. So then it's like in practice, you can go forward, and hold forward, and then hit punch, you know, just so that you make sure you're in the window.
She's definitely doing it now with like the quarterback half circle. I'm literally doing the quarterback half circle. You can see me walking back. Like it feels like over 20 frames or something.
Necromancy Black. I don't think it works that way. So that's a good question. Necromancy Black asked an awesome question. So I have to tell you this so you understand.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we just did 3-3P plus K?
Yes.
Okay. The thing to understand was that what you did to make that work when you were if you were standing, was that by 3-3 is a crouch dash. So you're buffering a crouch dash.
Mm-hmm.
When you buffer a crouch dash to do a crouching attack in this game, it adds 1 frame to the execution of that move.
I'm guessing that frame matters.
That 1 frame is because that's you transitioning into the crouch state. Okay? Now, it's cool because normally, at least it's not 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever frames it takes to crouch dash normally.
Mm-hmm.
It's one. It's just, if you buffer, you'll just be like, you won't even see this. It'll be like boom, right? It'll be like boom, right? This is a crouch move, right? And if I buffer it, you don't see me getting into that. That's just 1 frame. It's impossible to see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, for the math's sake, the execution, because you're like, oh, it must have added time. It did add time. It added 1 frame when you buffered it. If you buffered it. So the question Necromancy asked then is, can I cancel that by using within the input buffer because I did the crouch dash and other stuff? No, it's still going to do that 1 extra frame. Still going to do that 1 extra frame. Because that 1 extra frame is that transition frame. It's that, okay, we made him crouch and then we did that. If you hit guard, for example, if you crouch dash and hit guard, it would erase the crouch dash part, right? So yeah, so it's still going to put that 1 extra frame. There's no way around that 1 extra frame. Yeah, it's always doing that 1 frame extra if you crouch dash buffer into an attack. Yeah, it does other interpretations if you, depending on what you're doing, right? Like you did, I buffered crouch dash into crouch 2k plus G. I think it'll just do 2k plus G in that case, because I think that would actually wipe out some stuff in the intro. But yeah. Yeah, so when you delay moves, that's where you so actually but crouch dashing does help. Yeah, yeah. So it's true. It's true like in some combos, you got to do crouch dash buffer just to get the one extra frame. Because a delay might work in a combo. That's Necromancy Black was asking that. All right. I'm going to prime you. I'm going to tell you I hope you remember what you were going to ask. And then I'm going to ask you.
Hold on a sec.
I know, sorry about that.
I gotta
No
go back to
problem.
the tape on this one.
Yeah.
Hold on. What was I gonna say?
It's okay because when it comes back, we can talk about it. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's gone now. I had Marigo, a goldfish. No, it's gone.
Yeah. So anyhow, okay. So we were talking against anti-beginner strategies, right? We talked about the masher. Then we talked about the turtle, and the answer to the turtle was simple. It's technically there's two answers for the turtle. The biggest one is just to throw them. Learn how to do your damaging throw and do that, right? This is Lao. Look at how much damage this throw is. That's a lot of damage, right? If I do this, I get guaranteed this. If you look at the life bar, you can see how much damage I do. But basically, throws are powerful in this game. Now, Pi, a lot of her throws are a little more utility, so they might... But her half circle back throws a lot of damage right away. But she's got a lot of utility with her throws. So her throws are a little more complicated. They're all really good. But they tend to be a little more utility. They set up situations. But the half circle back is a very strong, solid damage option. So, having said that, that's the answer to the turtle. Okay. Let's talk about the YOLO player. Okay. Oh, we also talked about the mid masher, right? We talked about the mid masher, right? Okay. So here is a fundamental mistake that a lot of intermediate players do. They see a guy who hangs back and does this, right?
Yeah.
And then, but the thing is they learn how good boxing was, right? The boxing is what I was doing to you earlier, this stuff, right? And then so they see a guy far away, and they come in and they want to box that guy, and they just lose to the guy sitting back doing this, or sitting back and doing this. So how do we defeat this? Okay? Do you want to take a guess how to defeat this?
The first thought in my head is to try to bait them.
Yeah.
Then punish.
Fundamentally, that is exactly what you do. But here's another thing. Fundamentally, they're doing an attack from long range. Are they doing a throw from long range?
Are they doing what?
Are they doing a throw from long range? Are they trying to YOLO a throw?
No.
No, only Wolf, right? But only Wolf. But even they are not doing that, right? This is just so bad. They lost so much doing this, right?
Yeah.
When you fight the Masher, do you ever throw?
No, you just
Yeah.
you do your thing.
You counter what they're doing. You don't try to reverse the rock, paper, scissors. You know, right? Because in this game, what beats throw? Attack, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can you throw the YOLOer? Probably, but not really. It's scary. That's a really scary risk, right?
Yep.
Okay. So here's the thing. What did we say about backwards movement versus forward movement in Virtua Fighter?
You can
You can forward dash and guard. You can forward dash and guard. You can crouch dash forward and guard. You know what?
Yep.
This crouch dash. When you see me, the moment I get into crouch, okay, this here, I'm doing basically and effectively about a 6-7 frame dash into a guard when I do this crouch dash, okay?
Yep.
But it gives me room to watch you and to maybe respond to what you're doing. So, if you're worried about this thing losing to a mid attack, if you're worried about this losing to a mid attack, understand that 7 frames. Is there any mid attack? Do you think there's any mid attack in the game that is 7 frames? There is not.
I'm assuming not.
No, the fastest mid attack is usually 14 frames.
Wow.
Right? So if I'm doing this, it's safe unless I'm just doing it from a disadvantage, okay? But this is generally in the neutral, this is safe. This crouch dash into standing guard, into low guard, I'm like, oh, I can and you can react while you're doing it, so just, the key is to, my biggest advice is once you get used to your character's move list, and you've seen it enough times, you should spend almost all of your time watching your opponent's character, or their half of the screen. If you're staring at your half of the screen, it's not you're not getting as much information that you need.
Yeah.
All the information you need is on your opponent's side because you know what you're doing. You know if you're going to guard, you know if you're going to attack. So you want to get the good quality information all the good quality information's on your character side of the screen. Aside from the spacing, you know.
Yeah.
So, this is a good way, right? So now, this guy's hanging back. He's doing this. So here, I'm going to show you first how to punish it, okay? Go ahead and guard this, and I think you can just do kick after you block it, okay? Let's try that.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do kick. So just do one kick into a combo. Yeah, see? So now, here's this guy hanging back. How are you going to approach him? How are you going to approach him? Yeah. So you can dash in, and then you can just hit guard when you see this attack. Or you can guard when you think it's going to come, right? But not crouch guard. It's a mid. It's going to... Crouching going to lose, right? This is not a 2D fighter. You know? Right? Yeah. So just block it and defend, and it is weird, but I'm teaching you how to deal with this, okay? That's what we're doing this for. But also, you can whiff punish, yeah. You can see, like, okay, if he whiffs, yeah, you can do that. If he whiffs, you can do upward kick, you know? You can do upward kick if you want. That's what a lot of Pi players like to do, but it's not that strong. But they kind of do it because it's easy, so try 9KK, okay?
9 KK, okay.
Try it right now, just to see it. Right? Like that, right? So you see it whiff, 9KK, right? Yeah. That's very nice and clean, right? It's very easy to do, yeah. Now, that it is scary. So if you're not sure if you've got it, if you think... But here's the thing. Even if you're late, just do one, right? Just do one. Even if you're late, you can just set up a poke, right? You're just like, you know what? I've got so much advantage. I can do any attack, and I don't have to hit him. But I can at least, you know, like I can set up stuff if I know how to set up. Okay? So here's the gist. The gist is the YOLO player, you just defend. You just need to figure out how to defend it. And almost always it's something that's going to lose on block or give you a huge advantage, right? So if somebody's just YOLOing, well, the main thing to answer was guard, because it is a rock, paper, scissors game. It's just that we're going to move forward to bait them, and then we're going to guard, right? We move over, and then we're going to guard, then we're going to poke back. We saw he did nothing, do this. Something to think about in your fights. Who is the faster player? You or your opponent? It's not a universal answer. But you want to think about this. You want to think which player has been sharper. And you want to be honest with it. If you have been the more sluggish player, then whenever things get weird, maybe you should defend a little more. But if you've been the sharper player, when things get awkward, maybe you should attack more. Maybe you should be the one to go ahead and initiate because they've been the one that's been sluggish.
Yeah.
So it's a really important thing when you're fighting beginners. When beginners fight beginners, this is a really important deal. Is kind of feeling that out, you know, and just go, oh, this person's been sharp or this person's been slow. I should, you know, maybe I should be the one to initiate. You know, because when things get awkward, it's scary to initiate when it's awkward.
Yeah, I usually assume the person in front of me is faster, and then I take it from there. It's like, oh, my ranks are faster.
Yeah.
Like,
I think your style shows that. I think your style shows that, and so that's totally fine. It's like if your default style is to be more defensive, it's okay to be defensive. But it does also mean that this is really awkward until you know what they do, right? Because suddenly there's this, right? And like, I've got like this too, right? This is like kind of scary. There you go, right? But then if you do that, you know, then like that, right? But you did really good. And then you can punish.
How do I punish on the up?
Yeah, necromancy. So that's where my tip is. Basically, if things get awkward, try to remember which player was sharper. And if you were the sharper player, you should attack or throw. But if they were sharper, you should let them attack or throw, and you just defend and try to win on defense. Yeah.
Round 2.
Yeah, but anything can happen when the awkward neutral is the most awkward situation in the Virtua Fighter. You're 100% correct. It's the most comfortable situation in a lot of fighting games. It's the most awkward situation in Virtua Fighter. It's who's gonna attack? You know?
Yeah, there's a lot of moments where I feel like it's just immense eye contact. We're just staring at each other. Are you gonna go or am I gonna go?
But this is an easy way. This crouch dash forward. You should practice this a lot. Honestly, you can use this in offense and defense. Yeah. Right? And this is like the thing where I'm like, look at this. You're not losing to this. Oh my god. You're not losing this, right? You're not losing. Like, just keep crouch dashing. You're not losing to that shit. You know? Look at this. Oh my god, what the heck? What the heck? I'm mashing. What's wrong with mashing? It's all highs. You know, right? As long as you crouch, like, you know. And okay, let's talk about the EX moves so that you know. Okay.
All right.
EX high. This is one of the most important ones. I'd have to change characters to show EX high, but EX high is a high attack. I can go out.
There we go.
Yeah. So EX high. Oh, okay, that's right. So EX high attack is. Well, we'll show it to you. We'll show it to you.
So I'm assuming based on changing the character that not everyone possesses such a move. I'm guessing.
Well, the EX high is just more that they have them in different spots. Almost everyone has one, but a lot of them are initiated in a string or. But I'm going to show you a powerful one to make the point more clear. So.
Out of curiosity, how do you switch characters within the?
So you press triangle, and unfortunately, it's a very counterintuitive menu. So you press triangle, and it pops this menu up, the room menu, and you see where it says player menu. Go to player menu. It's very counterintuitive. Very counterintuitive. So player menu, and then in player menu you go to active character setting. Very counterintuitive. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. It's not intuitive menu design.
It's no biggie. I mean,
yeah. Well, it's just like this is. It's as intuitive as using an Asus monitor because I also hate the Asus monitor menu designs. So, you know. Okay. So I'm going to show you this kick here, and I want you to crouch dash against it. Right? Sorry. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to low punch this. But what's happening? That low punch is flat out losing into this, right? Yeah.
Wow. So this is a high.
So here's what it is. It's EX high is it doesn't get crushed by crouching attacks. It doesn't even get crushed by things that just beat high by evasive properties. Basically, an EX high cannot be crushed. It can be counter hit, so if you hit me before my hit frames, that will hit. Right? Yeah, see? But the thing about EX high though is that it just cannot be crushed. Okay. Well, this move has a counter hit property that basically is like a launcher. Right? But you were able to hit me, interrupt me. You're able to interrupt me. You're able to. So this is counter hit. So you can counter hit me still. You're just not crushing me. If my attack's hit frames hit first, it's gonna win, right? So here's the technique: wait for that kick to go over your head, then hit me. Yeah. See? So what do we know? Crouch dash. Do the rapid crouch dash again. What's the problem with EX high? Well, just like a high, you can crouch under it. You just can't like cheese it with a crouching attack.
Yeah.
Okay? But what you can do is you can whiff punish it. Right? Perfect. Yeah. Right? You whiff punish it right there. You can duck it. So this EX high, so now I'm going to get into the applications. Why are EX highs cool? EX highs are pretty cool because if your opponent is mashing or hitting buttons, if your opponent likes to attack, EX high is really good. It's really good. And here's why. Why would it be better than a mid? Well, a mid technically is always better. Frame for frame, a mid is better. It's just flat out better. You can't crouch a mid, right? But to balance that, the designers typically designed the EX high to be a little faster than a similar mid attack.
Okay, faster startup.
So now they tend to be a faster startup attack that could totally mess somebody that's predictably hitting an attack.
Look how far it kicks.
So this thing is really scary in the neutral if the opponent is somebody that likes to attack. At a higher level, when we see somebody keep using this, we just move a lot. Why? Because we can just keep doing this, right? Here's another. This is like the noob destroyer. Okay, this move is the scrub killer to end all scrub killers. Because this is a hop attack, and it's also an EX high. So like this thing, and this thing is good against backdash. This move is so good because she's moving forward, right? And here's the other thing. When you plus, I want you to block it and then low punch me back, okay?
Can I crouch dash under it?
Yeah. Yeah, you can totally crouch dash under it, right? So it loses to crouch dash, right? This is losing to crouch dash as long as you don't hit the button, as long as you wait till it whiffs before you hit the button, right? So wait for it to whiff, then hit the button, right? But here, now let's show you the other thing that's scary about this move. And I'm telling you, this move, total scrub killer. This move destroys everybody at the beginner ranks.
I'm
Right?
assuming if someone's on the edge, fist and the X high can like knock them out.
If it
when they
hits,
block.
if it hits, yeah. If it hits, right?
But when they block, because I see the kickback is pretty strong.
Yeah. So now here's the thing. I want you to block and then low punch me back, okay?
Okay, block, launch.
This move is plus on block. Because this is plus on block.
I'm blocked, okay.
So the main answer, so what's the answer to this move?
Let's
Just
see.
duck it. Just crouch
Okay.
this. So EX high, just crouch it. Don't attack it. Yeah, just duck it and then punish it. Yeah. Duck it and then punish it. Right? So later on in Virtua Fighter, when you get stronger and stronger at this game, you are going to learn, oh, this person's using that kind of moveset. Now I'm literally just going to do stuff like this, where I'm going to crouch like a lot, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to evade, because this thing also loses to evade. So, but
It does not count. So if you're in the corner, you don't crouch, but you block, you're out. You're gonna
Yeah.
bring out.
yes, correct. So you don't so this is just one of those things where you just kind of learn to duck this particular move, you know? The problem is Eileen has a move that looks similar to it, but it's like a mid. So I'm like ducking sucks against that move. Later on you have to learn to evade it, like evade punishment. Yeah.
I want to ask, not to, like, this is kind of out of left field, but speaking of Eileen, her crouching pokes that always put you in static there, what is the counterplay to that?
Okay.
I'm confused.
So, okay, we'll cover that one. It's okay. We're gonna cover that later, but
Okay.
we're gonna get there really soon. So we just talked about EX high. EX high is the case where it's better than a high. Okay, meaning it's better than the alternative. So EX highs are better than highs.
So
They're
I'm gonna
worse
ask
than
a
mids, but they're better than high. But the EX
So I'm gonna
mid
ask
and
a
the EX
question.
lows are worse. Okay, so we'll talk about them. EX mid. Normally when you crouch against a mid attack, you're going to get hit. And it's going to do damage. And sometimes the frame advantage might be a little different than the normal hit too. So there's a crouch hit. Crouch hit is the thing. Okay. EX mid can still crouch hit, but it does 0 damage against crouch.
0 damage.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about EX mids too much. Just understand that they're a type of attack that, like, they can force somebody into standing. They might have some utility, but if you're playing in the move list, just know that you don't have to worry about it, except that if they actually crouched, if you use the EX mid to beat somebody that's crouching, it just doesn't... It gives you just a little bit of value, not as much as you'd like. Because the mid, like crouch right now, and I hit you, and it did damage, and I hit you, and it did damage, and I might get this guaranteed, and it did damage, right? Well, if this forward punch was EX mid, maybe I get the second kick, but I only get the damage for that second kick, but not the first punch if you were crouching. So suddenly it's got a mitigation strategy, you know? So EX mids, don't worry too much about it. Just know that that's what's happening, is they're just not doing damage against a crouching opponent. That
So
it's not
before we
worth
get-
it's not worth overthinking EX mids, except that Sarah, it's not a bad idea that after she elbows to crouch, it's not a bad idea against her, because her knee is a. It just so there's it's a little too in the weeds. At a beginner, as an intermediate, it's not worth thinking about EX mids. Just know what it is, but you don't need to worry about them. That's something you worry about much later to optimize your situation analysis. So let's talk about EX lows. Low punch is the
Before
first
we do
EX
that,
low.
I want to ask a question. It's a bit of a scurvy question, but now that I've seen the utility of EX high, why don't people spam it more than normal high? Is it
Actually,
just
they do.
because of-
At intermediate level, they do. Because remember how I told you that Superman punch is a scrub killer?
Yep.
And why is it a scrub killer? Because it defeats buttons. Because it's plus on block. Because you don't know how to defeat it. I showed you how to defeat it, so it feels easy now.
Yep.
But if you're a beginner and you are mashing, like just try mashing 2P. Just keep mashing it. Mash low punch. Keep mashing low punch. Right?
Yep.
Right? And this thing leads to huge combos.
Yep.
Right? So like, this thing totally destroys low punch. Right? Totally destroys low punch, and it crushes from far away. Mash low punch from that far away, right? Right. This is why it's a scrub killer, right? And on top of that, I told you EX highs are good when people throw buttons around, right? In the neutral, EX high is scary, right? EX high is scary because in the neutral, if they happen to hit a button late, like let's say we're doing a Tekken war, right? And this is a real thing at high level VF. We're moving around like this, but like let's say you fight somebody who likes to do buttons. And it's like, I'm just gonna crouch dash and I'm gonna do uppercut. I'm gonna crouch dash, do this. So I just stick like this move out, and it's likely to hit. It's likely to count it. And they can't crush it. They can try even doing moves that normally slip under a high. Doesn't work against EX high. EX high, it's not just a low killer. It's not just a low attack killer. It's not just a crouch attack killer. It is a high crush killer too. There are attacks that will crush high attacks. Like Kage has, we'll call it the bitch slap. 3P, right? He's got the bitch slap. Yeah, she's got an auto parry, by the way. She doesn't press anything, she can do auto parry. So, with punches. So anyways, Kage has this move, 3PP. It's a bitch slap move. It slides under a high attack and he hits. EX high will beat that. It cannot be crushed. But
Out of curiosity, does Jackie also have an auto parry?
yes, Jackie has one too.
That explains a lot, yeah.
That explains like when you're in training mode why you couldn't punch him. Sometimes you know. So EX high is really strong because of its speed, because of the benefits that the move might have built in, like this one crumples on counter hit, you know?
Yep.
So EX highs are very good. But what stops them? So EX high is good when your opponent attacks. If your opponent is not attacking, EX high is kind of bad. So the first rule of Virtua Fighter at all levels of play, you must fight what your opponent does. You must fight the opponent that's in front of you. Just because you learned how to spar against the best players in the world, that's just sparring with the best players in the world. If you fight the same way against a beginner, you might get blown up.
Yeah.
Because you need to go back to the functional rock, paper, scissors of the game and win based on what they're doing. The reason it might have felt like, oh, well, when I fought the strong player, it was like the real VF. And these scrubs, that's not the real VF. The real VF is harsher than that. The difference is, when a high-level player plays, they're trying to limit the decision space. They're trying to cut down on the options and then win on stronger guessing. Right? So how do you get better at guessing? Well, you limit what your opponent can do. And when you limit what your opponent can do, it's easier to track, it's easier to read. So that's why it can feel easier to spar against the strong players. Because you kind of have learned how to do a big damage, when to go all in, and what the flow is. And you're not seeing what they're not doing. But then you fight some beginner, and they start doing this out of nowhere, and you're like, what the hell is that? And you try to box this? You can't box this. This is where you have to go back to that anti-YOLO strategy. How do I defend it? Then how do I use the benefits, the advantage I gained from defending it? And sometimes, like this one, you might not be able to block this one, so you just learn to duck it. And you're like, there you go, right? So you go back to the fundamentals. You go back to that rock, paper, scissor, but you're like, the key here is that they're doing an attack. There's definitely a way to defend this. And with that defense, that will definitely give me what I need to really punish him for not doing anything that is less predictable. Right? So again, hey Worldwide, so good to see you. Sorry I wasn't available earlier, but I was happened to be available for our good friend here, who's using their friend's account, Dylan. So you know. But anyways,
the account is mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, awesome. So that said, So this is what's important to understand. So because I have seen it. I've seen people that fought elite players, and suddenly they start yelling at all of the other players that are not the elite players and saying you're playing wrong, and they're saying it because they're losing to these non-elite players, right?
Yeah.
And it's because they're shadow boxing the elite player. They got comfortable with that limited decision space. But you know what? The one who dictated the pace wasn't them. It was the elite player, right?
Yeah.
So they don't know how to create it themselves. And when they don't know how to create it, it's hard to follow that, right? And now this YOLO player is dictating the pace and totally messing with them, and they don't know they're doing it. So this makes that intermediate player all the more angry, or even advanced player all the more angry, because they're like, well, this is not the real VF. It's like, no, the real VF is here. You got to fight the opponent that's in front of you, and you got to fight the way you got to fight based on how they're fighting, or you got to outplay in a way that matches the way they're playing. So if you're not going to interact with them, that's fine, but you have to have the correct strategy for whatever they're doing. So
yeah, I feel like that kind of sets it apart from some of the other games I've been playing recently, because in some of the other games I feel like I'm playing against the character more than I am against the player. But here it feels like you really are playing against the other person, and the characters are a way to express yourselves, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, totally right. Okay, so Talu talked about this Vanessa, and when Vanessa falls, she can go, and she falls in a certain position, like on her back with her feet towards the opponent.
I always eat those moves.
She can go into intercept position. So let's talk about that. I'll give you the shortcut answer. We're not going to go too much into it. The shortcut answer is this: once she tags you, when she's in that position, if she hits you, you're stuck in a guessing game. So you could, and I'm going to tell you that half the answer, a really strong answer, is to evade to her front. So you want to evade in the direction of, this is going to be another concept for you. Have you understood front and back? Do you understand the front and back? Probably not. So
up, back, down, forward, right?
Okay, no, this is separate. We're not talking about the side throws now, okay? Totally separate topic. We're going to be talking about which way you evade. Okay? And this is tough because in Virtua Fighter, it's not always up or it's not always down against the opponent's character. In Tekken, we do right and left. Tekken does right and left. And in Tekken, everybody fights like a right-handed player. Virtua Fighter, that's not true. Virtua Fighter is, let's see. So in Virtua Fighter, which leg of Vanessa's is in the front? Her left leg or her right leg?
I think Sarah's similar.
So right now, every character. So right now, answer the question, Vanessa, which of her legs is front right now?
Left.
Okay, and this is what in boxing, this is an orthodox stance.
Okay.
Left foot forward, right foot back, left hand forward, basic jab. Okay? Basic jab into this, right? So, here's the thing. Which foot's forward now?
Now it's a southpaw stance.
Correct. Right? In Virtua Fighter, nobody's orthodox or southpaw. They're all switch hitters.
Okay.
They are neither left-handed or right-handed. Tekken uses a right-handed logic. Virtua Fighter, everybody can switch stance. And
How
the
do
thing
I switch stance?
It depends on the attack. You have to find the attack that'll do it. So, yeah, I don't know what they are with Pi. I'm only just staring at her leg. So here's the thing. So you see how her front leg is attached to her butt?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I think it's back.
Okay. So now we're gonna get to the actual thing you need to focus on. I just wanted to make it clear. In Virtua Fighter, stance is changed. Everybody, it really matters. Everybody changes stance. Okay?
Okay.
So here's the thing. I haven't taught you evade yet, so this is a bit early. But anyways, the reason I got into this, we'll get into it, but the reason I got into this was that with Vanessa, when she's on the ground, evading to her front is good. So right now, if you're looking at Vanessa, her front, her stomach, which direction, up or down? Up or down, okay? Which direction is Vanessa's stomach facing? Up or down?
Now she's down, so it's the defensive stance, I'm assuming.
No. Her stomach. Her belly button. Which direction are her boobs? Are they in the up direction?
Okay.
Or are they in the down direction?
Yeah,
If we tap up, this is up. If we tap down, this is down.
Yep.
Where is Vanessa's boobs pointing?
Downwards.
No, they're pointing up. Okay, how about her butt? Her backside is to us right now. Her backside is now to up direction. So I'm going to call it out, okay? We're looking at her backside, okay?
Okay.
Right now her backside is facing in the down direction. If you wanted to evade to her backside, you have to evade down. Now, it's facing in the up direction. If you want to evade to her backside, you have to evade up.
Is that with every character in the game, or is every character
Yes.
different?
So, when you deal with a half circular attack, when you want to know which direction you have to evade, so here's the thing. I want you to low punch, and I'm going to block it.
Okay.
All right, and then I'm going to do this.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, let's make it easier. I want you to do the side kick, or do the launcher. Do the 3-3-P plus K. Okay? 3-3-P plus K. I'm going to block it. So I'm going to block it. Okay? And then I'm going to attack. So what I want you to do is once I block it, the moment I block it, I want you to tap down. Okay?
Okay.
That is a successful evade. You were -8, -6, 7, or 8, but you were minus a lot. Okay?
Yeah.
So, it's really good to use evades when you're really minus. Or it's easier. Let's say good. It's easier to do evades because the first rule of evade is that your opponent, when you start your evade, it can only be successful if your opponent was already attacking.
Time's up.
If you evade before your opponent attacks, it will fail automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I want you to we're going to go over this then right now. Okay? We're
Yeah.
going to go over this because it's really important. And this is why a lot of people get confused about the evasion system, but they think it looks so cool. Once they understand it, it's a lot easier. But
It's kind of similar to Dead or Alive, right?
no,
In the sense
it's
that
nothing like the
time
other
the-
games. It is nothing like the other game sidesteps. So we're just going to erase all the other games sidestepping. It's closer to a third strike parry than anything, and it's not the same either. But it's closer to that.
You
So-
have to time the evade. Like, you have to time it with the attack, essentially.
You don't have... I mean, you can. Let's talk about how you do this, though. Why is it so
Okay.
consistent? Okay. So let's get to why I'm trying to give the advice I'm giving. So first of all, we know that jab is a plus on block, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to do a jab. Okay. Now I want you to do a jab and then do an evade, okay? You got hit. Try it again. You got hit. Is this evade working? Can you call this a successful evade?
No.
No. Why? Because you're getting hit.
Well, yep.
So this is what you call a failed evade. This is a failed evade. Okay? And the reason it's failing is because you're +2. When I said that the rule is that your opponent has to already be attacking when you evade,
Go.
and you're evading at +2, that's impossible.
Yeah.
You are literally evading 2 frames before I can even attack. So then, do the side kick, 3K.
3. Wait.
Or do your launcher again. Do the launcher into evade. And then do evade. Much
Yeah.
easier. Why is it much easier? The chance of me attacking in those... I am acting... Like, let's say I don't know the frames. I'm just guessing right now. But like, I am attacking either 6 to 8 frames before you can even possibly do anything. So by the time that you do your evade, your character, you buffered the evade. So then your character recovered. And it recovered 6 to 7 frames after, 6, 7, or 8 frames after me. Right? So because of that, the chance of me, if I was going to attack, the chance of me attacking in that all that time was significantly higher. It's a lot easier to evade when you're that much minus because your opponent is acting that much that much earlier than you. So now, when you buffer the evade after this, it's just a much higher chance from when you're minus like a lot, then it's easier to evade. So for beginners, we don't tell you to time evades. We like this, you're gonna get yourself killed.
Yeah.
Right? Because what happened here? Do your launcher, right? I'm gonna jab and I'm gonna evade. So I want you to block this and then do 3K plus G. I want you to do, or kick, standing kick, okay?
Okay.
Look at that. I'm gonna get comboed.
Yeah.
Right? That's a failed evade. So, if you evade before your opponent attacks, it fails automatically. There are ways to mitigate it, but we're not talking about that today, right? We're just talking about how does evade work. Well, the first condition...
I'm assuming at high level you guys don't ever evade in neutral.
No,
Like,
we
you
actually
only
do. No, we evade. We evade, but I don't want to get into it today because that's going to affect your decision making in a way that makes you a worse fighter.
Makes sense.
It's
yeah,
not.
makes sense.
You're not ready for that, right? I mean, when you see me, I'll just say, when you see me cancel my evade with dashes, yeah. But should a beginner do this? No. They should learn how to use evades first, right? So what I will say is at the beginning, let's understand evade before we worry about that. But yes, so here's the thing now. Evade. Okay, so now I want you to do the 3-3 P plus K and then evade, okay? This time I want you... So remember how I said front and back? So before we start this, which direction...
Just looking at us, so the butt is up.
Yeah, so if I say evade to Vanessa's back, I'm going to do a move that you have to evade to her back, okay?
Okay.
Time's up.
Good. We'll do this again, okay.
Round 2.
Here we go.
Ready, go.
So usually
Yep.
evade okay, depending on who you're playing against.
Depending on the move you want to evade.
So I'm assuming there are moves that go, like, every character has a move that goes both directions?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yep. This one is one of those, right? This one punishes you for evading to the back. This one, like, you have to evade to the front.
Ooh.
Okay? Now, it does get better, but I'm just telling you how the evades work before anything.
Yeah.
Okay? Look what happens.
Ooh, and that other one
This
has
is the scarier move. This is a scary move, right?
Yeah.
So this one you gotta evade to her back.
Yep.
Time's up.
But then here's the thing. Let's keep doing this, right? And I'll show you the other answer.
Round 3. Ready, go.
Throw, beats, evade. You do it right away. You can't delay it though. You gotta do it right away. But it will beat evade. Right? See? Throwing beats evade. So let's go this again. Very good. That's the consequence for evading to her back when she does this move. This is one of her scary mix-ups. If someone likes to evade or mash, this is a very scary mix-up. But if they just simply defend or like crouch guard, it doesn't do anything. This mix-up is loses to crouch guard, you know.
Wow.
So, but it's one of those mix-ups where if you get the opponent if the opponent only wants to sidestep, this mix-up is pretty powerful.
I feel like you could make a seminar on each character. That
So,
takes like 4 hours, explaining the.
Talu asks a wonderful question. When you say throwing beats evade, does that mean you can't evade, then immediately hold punch back to break throw? No, you can, and you should. So you can still throwing beats. So throwing will win, but they will escape it and lower the damage, and then you keep fighting. So yes, they can escape a throw. They can do evade, throw, escape. It's very strong. And in fact, at the beginner level, that's what you should do when you're forced into a deep mix-up situation. You should either do guard, throw, escape, or evade, throw, escape. And then if you're that certain that they're going to try to throw you, that's when you attack. So in Virtua Fighter, you want to condition people to... Basically, you want to condition people into the thing they don't want to do. You fight a masher, you kind of want to condition them into guarding, and then you can throw them. You fight a turtle, you want to keep throwing him until they finally start mashing, and then you punish the mashing. That is the core of VF.
spot of discomfort, their weakness.
Yeah. So basically, you counter their comfort zone, and then and then when you start being able to predict when they're going to be uncomfortable is where you also strike, and you kind of feel that out. So this is my theory on Yomi, which is the bias. What is it that your opponent likes to do? The pivot. What is their threshold? Like, how much do you have to counter that for them to change their mind, to change what they do?
Yeah.
And then the override. In this game, we've got ring outs, we've got wall combos, we've got timeout. So sometimes there are plays where the objective is a little different than the damage objective. And like it's like a win condition, like ring out. Do they do the throw that's going to ring me out? If yes, then I'm going to defend against that throw whenever like I'm in that situation. When my life is low, do they change the mix-up of do they start doing neutral throw? Are they the type of person who always mixes between forward and back throw because they're stronger? But the moment that my life bar is low enough to lose to a neutral throw, are they going to start mixing in the neutral throw? Because that beats a lot of people that just do forward or back throw. But it's like now all three throws could win the round. That's what I call an override. And you just kind of measure, you're like, oh yeah, he does that override. Okay, so then I'm going to do neutral throw, when my life is low. So it's these little things you can track, but the overrides are more like, oh boy, this is how you win outright. Are they going to do the thing that wins outright? That's the override. But again, bias. What is it that they like to do or want to do or are trying to do? Pivot. How long do I counter this before they kind of change their mind or try to do something else? And then overrides. Are they going for things that should secure the win better? Are they doing the higher damage, like the more damaging play? Because of the situation, are they doing those factors? Because I need to track those, even when I'm looking at the other stuff. So here's the funny thing: don't hit anything. It's going to choose a winner regardless. I think it picks player one, but let's see. Yeah, it picked player one, right? So it's like there are no draws in Virtua Fighter. So
that is a 90s game design decision.
Yeah, this is 90s. It's the arcades. They're like, and it's Japan, so they picked player one of all things instead of just literally throw like a coin in the middle of the screen and say we're gonna randomly pick one. I believe it's player one.
Like have judges or something like that, which was kind of like a DOS mechanic.
That was cool. Yeah, that would be cool actually. Have a judge come in there and put the flag up. Yeah, it's a great question, Talu. So my answer on Vanessa, evade to her front, and then other than that, you're guarding. But generally, if you evade to her front, you can do something right away. If you're not stuck in that vortex, though, get away. You can hop away, you can backdash, and just let her whiff, and then punish her for when she whiffs. That's
so
my
front. You mean the side that she's facing?
Yeah.
So like go down.
So sorry, this is a separate advice. So Talu was asking about Vanessa's weird stance. So I want you to launch me. Just hit me with kick. This is what they're talking about. They're like, what do I do when she's doing this stupid stance? And I'm like, you evade to her front, and then you hit her with the launcher. But the problem is you gotta do like 3K plus 2. You gotta figure out what that launcher is in lab. Right? So go ahead and launch her. Kick. Right? So
how do I... Ooh.
She is very scary in this stance. So, first advice, I want you, when you see her go into the stance, I want you to just hop away. So let's practice hopping away for you. Press 7 and guard. There you go. Okay? So launch me. You see her do this. Get away and wait for her to whiff and then hit her. And you can do forward kick or something, but yeah, this is really annoying. You can 1KK this. Yeah.
Oh, you can block that?
You can block it. You just can't low block it. You gotta high block it. It's a mid.
Oh, that's a mid?
Yeah, and then she's got to throw from it. So this is the vortex, because this is also scrub killer, right? So, but she can do stuff like that too. Go ahead. What the heck? I think I gotta hold it. Go ahead. Yeah. So she's got different stuff that she can do. It's a very annoying stance. So, but very good. So we learned about evading. We knew that basically here's the rules for evades. For a successful evade, for evade to be successful, they have to be in their execution frames. They have to be in startup frames of an attack. If they're not in startup frames, it's not going to work. Okay, it's going to fail automatically. After that,
Time's up.
it's got to be something evadable. So if it's a full circular attack, you can't evade that, right? Basically, the last two rules are redundant. So the second rule is just basically it's got to be evadable. This is not, right? And so if you tried to evade this, you're gonna get hit, right? Evade late anyways. But remember that evade input is down neutral or up neutral. It's not down, it's not down down, it's down in the neutral or up in the neutral.
Yeah.
So see. So so this is a full circuit, you can't. If it is evadable, then you've got to evade in the correct direction. Now there are moves that can be evaded front or back. That's linear, right? And then there's half circulars, which we covered. This is a half circular. This is a half circular. If you get hit during the evade from a half circular, it will be a counter hit. And that is scary. Okay.
Mission accomplished.
So yeah, there is more deeper rules, but that's the gist. And do you have other questions about evade? I did tell you that basically you can cancel. Okay, so more rules. So successful evade it's basically a 23 frames of invincibility, and then they're most likely in a side turn position after it. And in side turn, all I should tell you is that in side turn, we already talked. What do you think? What was the weak? So now that you know about the side throw rules, and I'm just going to tell you, there's only that side throw. So because of that, what happened to the throw mix-up game if I put you in side turn? There is no side throw. Like, there isn't really a mix-up game on throw. Because there's just one side throw escape.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like up, forward, down, back. Was it?
Up, back, down, forward. But just remember that, yeah, but you can look at your character, and if it was, basically it's her right side, right? But the problem is that if it turns into something else, but this is wacky. This is, that was a neutral throw. This sucks. Yeah, this is not working. This is something with Vanessa's offensive move. But anyways, it's separate. So what it is you're not actually in side turn when I did that. So that's kind of funny. Anyhow,
okay. That was neutral.
So, yeah, so that was ended up neutral throw. So anyhow, the thing is that it's the throw game gets dumbed down. It's not a bad option. It's still a fine option. But here's what you do need to know about. When you successfully evade somebody, they're gonna be put in a state called side turn. If you attack soon enough, your attacks have better frame stats than normal when you attack somebody in side turn. That's all you need to know for now. So there are guessing games there, but master the normal guessing game first. But I'm just gonna say that it becomes a more attack-based mix-up, and it becomes like you're put in a situation that's like even more disadvantaged than before when you're in side turn. That's all. So side turn, putting your opponent side turn is good, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
So let's go back. We just covered evade. I did tell you that evade loses to throw because evade falls in the defense category. Throw beats defense, right? You already kind of know that half circulars can beat an evade attempt, and you also know that full circulars can as well. So that's kind of mostly what you need to know. Throws, half circulars, circulars are kind of how you beat it. There is another trick too, though. You know how we talked about the jab? This one? This thing, almost always, when they evade this, unless they evade it's very, like the very first couple frames of this move, almost always they're going to be at a disadvantage if they evade this. And so you can kind of, let's go ahead and do, yeah, let's show this in action here.
Okay.
So let's show this in action. First, you're going to do launcher, and you're going to evade, okay? And not only that, you're going to launcher, you're going to evade, and you're going to do PK.
3-3 PK.
Yeah, so 3-3 P plus K. Then you're going to evade, and then when you evade, I want you to just do punch and then kick. Punch and then kick. PK combo. Okay?
Punch and kick or punch
No,
plus
just
kick?
just punch and then kick.
Okay.
Punch.
So-
Okay, so try P. We call this PK. We didn't call it P plus K. We called it PK. So PK. Do a punch,
Okay.
then the kick. It's a string. Nope.
Wait.
Punch followed by kick. Yes, that. This is a very good move, by the way. This is
Okay.
the normal guard punish in Virtua Fighter by default for every character is to do punch kick. Punch, then kick. So when we say PK, and we didn't say P plus K, we said PK, we're talking about this. Okay? So why are we talking about this? Okay. So now,
So,
I want
How
you to
do
do
you
that
deal with
launcher and
auto
evade.
how do you deal with her auto parry?
Just throw her. If someone's doing this, you can do a lot of other things. You can do your launcher. Her auto parry only deals with punches. It only does like
Oh.
fist punch. It doesn't do much. Like almost everything else you do will beat it. So don't worry about it. You can elbow. It's just gonna deal with your jab, but trust me, you don't worry too much about it yet.
I'm just trying to memorize the animation.
Yeah. So, okay, you're gonna do the launcher, and then you're gonna evade, and then you're gonna do PK. Yes, exactly like that. All right. Right.
Oh,
Good.
okay.
So now, okay, go ahead and keep doing it. Well, you can do that, but I want you to PK. It's because you're doing it early, but and just PK after the evade. Right? It was all guaranteed, right? Okay. It's all guaranteed. So now here's the thing.
Time's up.
Did that just beat it?
You're at a disadvantage because you're evading this jab. You're now at a disadvantage. I have the advantage.
Oh.
This is one of the cool things about the jab is that it can mess with somebody that's just evading too much. So that 1-2, this 1-2, it works against people that are also evading. So try the same thing. Do launcher
if I
and evade.
We both do punch. You're gonna beat me.
Because you're at a disadvantage. Because I'm gonna strike before you.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah. Now it doesn't always work this way. Okay?
Mhm.
Because, for example, like let's say I do this and you evade. Okay, so guard it and then evade, and then PK. Okay.
Okay. Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
You just got to be a little quicker. You got to buffer it a bit faster. But basically, if you evade early the jab, then I'm at a disadvantage. But almost for sure, especially after blocking this, like you do launcher, you're like -8, we'll say, and then I evade that, then I can just totally mess that up. Go ahead and try again.
Oh.
Right?
Mm.
So for this single jab is a pretty good way to deal with someone that's sidestepping too much. But honestly, throw would have won and done more damage, right?
Mm.
Look at how much damage that is, right?
Yeah.
Right. So throws.
Does everyone do that much damage with their grabs?
What's that?
Does everyone do that much damage with their throws?
Time's up.
They, on average, they do high damage, and if they learn how to fully utilize their throws, yeah. In this game, throws are really significant. They're fundamental.
Yeah.
They're as fundamental as the attacks, and you have to treat it that way. To narrow the decision-making space, to simplify it, there's a very simple way to approach this, and it's just basic rock paper scissors actually. Okay. But it does means you got to learn the game quite a bit, and then you apply it. And the deeper your understanding of the game, the deeper you apply this. Okay. When you're at a disadvantage, that means like your opponent hit you, or they blocked your good attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you whiffed, then you're at disadvantage, right? So when you're at a disadvantage, should they defend? No. When they have the advantage, should they just defend? In
No,
theory,
they
no. No, right? But what are the other two options in the rock, paper, scissors?
Like if I have the let's say
Let's go back to the rock, paper, scissors. What are the rock, paper, scissors?
rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, paper beats rock.
Yeah, but in Virtua Fighter, what are the rock, paper, scissors?
Okay, punching, grabbing, and blocking.
Yeah,
Like
so
hitting.
attack, defend, throw, right?
Yeah.
So so we don't need to worry about defend.
Round 2.
If they put us at a if we're in a disadvantage, we're the one in trouble. If we're in trouble, what we should just be thinking about, are they going to attack me or are they going to throw me?
Mhm.
If you can think of it in that term.
The throw, we could just punch.
Yeah, and if you can think of it in that terms, I'm at a disadvantage. Their attacks are better than mine. They're going to attack me. What should I do? I should defend. But now, let's change that. I'm at a disadvantage. I'm in trouble. And I'm asking, are they going to attack or throw? And I have a strong feeling they're going to throw. What should I do? And in this case, that's when I should actually attack. Now, I could do a guard throw escape because I'm not sure. So if I'm not sure, I don't really know, so I'll just do guard throw escape. It's really strong. It's mitigate. It's safer. But when I start predicting their behavior, when I'm like, this person, they just keep jabbing and throwing me. They keep jabbing and throwing me. Well, the threat of the throw, look at how much damage this throw is, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you want to do something proportional. So how would you do something proportional, right? Well, ducking is one. But actually, the real answer is attack, okay? Because, yeah. But the thing is, that's a small attack, right? So let's do something that equals that damage. And that's where, if you know they're going to do it, that's where you do your launcher. But you can't be the counter hit launcher now, because you're not going to counter hit that throw. It's too fast. What you are going to do...
Can you counter hit throws in general, or is that not part of the...
Well, put it this way. Okay, so throws are 10 frames.
Oh, yeah.
And your fastest frame is 11 frames. Your fastest attack is 11 frames.
Okay.
Okay? So just simply by that logic, then, you can't counter hit the throw in this situation, really. You're the one at disadvantage. But here's the thing about that. Let's say they're at +9. Okay, this is where we're gonna make a very clear distinction about Virtua Fighter's logic here. Okay, Virtua Fighter says attack beats throw. Let's talk about what that means. If you're -10, if I'm +10 and I throw you, that throw's guaranteed. There's no way to attack that throw, but you can escape it. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Okay, because that is secured by the 10 frames. But here's Virtua Fighter's logic though. If I am +9 and I've got this 10 frame throw and I do that 10 frame throw on +9 and you hit an attack and you attack, your attack will win. That's not the logic of Street Fighter or Tekken. There are grace periods. You need to have a certain advantage to throw somebody. And there are other conditions too. That's not Virtua Fighter's case. No, attack. They're just attack flat out beats throw. Even if you're -9, if you did a launcher, so something that combos on normal hit, that's how you really punish the throw. Now, should you do that? When you're comfortable with that technique and when you're that certain they're going to throw. What if I'm not sure if they're going to throw? Well, guard throw escape is really good when you're not certain. It's really, really good. Right? It's really, really good. It's covered because you're not sure if they're going to attack.
Guard throw escape is what you taught me in the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah.
So guard throw escape is what you do when you're not sure. Then when you get sure, the more we fight, the more you're like, oh, they're going to throw right now. I know it. I should have launched there. That's when you throw. That's when you launch people in Virtua Fighter. When you know they're going to throw. And you do it based on how certain you are of that. The less certain you are, the more likely you should just do guard. If you're here's the other thing. This is counterintuitive. I just taught you evade. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I want you to guard. Or do the launcher, and then I'm going to do this thing again.
Okay. Oh, before I forget, so when you double, single tap is basically evade. If I double tap, does the beginning, considering the beginning animation looks like an evade, does that beginning animation
it's a failed evade, and it didn't do much, but it can muck up your inputting. The evade is just up in neutral or down in neutral. The extra down was not as necessary, and it might have gotten in the way of what you actually want to do when you recover.
Oh, okay, that's good to know, because I always try to double tap.
Yeah, that's a habit from Namco fighters, right? So
Yes, and also Dead or Alive, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. right. So again, we're gonna make it very clear again. Sidesteps in this game is nothing like the other 3D fighters.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is a fake evade. It doesn't look fake, but when you hear the audio, it's not. They're not making that sound when they get a successful evade, and you're not invincible. You're very vulnerable. Okay. So here's the thing. When people do like basic stuff, medium stuff, it's always good to guard. Guard is always good against attack. Blocking and attack almost always good, right? I mean, except for this, right? Because this is like the plus on block, right? But here's the thing: VF doesn't have much plus on block. Is there a bigger reward on defense against attacks? Well, yes. The bigger the attack, then yes, you can get a mix-up when you block it, and maybe you get guaranteed damage, so you got block punish. But that's actually not the biggest answer to like launchers. The biggest answer to launchers is actually evade. The bigger the attack your opponent does, if it can be evaded, the bigger the attack, then the more vulnerable it is to evade. So like I could evade and do a launcher against you, and now your risk of doing that launcher has gotten much worse, much higher risk, right? So when you get good at evades are how you hard punish the attack option, but you need to but you want to be more certain. You want to kind of know, oh, it's going to be this attack for sure. It's going to be this attack. Oh, they're playing Jeffrey and they do the knee launcher. I'm going to evade and I'm going to punish it. It's bigger than the block punish, actually. But evade is riskier. Why is evade riskier? Well, if they delay attack, I get hit. If they do half circular, I might get hit. If they do full circular, I probably get hit. If they throw me, I lose to the throw, right?
Yeah.
So it's a deeper read. It's the more certain you are of what they're gonna do, the bigger you have many options. So the key with Virtua Fighter is that you have many different ways to defend. You have many different ways to attack for different reasons, and you have many different ways. You got different throws, but you also have a lot of different options later. Eventually, you start learning all the different options. You have reasons to it. This is a game where you have reason to attack when you're at disadvantage. You don't have that much in a lot of other games. In a lot of other games, like, you really just shouldn't attack, right? You gotta wait your turn. But in Virtua Fighter, in my view, there's no turns in Virtua Fighter. It's always your turn in Virtua Fighter.
Yeah.
You have to make a decision on defense, you have to make a decision on offense, and you have to make another decision after that decision on defense, and after that decision on offense.
It's like Trent said in the video, everyone is Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, so like everyone's Yoshimitsu. So
Everyone's king, yeah.
So basically a lot of times we start with boxing. But the boxing is not foolproof. So I'll tell you some weaknesses of boxing, okay? Well, it's not the weakness of boxing, because boxing is still good. Boxing is jabs, low jabs, elbows, throws, and defense. And defense is going to include movement. So crouch dashing forward, still defense, okay? Okay, so when I'm doing this, what would you say my range is? It's very low range. Right? Am I doing long range stuff? Am I doing long range stuff? No. Right? The boxing is low range. But doesn't mean it's always low range. It's just that the thing is that my attacks are low range. If I'm sucked into the boxing. So one of the ways to outbox, it's a literal term from boxing, is you can use a backdash into a launcher, you know. If somebody's doing that, you could do a backdash into the launcher. You could crush the options too, right? If I'm doing high punch, then you just low punch this, right? You could low punch this. This is still mashing, right? Okay, but then it's low punch, so this is a little harder. So this one, you just kind of wait for it to whiff and you attack, yeah. And you try to time it so that you're going to whiff punish this thing. Yep, and that was huge, right?
Yep.
Right? So then I got to do this, right? But what did we say was the answer for this? Yep, just guard and counterattack. Just use your defense. Don't forget you have defense. Use it.
Yeah.
Your defense gives you advantage.
So jabs beat mids, or are faster to mids, is
Yeah.
my understanding. Or
They are, yeah. But here's the thing. When you have it, so remember the keywords. When you have advantage, then using a mid is good.
when you do the mids, her mid, how much am I minus on at that moment?
When I hit you, this one actually is probably only +0 to be honest. But I'm not doing this to wail on you. I'm doing this to stop you from hitting a button. I'm doing this to stop you from attacking.
Mm.
And then I force a guessing game after it, right?
Mm.
So, and it depends on how it plays out. So
Yeah.
there is stuff to do. Like this is actually the fundamental. Actually, I'll show you the fundamental thing here. I'll show you fuzzy guarding right now. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is going a step ahead because I think you're not there yet. What is your question?
This game is infinite in terms of the tech and honestly,
Yes.
I'm loving that. I love that.
Yeah.
It's basically like an investment that just gets deeper and deeper with time.
Kinda. I mean, it's intimidating at first. That's why we start with the boxing, but you'll want to learn how to do a win condition. The hard part about playing Pi is she's much more of a scrapper.
Yeah.
And so that easy win condition, it's there, but it's not. It's a little harder, just a little.
Mm.
But she is strong, and she's strong in this game. So you should go ahead and keep playing her, because she is strong in this game. But especially in this patch. But the thing is you're gonna want to learn how to do win conditions. But first, I'm trying to show you how to stabilize the match. So how do we stabilize the match? First way do we stabilize the match? When we have advantage.
Get the opponent to do what they don't want to do. Get them out of their.
No, that's the theory of reading. Let's talk about chaos. I don't know what they're gonna do. Let's talk about managing chaos right now. Okay? That was because we were talking about Yomi earlier. Yomi is when you read your opponent. You're not always gonna read your opponent. So let's talk about how we make the match stable. And you're actually pretty good at this already. So you might take it for granted. So how we make the match stable? When we have advantage, we stick a mid out. We stick a fast mid, right? And why do we do this? Because it's just likely to win if we have advantage. So when do we have advantage? Well, if you attack me and I block, even low punch. Go ahead and low punch, right? And then I do this right away. This should be okay, right? So mash low punch against me, right? Right? Try it again, right? So so the thing is we got the advantage and we went like this, right? So we got the advantage and we stuck a mid out there. And if you happen to hit a button when you were at a disadvantage, you got out hit. Because my attacks are better than yours when I have advantage. How much better? It depends on the advantage. But I can tell you, if you block a low punch, if I block your low punch, I'm +5. Okay? That's a lot. But it's hard because you have to react so fast. So beginners have trouble with that one. So I don't teach that to the beginners as much. I just let them know that that's there. It's like, as a beginner, you want to start with low punch. But if you're feeling confident, you start doing elbow back. You start doing forward and punch back, right? So if I low punch, you should block it and then do 6B, right? This is your goal, right? Yeah, that way, right? That's your goal. You start with that. Any strong player is going to check if the opponent's capable of doing this in the match. And you notice you have to do this pretty fast. It's not easy to do this when you're mentally stacked and there's chaos. So again, how are we going to make this less chaotic? Well, one, we're going to use fast attacks if they're playing that way, unless they're playing YOLO. If they're playing YOLO, we'll just approach and guard, right? And then we'll use the advantage there. But when we're dealing with a lot of chaos here, we're going to use our safe pokes. We're going to use high jab and low punch when we're really not sure, but we think that they're going to attack. But the thing is, if we get advantage, we're going to start sticking in fast mids. Why? Because fast mids are just going to beat almost every attack they do, right? Now the thing is, you're flowing, so this is not an example of that. But let's say I was attacking, so I'm just going to spam attack. So I want you to deal with this. Very good, right? But there's a better answer. Yeah, that.
Let's see.
So block the low punch and then do something good.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, I'm doing 4 of 2.
You gotta be fast on it. Yeah.
Ready, go!
There you go. Here's fun thing. Try 3-3-P plus K.
3-3, okay.
This is hard though. That might be too hard for this one. This might be too hard for. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If you're fast, you can do this, but if you're not fast, it's gonna cost you. Right? Similar thing. I'm gonna spam this sidekick, okay? I'm gonna spam this sidekick, so I want you to block it.
Have to evade?
Huh? Don't worry about evade. I'm gonna spam this sidekick. You are plus so much. And you can't duck it because it's a mid. So I'm spamming the sidekick, so all you gotta do is block it, and do something big. There you go. Boom. That's a huge play. Boom, right? Boom. Okay? So the chaos is you use the advantage you have and you stick a mid out there. And if they hit an attack button, you're gonna win. If they block, you're fine. You know? If they throw, you're gonna win. If they throw, you're gonna win. So it's just say so basically here's the thing. I was saying when you're in trouble, you have to worry about, are they gonna attack me or are they gonna throw me? And by the rock, paper, scissors rule, if the answer is throw, which is rare, but if it is throw, then if you're certain they're gonna throw, you do a combo, you launch them, you do something big, like big attack.
Yeah.
But if you're not sure, you just defend, because guard throw skip's gonna protect you from some throws, and it's gonna protect you from highs and mids. Okay, we're gonna complete this picture soon. Okay, the other side of that coin. When I have advantage. Okay, when I have advantage, I should be thinking, is my opponent going to mash, meaning attack or throw, or are they going to defend? Now, most likely they should defend, but we don't know that. But we're going to ask ourselves, are they going to attack or are they going to defend? And the thing is that my attacks are better than theirs, so when I stick an attack out there, it's going to punish them for attacking. So then, if I get them to a point where I know they're going to defend, what should I do when they defend?
Grab them.
Yes, throw. As a beginner, you should start with throw. Now, you can get into advanced options later, but first we throw. And throwing is good. Is throwing good in Virtua Fighter? Yes. Is throwing bad in other fighting games? Yes. But it's really good in Virtua Fighter. So it's really important to do the throw. Now let's talk about lows now, okay? Okay. So low attacks. Here's the thing about low attacks. I want you to get hit by this, and then I want you to do 6P, okay?
Okay.
Look at that. You want to see what I did? Get hit by it and don't do anything. And watch what I did. This is what I did. I hit you with this low kick, and your 6P still won because this low is minus on hit. A normal hit. Most low attacks are used for chipping. They're used to get somebody to not want to guard high anymore. But that's usually all they do. Look at this. Or not this. Like, try to 6P this. Do a mid.
Okay.
Just forward and punch. Neutral for yeah, there you go. Look at that.
Yep.
And you want to know a crazy thing? You've got 3P plus K. Try that one.
3P plus K. That was lost.
Ridiculous.
Actually, in either case, try it from standing. The two-handed blaster, right? Even if you got hit by this sweep. So a lot of times when somebody does a low attack, usually you can just attack right away. A lot of times, not always, but usually you can. So, for example, let's go do this. Yep. 3P plus K. That one is just P plus K. Yeah, you gotta hit the down forward P plus K.
Okay.
Okay? Look at that. This is the same speed as that 6P, by the way. This is one of the craziest moves Pi has. Very strong move. It doesn't give you much damage, but it's good at stopping people doing stuff against you.
Yeah.
It's good at stopping really tricky plays. when you feel like somebody is playing shenanigans against you, that thing just stops it.
And every time someone does a low, like, you can just push them away with this. Get off me.
Most of the time. We're gonna say most because it's not true if I said every time. You know? But
Makes sense.
most of the
Sure.
time, right? If I do this, I'm just chipping at you. And then here's how about when you block? Well, when you block, do 3k plus G, okay?
Oh, okay.
There you go. And there's a big
Wow.
combo she has with that, okay? See? That's guaranteed. Lows are also risky. Okay? Lows are risky. Because on block, they're usually... The good lows are usually really punishable on block. And they're also crushable, right? Like if you were to do sweeps, I can do this, remember?
Yeah.
And I can do this, and like, so it's one of those things where low attacks, this game's core lows are here just to annoy you, and they do score points, but they have to be set up. They're almost always having to be set up. So here's the funny thing: if I hit you with this elbow with the 6P, or actually you try it. Okay, so I want you to do 6P and then throw.
6P.
Throw a little sooner.
Time's up.
Okay, maybe it doesn't work with Pi. I think maybe Pi's is an exception. I want you to try to duck, okay?
Okay.
You can't duck the throw.
That's a
So
guarantee.
normally for most characters, this thing force stands you and you cannot duck the throw in time. So this is a standard place to do 6P and to throw. 6P with Pi it might not be the case, but with other characters this is, now you can still attack. So this is good for you to teach. Okay, so what's the answer to this?
After eating a 6P?
Well, like yeah, so now I'm doing this 6P in the throw. There is something that's very predictable about this behavior, right?
Yep.
And what is it? Is that after the 6P I'm gonna throw. So now let's show what the answer is if I'm always this predictable. If you're that certain I'm gonna throw. Right?
Okay.
But like let's say you crouch, because this is about you crouching first. So this is like you're gonna when you get hit, so it's like boom, boom. So throw escape is 1, right? But the other answer is to just do a launcher. When the moment now this is hard to do because you're not thinking you're gonna get hit.
Oh.
This
I could launch out of that.
I am gonna give you a big tip here for I give to everyone. Okay, so I told you earlier that once you get used to your move list, watch your opponent's side of the screen. Watch your opponent when you fight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That was number 1. Tip number 2, get really, really numb to being hit. Get really numb. When your opponent hits you, yes, you lose life. Yes, you might be at a disadvantage. But you need to not be upset about it. You need to not be like, oh my god, I got hit.
Yeah.
You need to be, what's the situation? What are my options? What's a good option here? What do I think they're going to... And then, when you get comfortable with that, what are they going to do? And then you already know how to counter it. When you get stronger.
Yeah.
So, it's just numbers. When you get hit, it's just numbers. This is not real life. You're not getting literally hit. Right? Don't make it harder on yourself. Think straight. Think about your options. You still got options. You're not waiting for your turn. It is your turn. You're at a disadvantage. It's still your turn. You need to do something. So get really numb to being hit. Just start like not even caring. And once you can do that, you can do stuff like okay, so I showed you that this like weakness of this. Try to low punch pretty quick into this. Right? Okay. So what I just did here, this is a higher level technique. The moment I saw you do the low punch, I did a fuzzy guard, and that would defend almost anything you do after. There's ways to beat it, but I'm just saying that later on you start learning how to protect your strings. You start going, oh, they're gonna low punch, I'm gonna fuzzy guard because I'm -4 and I can fuzzy guard at -4. You know, There is stuff, but you have to be numb to getting hit to start doing that. You know, you have to kind of like almost anticipate it. So that's just advanced. I don't want you to worry about it now. That was just a demonstration. But I will talk about fuzzy guard though. Okay. So fuzzy guard. I want you to. So like, let's say I'm gonna do. You're gonna block this. I'm gonna block this. Okay. And right now I'm gonna attack. So when you block this, you do your launcher. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Good. That was good. That was fine. That's good. 3-3P plus K is your launcher because you're standing. Okay, ready? Yeah. Let's keep working on this drill.
Let's try it. Put me on the left side.
Yeah.
With the stick, it's really hard flicking towards
yeah.
outside of the screen. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. This hopefully will be easier.
Yeah, it will. You're doing really great. You are. This has been a very talky session because you have a lot of questions and because I know that this is what you really want is the feedback. And it's going to be a lot of iterations for you because getting to the application is taking a lot. So, yeah, so you're doing that. Yeah, that's good. Very good. See? Look at how good that is. You're already really good at this. I don't know if you can do it. You have to do this really fast. This is a really hard one. But you can just do kick, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we got that, right? Now, I want you to throw, right?
Okay.
Do half circle back throw or something. Yeah. By default, you should do half circle back throw, by the way.
Okay.
Just, here's the thing. Even if your opponent escapes it, at least you have the information that they escaped that throw.
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you're not walking away with nothing. You're walking away with information. And I'm going to tell you, information is really important. If you don't think I'm playing with information, you have no idea. So, you know. And I do that information by poking you, prodding you, and seeing how you respond to stuff. I build that information up, and I create a profile of how you're fighting, and I come up with a plan on how to attack you. That's the way this game is.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to defend. You're going to throw. It's a very strong mix-up, right? Very good, but that's neutral. You know I escaped neutral throw.
I don't think that was neutral.
That was neutral, so you're having trouble inputting your half circle back throw.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah. Very good. Okay? So now I'm going to show you something. Now keep doing this. Mix up those options, okay? Just mix up the kick and the throw. Okay? Oh, sorry. This is fuzzy guard. So this is fuzzy guard. You block my elbow, I'm -5. So I am beating your buffered hit or attack. So this is what we call fuzzy guard. So I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay? Do 6P. And I'm gonna 6P, and I'm gonna block that. So after that, when I block it, I want you to crouch dash into standing guard. So 3-3-5G. 3-3-5G. What is 5? 5 is neutral. So 3-3 and then neutral guard. Okay.
3-3-5G. Okay. So.
Yeah, like that. Yes. Gotta do it fast.
This is gonna be far more difficult now.
Yeah. Here we go.
Thank you. Alright, so
very good. Not on the 6P. So see how you're crouch dashing, and what you're doing is you're ducking on that 10th frame of that throw, but you're standing up to guard everything after it.
This might be the only game where they actually show you this technique in this tutorial.
Yeah.
I know fuzzy guard exists in Tekken, but I only know because I watched pros explain it.
Right. So.
Oh, my bad.
See now you see how it beats the throw. because you're ducking the throw and you're standing up in time to block the attack.
Oh yeah.
But if you screw up the technique, you will, yeah.
Oh.
That one was probably a bigger disadvantage for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is not easy.
So here's the thing. You want to master this, I'll give you the drill to do this later, okay? I'll give you the drill to practice this in training mode. It's essential.
Time's up.
But fuzzy guard is actually how you stabilize the chaos. Because what happens is now your opponent has to do very specific things to beat it. Very, very specific things. And later, there's an advanced technique to switch with the fuzzy guard. Once they start beating the fuzzy guard, then you have a technique that's going to beat the things that beat fuzzy guard. And now you've put them into what is really quite a mix-up on your defense, you know? And then, but then it's going to be up to you on how you utilize that advantage. If you want to, I'll show you the crazy things. Now, I want you to mix up throw and attack against me, okay?
Okay.
So I want you to guard. I want you to guard, and I want you to either throw me or attack me after you guard, okay?
Okay. Wow.
So you found one answer to fuzzy guard. It's not dealing with low attacks, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay. But I'll show you an answer tag, so go ahead and keep doing that.
Time's up. Round two.
So that is the mix-up against it, but let's go back to the mid throw because I want to show you something, okay?
Alright.
I want you to mix up between mid and throws. That's a low throw, and that is one of the answers to fuzzy guard.
Yep. There was an answer.
So, okay, there's an answer to low throw, so I'll show you. When I evade, I'm forcing myself to stand up.
Oh.
But you want to see a stupid answer for low throw?
Show me, please.
Throw is going to beat low. Here's the problem with low throw. Low throw has a lot of weaknesses. Low
Yeah.
throw is powerful in this game. Well, Pi, it's utility, so it's not as powerful. But every other character, low is very powerful. But why is it not used as much?
Time's
It
up.
is very easy to accidentally beat low throw. You might not even intend to beat low throw, and you'll probably beat low throw. When low throw is not guaranteed, evading stands you up instantly. So I was doing evade, and I was canceling the evade, but this failed evade stood me up right away. So now your low throw failed. Low throw, just like throw, loses to attack. Any attack I do is going to beat low throw if it's not guaranteed. Second, when I do a high throw, even if I'm crouched, I will instantly stand up when I do a high throw. So suddenly your low throw fails and my high throw catches you. So high throw will win against low throw. Attacking will beat low throw. Evading will beat low throw. And a really stupid one, dashing will beat low throw. Forward dash. So I might even backdash. So I might accidentally beat your low throw just because I did any of those options.
So unless it's absolutely guaranteed, don't do it.
Round four.
Generally, yes. Except, okay. So there's three general use cases for low throw that are strong. Number one, it's guaranteed, and there are ways to do that.
We can break it on low throw.
We can break low throw, but it is a three-way guess, and except for Pi, for everybody else, it's a high damage three-way guessing game.
Okay.
Okay? So it means it's worth doing, but they might have a better launcher. They might have a better way to do it in a situation where it was guaranteed. But when it's guaranteed, it's very strong. There's no disputing it because of that three-way guess, and because except for Pi, everybody's low throw does a lot of damage. Like all three options do combo damage. But Pi is special. Pi sets stuff up. So because Pi sets stuff up, she has some low throws that are really weak until you know what to do with them. But they will get you the damage. Now, so because of the high risk of your opponent accidentally beating your low throw, That's why it's generally bad to do until, number one, it's guaranteed. What's number two? When you know for sure they're going to fuzzy guard. When you're that certain they're going to fuzzy guard, low throw is really good. But it really feels bad when you were that sure they were going to fuzzy guard and they hit you, or they threw you, or they did something else that was not the fuzzy guard and you just got the guess wrong. But you have to remind yourself. But in VF, you do want to brush your... You want to be numb to that too. You want to say, I guessed wrong. That's okay. Next guess. Okay? You need to have that mentality in this game.
Yep.
Because you're emotionally fragile if you can't handle losing some guesses, right?
Yeah.
But it is definitely taxing and frustrating when you lose 10 guesses in a row. That's true, right? But sometimes that's just what it is. But if you can at least you can understand that it was just a bad guess. I made a good option. If I had the right guess, that was a good option. You can be satisfied with that. Now, of course, you want to be satisfied with getting the read on the opponent, or being good at conditioning, or not playing stupid, like not losing to stuff you shouldn't lose to. That's understandable to be frustrated about that.
Yep.
But if it was that you made the guess, and that the guess was just happened to be wrong, but you had good reasons for that guess, that's okay. It's what it is, and you just move on to the next guess or next situation. But this game is not all guessing. It just has a lot of it. It has a lot of good guessing. But there is reactive play when you get higher level. But I can't teach a beginner how to do that stuff.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That makes sense.
So, we've shown Fuzzy Guard. And I've kind of given you a sneak preview that there's something that happens after Fuzzy Guard, because when somebody starts trying to beat it. Let's show the other technique to beat Fuzzy Guard, though. Okay?
Okay.
So, you know how you did crouch dash?
Yep.
I want you to do crouch dash into forward throw. Okay? Try it right now. I can tell you if you do it correctly.
Throw.
So 3-3-6 plus G.
3-3.
And then 6 plus G.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
We'll switch places.
Okay, thank you.
Almost.
That was neutral. My bad.
That's 6 plus G. So this one's quick. This one is you're gonna go 3-3, and you're gonna you can go ahead and slide this one to 6 plus G, because you got to do this pretty fast. You got to just do this all really quick. This might be hard. You can do low punch into 6 plus G just to see what this throw looks like, so you know.
Right. Can you flip me, please, good sir?
Yeah.
All right, so this. Nope, that was almost there.
No.
But...
Now try to do low punch into 6 plus G. This is a from crouch move. That's why the 3-3 is there, because you need to crouch to do this throw.
I need to crouch.
You need to be in the crouch position. Yep, that's not the throw, but that's almost there. So just try to low punch me, and then just low punch me, and right away do 6 plus G from the low punch, because that's gonna crouch you. There you go. This is the throw. This is how you know that you did the 3-3-6 plus G. So later on, I want you to practice the 3-3-6 plus G until you feel it, until you feel it in your bones, and figure out how's the best way for you to do it. That's not right now.
For it at the absolute right time too.
Well, you just gotta you'll get the feel for it over time. You'll start to realize, oh, I can just go ahead and rush this, and it'll do it. But the reason you got 6 plus G instead was because you were slow. Because you did 3-3, then you stood up, then you did 6 plus G. That's what happened. And so this one is just, you gotta go really quick. There you go. It's gonna be like that. So then the goal is gonna be later on 3-3-6 plus G, right? Just doing it without the low punch.
Does it matter if I do it to the back? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's a different throw, but that's also good. So just try that. 3-3-4 plus G.
Sides. We found the solution.
Yep. So 3-3-4 plus G is a really good throw as well. Right?
It does almost no damage.
Yeah. So now we go back to the fuzzy guard. Yeah, so you blocked this, remember?
Oh.
So the way to beat it, so if you did immediate throw, that's going to lose, right? When you do attack, it's going to lose, right? Unless it was a low attack, right? But the way you beat fuzzy guard with the throw, delay the throw. So do a crouch dash and then do the throw.
Like this?
Yeah. If you're that certain they're going to do it. That was correct. You did it right.
Yeah.
I just happened to escape it earlier, so. because I'm always doing the throw escape, right? So, but right now I'm not doing it on purpose. See, delay throw beats. Because why? Because I'm trying to stand and guard to defend the mid. So you end up doing the throw later, and you will beat it, right? But then now let's do these techniques. Try the low. This time when I do the fuzzy guard, do the low, right?
Okay.
So we gotta guard, yeah.
Like this?
No, I'm doing this, and then you do a low attack.
Okay.
So right now it's because you're slow, and that's good. Your delay is actually winning this. Alright, so we're gonna do fuzzy guard. Because you gotta do immediate low attack. This is EX low, so I can stand guard this. You need to do something that's gonna hit like a true low. So like 1k. Down, back, and kick. Like, low punch is an EX low.
1k is down, back. Gotcha.
Yeah.
My bad.
No problem.
Yeah, the number system's gonna take a minute to get used to.
It will, yeah. Yeah, I know it takes time to get used to, but when you do get used to it, it's much faster communication, and it's much clearer too. Because when we try to course correct, I've seen so many people get mixed up on the diagonals.
Yeah.
Especially because this game has got motions like back, forward, and other stuff, and then people go, they get mixed up in other ways. Good. Right? So then this is like the ECD is kind of beating this if you buffer, right? So now try the delay throw. Crouch dash into throw, okay?
Crouch dash. Okay.
Okay, that one might be much, but it's okay. So this one will beat because because this technique delays my fuzzy guard. But the low throw immediate, that was delay low throw. So it will delay low throw will beat the mix up. But it won't beat delay low throw will lose to the fuzzy guard. So what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to show you is that the things that beat fuzzy guard can be beat by a technique that splits those defensive options up.
Yeah.
Those counter offensive options up. So fuzzy guard is a defensive technique. So it's just one of those things where where people are like, well, why should I fuzzy guard if they know how to beat it? Just because it has an answer doesn't mean it. It means like you do something that has a hard, difficult answer to do. And then when they finally do the difficult thing, then you can mix up. So that's forcing them to play. That's forcing them to deal. But a lot of beginners have been like, well, why should I do fuzzy guard if there's an answer to it? It's like, that's like, why should I do anything? You should still do it, because you're going to set up an advantageous situation because you're winning. That's like asking, why should I attack? Attacking itself, yeah, it's risky, but you got to do something extra. So their question asked the other day. What was your question?
The other day.
Okay, they had a similar situation with someone, yeah. Will everyone be moving to Revo when it comes out? Not everyone will, but there will definitely be a lot of people playing on Revo for sure, and I do believe there's a lot of people playing on PSN as well, but not a ton, but there is definitely quite a few people, so I'll be playing both. So whatever people want to play on. My connection's good, so I get a good connection on this game with a lot of people. Not everyone, but a lot of people. But definitely rollback helps in a lot of cases, and rollback can be a little trickier to deal with in some other cases. So I enjoy both of the netcodes. There's some things that I like about delay-based more. I think in today's session I've shown how buffering is important. Fuzzy guard is a buffering. You gotta buffer to do fuzzy guard correctly. You can't wait and do it, you gotta do it right away. Same thing as the option against it. So understanding that buffering is important, when you get used to buffering, the delay-based netcode is not a problem. Is not as much of a problem. It's easier to manage because you're allowed to input everything early, and then you just know your character is going to be frame tight automatically. And then if they find an answer to it, there's still a frame tight answer you can do to beat what they're doing. You just have to guess what it is they're doing. So, but in my case, my skill level is enough to where I can do all the offline stuff that I do online, or most of it, or a lot of it. Is it perfect? No, but even offline is not always perfect, because you go to certain tournaments, like, you know, 1 year they're all using the in-zone monitors that have display lag, so you got to deal with that. Another tournament, somebody puts USB hubs, not unpowered USB hubs, on all the stations, and you got to deal with that. I play in Japan, and the arcade machines, some of them are on Lindbergh cabinets. Those have lag, real monitor lag. And then some of them are on CRT, and the CRT has almost no lag, and it plays very different from console, both of them. Not different, just different timing. But for me, it does take some time to get used to that timing, but I get used to it. I got used to the different timing in Japan. I got used to it on every console. Sometimes you play on a launch PS4 and it's slower than the PS4 Pro. And but the PS5 and the PS4 Pro are very good. When you play Revo, I play it on somebody's older system, and it plays worse than my Steam Deck. My Steam Deck plays it quite well, but I played on someone else's laptop, and it felt so sticky. It felt very light, but I got used to it, and I just fight through it and win. So as a competitor, I just get used to whatever the environment puts my way. But I do think rollback does make this game smoother for most people, and I do think that is amazing and wonderful. When it's a rough rollback, that can be something.
I think the net-based today was great, honestly.
Yeah, I think it felt very good for me, but I'm used to it, so it's more important that I hear from you how you felt about it. But you also saw that lag was not affecting anything that I was doing, right?
Yeah. Like everything that was dropped on my end was my mistake more than it was anything to do with lag. Like I felt it felt almost as much as I was playing offline.
Right.
Today.
When it's and when I give you that feedback, right, I'm like, it's because you're acting slowly. It could be slowly because of the connection, but it also means the answer is you just got to be a little sooner. Now, the things that we worry about are drops, right? What's that?
Sorry about that. I was saying, I've trained enough in combos and here in Dead or Alive to know when I'm the problem, So I feel like, a lot of it was I was dropping it. I don't know if distance matters, though. If someone is in a different, a farther side of the country, would it benefit more to have rollback? Or is it kind of the same?
If the connections are really bad, rollback is going to be worse. But if the connection is just mediocre, then it'll probably make it better.
Yeah.
If the connection's truly bad, rollback is rollback can't solve certain problems, but it solves a lot of problems. But oh my gosh, I felt like I was Doctor Strange when I fought a really bad connection. And I won, and I was laughing, and it was exciting, but I was watching 3 matches at once, and I had to simulate in my head 3 matches at once. And then I had to, whenever it resolved and figure out which one it was, then I had to roll with that, So sometimes I do whole wall combos, and that whole thing got rolled back. And I had to do the wall combos without seeing them, because my character disappeared from the screen. But I could hear it, so I was like, I know what's happening, so I'll just finish the combo and I can hear it, And so, and then it's I think this is how they're playing from how they were playing earlier, so I'm going to move like this. All right, I'm going to answer some questions here too. So, the Guileless Gamer, yes, you're correct. You were correct. Tapping guard clears the input buffer is one way to put it. It's for example, in the game, I can do something like let's say, go ahead and we'll play a game here, and I'm going to explain what I'm doing. You won't be able to see it. I would only be able to. I'd have to do it in training mode to show it, but I'll just explain it. Okay. So, let's say.
Round 1. Ready?
So go ahead and do. Go ahead and do your launcher.
My launcher.
Yeah, do that. So here you're seeing an elbow. You're seeing an elbow, right? See that? See how I'm doing the 6P? I'm gonna tell you what I inputted. I inputted 2P. Then I hit guard to cancel the 2P and I did 6P instead. It's really hard to do. Beginner can't do this. You have to be really fast. It's really early in the buffer, but that's what I did, right?
So the question is, why would you do that? Like, what's the benefit?
So, it's just to prove a point. You don't intentionally do this. You don't intentionally do this. So the point that's being proven is you can clear the input buffer and change your decisions on the buffer in that 12-frame input window.
Oh.
But
so if you're like,
people shouldn't strive to play this way. It just happens when you're in the zone, when you're in flow state, and it just happens when you're playing really intense, fast matches, and you're going, oh, that's not what I want to do, and you know right away that was like you want to change your decision. Should you do this? It's like, should you do this? No. Could you do this? Yes. So in the jam, does it happen? Yeah. Sometimes you're like, he's gonna throw. I'm gonna change it to the launcher, but that's really hard. And in flow state, it's easier, but it would take years of playing for a lot of people to start hitting flow state in a tournament match, unless they've already been playing tournament matches like a lot. You know, flow state's a very special case, but I'm just using it as an example of a case where, yeah, I've done that in flow state, like actually quite a bit. But have I done it in matches? A little, sometimes. It's not necessary. It's just to prove the point that, yes, you could clear the input buffer with the guard by tapping guard, and then you could override what you had put in by doing it. The easiest example, though, is actually if, like, they block my sidekick and I do evade and throw escape, right? If go ahead and block this, and I want you to do an attack, all right?
Okay.
Now, what I'm doing right now is I'm buffering evade throw escape, but it's not working. What's happening is I'm not evading this attack, I'm just throw escaping. Why is that? Because the guard clears the buffer, so I actually have to input guard, I have to input evade and wait, and then do the guard throw escape. Because the guard had cleared the buffer, and so it erased my evade input.
You'd be dead.
That's awesome. Yeah. I see. Yeah, so I do, yeah, I believe DOA more or less has the same way of interacting with the guard canceling with the stream cancel system. Yeah, it's really useful in Dead or Alive. Holy cow. Dead or Alive has insane stakes, right? It's why every Dead or Alive player that I've encountered, I learned that they know two things. It's like, what are those two things? They're really good at neutral. And two, they're really going to use a wall. They're really going to do wall combos. You know? And like, that's going to be the first thing they learn, is how to do wall combos. It's like, okay, you know? And that's what and then I realized, yeah, that's, in Dead or Alive, that's really powerful to do. It's the first thing you should do for some. You know, so it's interesting. Alright, did you have any other questions? I know this session was a bit sloppy.
No, this was great. There will be plenty of questions, but I'm going to have to, like, learn and implement a lot of what happened today.
Let's do a little sparring.
And from that, there's going to be questions, obviously. I'm pretty sure.
Alright, let's do a little bit of sparring, and just to kind of give you some ideas, or let me do Pi, actually. I don't play Pi that well, so pardon. I'll use some stuff, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. This might get very ugly, though, because I don't play Pi, I don't study her. I just know how to respond to her on certain ways, but there's a lot that I need to learn. We'll deal. Yeah, this is so different.
Knockout.
Nice.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Very nice.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go!
Pi is a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, I'm honestly enjoying her a lot. Her and Howie. Howie's also pretty cool. I feel like she's very friendly.
I'm showing a lot of I am showing a lot of stuff that is not exactly the most secure way to play. It's just kind of how I'm responding to my opponent and taking advantage of maybe gaps in their decisions right now. So I'm going to warn about that. But this is more a fundamental way to play and set up some a little bit. But I'm also a very aggressive player, so I do a lot of things that are not exactly safe. The good thing is that VF allows me to be that kind of player if I have the right idea. Okay, I tried 6K for stream. Okay.
Ready, go!
But you can see how powerful it is low punch in the throw. The thing is, low punch plagues a lot of people, but it's low punch is not the threat. It's what people do after the low punch that's a threat. And so if you learn that, you'll learn how to kind of like mess with people, right? You're like low punch in the throw, low punch in the throw. Oh, now they're actually going to try to attack the throw, so now I'm going to launch, right? And so you kind of watch for it, and then right now I'm basically that's the speed play, right? It's like, okay, they're not buffering exactly fast, so I'm going to take advantage of that. So I'm going to hit them. I'm going to actually I spam if they're not buffering, right? Because suddenly spamming is good. The weakness of buffering, of not buffering, if you refuse to buffer, people get to just poke you and do counter hit launchers all day on you because you're giving them the frames to do it. That's why you want to buffer. So then you want to learn how to win with the buffer, even when they're gonna do something like evade. Because I know a lot of beginners or intermediate get afraid to. They're like, well, they can evade me, so why should I buffer, right? And it's like, well, you should learn how to win on the buffer, and then you can learn the delays. But learning on the buffer is important, and there's ways to do that too. So buffering's just good. It's really good stuff. Really good.
Round 2. Ready,
But that speed of that low punch throw is scary, right? Like it just comes at you without you knowing it, right? And this was crouch dash under your throw and throw you. So your throw whiffed because I crouch dash under it. That's why I'm saying crouch dash is good, right?
Round 3. Ready, go!
Okay, do you know about tech rolling?
I keep forgetting to do it. I keep forgetting to do it. I think it's up and.
So you just hit all three buttons. That's in place. If you press up in all three buttons, you'll tech roll in the up. And if you do down in all three, then you tech roll down. And it's really important because it's not that you should always tech roll, but you should mix it up.
Yeah.
If you don't mix it up, people get free combos that are not true against you, because if you stay down and they predict it, they can go for stuff. They can go for high damage combos. But similarly, if they know you're going to tech roll, they can set you up for some really difficult mind games. But this is one of those things where I didn't Okuzeme against it, right? But again, don't be afraid to it. Just tell yourself to mix up. Like, at least once do the different option in the round. Like, at least once stay down, at least once tech roll, you know? But mix it up, because just simply introducing it once is enough to make me have to think about it, you know? You want me to at least think about it. You don't want to take away my ability to guess wrong. You want to give me the possibility of guessing wrong. Very nice. That was really good. Those blue hits are side turn hits, so. Very nice. Very nice. Went for the low crush. Excellent. Alright, here we go. You're coming up with some good creative plays, though. Are you sensing anything in these fights, though? Anything that you're kind of seeing? I'm making it really fast, so it's probably hard to process.
It's like very difficult to try to be like, oh, you can cancel with grab in the middle kind of thing.
Yeah.
It becomes difficult to do all that. But it is forcing me to throw in some new moves. Oh, that's not it.
Round two. Ready, go!
Got to launch.
Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
Very nice.
Thank you.
Round four. Ready, go!
do a couple more. Do some.
All right. So what is the highest level in the game? Because I think I've
Yeah.
never seen anyone in the 50s or something like that.
What's that?
What is the highest level in the game in terms of the rankings? 'Cause it's kind of confusing.
Well, the rankings don't matter, but they're probably, I think 46 is the highest.
Oh.
It might be 47, but I actually don't play ranked much, so. When I do, I rank high, so it's just, you know, like, yeah, on the beta, I'm #1 Leon in the world, but but I'm not the #1 Leon in the world. It's just Japan, it wasn't playing it as much.
Yeah.
Everyone else played it a lot, but not Japan.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, but same as, like, Final Showdown, I played enough rank that I was, like, around the top of the leaderboards, but for Ultimate Showdown, I actually don't play much ranked. I mostly play room matches. I mean, I play, like, I teach people, but I also play against the strongest players, but we just play room battles. So, so ranked is not as much as a priority, but I might do it a little more during Revo. We'll see. But part of me wants to set up an account to play in Asia, if my connection doesn't screw up Asia. But I have reason to believe that my connection's good because of other matches I've had against Chinese and Japanese and Korean players.
Would you do that with Revo, or would you do that?
That was just like even in Final Showdown via RPCN, but also on Ultimate Showdown as well.
Yeah.
So now let's keep fighting us. Very good. Very nice.
Ooh, that was beautiful.
No, this is fun. You're doing well though. Your play fluctuates a lot. This has some things that makes it harder for some players that are following you closely, and some of those fluctuations are intentional, and some of them are hard to tell if they are intentional or not. But most of them are pretty but it's in general that you do have a good sense of going between offense and defense and doing throws sometimes. So you're doing all the things. I like that. Very good. Very good. So like fighting the neutral is a little tricky for you unless I force you, because sometimes you're very passive and sometimes you're very aggressive with it, and that's very good. That's a good thing. But then again, you know, for me, then it's like if that's the case, if I want to be really mean to fight, then I will use like advanced movement to kind of. Very nice neutral throw. Nice.
Round 3. Ready, go! Ring out. Round 4. Ready, go!
Very nice. Very good. Very good. Very nice. That was really good.
I just remembered your advice. It's time to go in.
Ready, go!
Going for that.
Yeah, this one is a 1P down back punch. It's a good one. It is punishable on block, but it's hard to punish on block because you have to respond so quickly to it. But but it's a nice combo starter because it's a normal hit launcher as well. So it is another emergency button if they like if you like last second like oh they're gonna throw, you can do that move too. But she has quite a few emergency buttons for the throw. So I'm going to show you how I win on basics. Very good. This is like the power of that launcher, right? I guess right on there. This is like low punch launcher. Right? Low punch throw, but that ducked. That was good. This was jab, elbow, throw. But jab, elbow, throw.
Elbow to elbow.
Yeah, 6P. Whenever I call it, hers is not an elbow, but we generically call it elbow because almost always they have the same frame stats usually, or they have similar. Generally, they're almost always a 14 frame attack, which is why they work at +2. That said, Pi has an 11 frame jab, so she can beat it out by jabbing, but then it opens up another game. But first, master the jab elbow. Very nice. Nice. Very nice. So it's like low rising attack in the throw.
Round 2. Ready, go!
This is just to show how strong throws are in this game, right? Very nice. Very nice, I like that. Very nice.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Ooh.
She's actually really, her PK punish, really good because she can force a guessing game from it. This is the guessing game from it, right? If I get a free PK on you, I get this guessing game like this.
Oh.
If you evade a big attack and do that body check, it's huge, but it's hard to do. But it's fun when you do it. Very nice. You're making good use of the move list, though. You've gotten more and more comfortable doing different moves.
When to use them is going to be a challenge, so
Yeah.
it's going to take a while.
You're doing great. I'm being very mean to you. So, granted, I don't play Pi, so that's also why I'm being mean to you. But yeah, I'm not being super mean, but I am being mean. Like I'm like, okay. Yeah. But I'm also showing you that frenzy. But you've also done a good job of mixing up your responses to it, so it makes it a little harder to deal. It's good.
Ready, go!
Very nice.
Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
So, it's fun learning. It's just fun learning how to defend each string. Go ahead and beat her up.
So that doesn't hit a low?
Well, I'm just crouching. You have. I think it's an EX. I think it's an ES high. I think it's an EX high, so I have to attack to lose to it.
Oh.
So I evaded and then I crouch dash is what I did. So.
Why not working? Isn't it away, like quarter circle away? Yeah, there we go.
Half circle back.
I keep misbuffering it.
Alright, see. It's okay. You're good. That's the practice
That's what
for.
I've been trying to do this whole time.
Just barely watched. This is like just think. So, the second kick just barely tapped you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your time, and everyone. Thanks for the support and the views. I really appreciate y'all, and I appreciate the conversation a lot. It's really good questions from everyone. But yeah, for this fun. But I know it's a lot of concepts to go through. You don't need to understand everything to play. Those core basics, block and respond, attack, you are actually doing very well. I think if you played in, like at the launch of Revo, when you play in early ranked, I think you're going to do much better than you think. And I know you already study a lot of stuff, and so you do a lot of good stuff. But I'm just kind of helping you know what, you ask questions, so I give answers. But the core basics is really important. How you use those basic pokes. But your use of the move list overall is very good. Your sense of spacing is one of your strong suits. However, in this game, to be strong, you really got to get good at fighting up close. Now, I make it hard, so that's a different thing. I'm giving you training for it, but there are a lot of people you're going to be able to spar with. So you definitely should try the Akai Leagues. And I know that like you might not win much in the Akai Leagues, even though actually I think your skill level is quite good. It's just a lot of people in the Akai Leagues are just very seasoned, and then there's a few new people. But you're gonna have fun in it, and you're gonna get a lot of experience with different people. And I've sensed that when we spar, you've been very cool about everything and very open-minded. So I think that will take you a long way in Virtua Fighter. You know.
One question though, what's the Akai Leagues?
So Akai he's
Red.
one of the mods at VFDC, and he's got his channel Akai_VF on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
And you're West Coast, so we're gonna use West Coast time, which is my time. So it starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time or 2 p.m. Eastern time. And you don't have to start at the very beginning, but he basically runs 3 league battles. League battle is the amazing mode in this game where, let's say there's 16 of us in the league battle. Okay? Then when we start the league, it's round robin. We all play our matches at the same time. So you get to fight. You're going to fight 15 games then in a 16-person league battle.
Yep.
And you're going to fight them just a single game each, but you're going to get a lot of matchup experience. You're going to see a lot of stuff. There is a wide range of skill level in the Akai Leagues. It's an open event. So you're going to have strong players. You're going to have players that are learning, players that have been learning, and players that have recently gotten very strong. But it's a lot of fun, and it's a way to get matches, but also a way to meet people and just kind of, add them on PSN and be like, hey, would you like to spar?
Yeah.
So you want to watch Akai_VF. If you also watch my stream will also be at the same time. I'll be there. Usually I start about 15 minutes late. So I'll be there like 11:15 a.m. or so. But I also am part of the quote-unquote podcast team, because in between the league battles we do talk about topics of the week and answer questions on stream. There's usually about 3 of us streaming, at least 3 of us usually streaming at the same time. So my stream's on, Akai's stream is on, Setsuna does a stream in Spanish, and then we have sometimes other players that are in the league also showing their matches. And I think that's great, because then you get to see a variety. So there's a lot of people watching my channel and Akai's at the same time.
Yep.
We will talk together between the league battles during the warm-up period, when there's like a line for matches, like old school arcade rules. But when the league battle starts, then we just talk to our own streams only. So and so that's when like people will ask me on my stream questions, and you'll hear me talk about what I'm thinking when I fight each opponent. You'll hear how I'm processing what I see, what I think they're doing, what I think they're trying to do, or what I think they could do better at. And but I also talk about what I'm doing and what I think I'm not doing so well. I'm usually pretty honest about it in my self commentary when I fight. So you'll be able to enjoy watching that too. But again, this is Virtua Fighter. So number 1, you fight the opponent that's in front of you. You fight against the way they're playing. Trying to do the same thing against everybody doesn't work in this game. Trying to just outplay, there are ways to do it, but it's still hard, and you will have to interact when they know how to counter what you're doing. And in Virtua Fighter, everything has multiple good answers to it. This is really a rude awakening for a lot of people. A lot of times we'll tell you how to oppress people in other fighting games, and you do oppress here, but you oppress with boxing, and you oppress with certain things, and you oppress maybe with certain knowledge check setups, but it doesn't go long, because at some point your opponent will figure out the answer.
Yep.
So, and if they understand the system enough, they can figure out the answer sooner, or at least understand that some anomaly is happening, and that they just need to make some adjustment, and then they'll have the answer. This game, everything has multiple answers, and some people are like, well, isn't that true of all fighting games? It's like, well, it's true that in all fighting games that everything has an answer, and everything has like such a best answer that you really should just do the best answer until they answer that, and then you have an A-B game. But this is a game where you have a lot of answers and a lot of different reasons for doing different things, and you can there's big variety, but it is functionally the same answer. It's like, oh, here attack was better, here throw was better, here defend was better. But which defense and which attack and which throw? And can I hack that decision? Do I have an answer that's going to beat both the throw and the attack? Depends on the attack. Certain attacks are really good, and there might be an attack that beats that attack and also beats the throw because attacks beat throw. So now you've hacked that mix-up. And then they change it to mid-low. Well, if the mid-lows can both be evaded in the same way, that's a hack. Right? If they're both linear, the mid and low, I just have to evade. The evade's going to beat both, right?
Yeah.
So for them to get a more pure mix-up would be something like, well, can they do a full circular into a half circular? You know, or a half circular mid, and then the other way is a different half circular? And sometimes there's an answer even for that crazy strong mix-up, you know? Sometimes it's an advanced technique. It's not, but yeah. The big thing I find with VF options is there isn't really that many reset back to neutral options for defense. Well, just like you said earlier, neutral, when somebody doesn't do something with the advantage, you have that awkward neutral. And in general, most people in VF hate that awkward neutral, or they use it for movement and other things, or usually because space created it. And so because of that, everybody just likes playing in the disadvantage, and this, like, small at disadvantage feels a lot better for me than neutral does. So, you know? Yeah, then they sidestep and you had to siderace on that, yeah. Yeah, sidestepping is honestly an offensive thing to reclaim from advantage. It is, you know, and so... But evading definitely gets called out in this game. I really love that it gets called out, but it's so good, right? It's higher risk because if it gets blown up, it's pretty bad. But evading is the higher reward option against launchers, right? And then somebody's like, well, what about full circular? And it's like, well, if you're going for a really big full circular, it's probably ECD will probably beat it. So now you got to get somebody to not do ECD when you do that full circular. That's hard, but you can do it. Yeah. So sometimes we're using evade cancels to create to basically make it not neutral. Give me a situation that I can evade if I see you attack, or I can duck if I see you high, or I can, you know, if I see you defending more, I just switch to throw, you know. So that's why you see me doing the ECD so aggressively, right? It's like, because, I can respond, and this actually locks the frames in, so it's a little more consistent for me about how to buffer from the crouch dash, you know, like, okay, I can buffer from this, and that's how I can use the netcode too, right? So yeah, backdashing is a hard counter for... So that's what I was going to tell you, is backdashing is a hard counter for, like, elbow, right? If you know for sure they're going to do elbow, then if you do backdash launcher, it'll probably beat it. If you know for sure they're going to low punch, backdash launcher is a very powerful way to beat low punch plays. Now, it's a full commitment. Maybe they don't do it, but if you're that certain they're going to do it, then this is a really strong way. But backdash is devastatingly punished in this game, especially in 2.0, because when you get hit from backdash, you cannot guard cancel. You can evade cancel it, you cannot backdash cancel. You cannot guard cancel it. You can attack cancel it, and you can evade cancel it. That's it. So you can't guard from it though. 2, if they hit you during a backdash, it's a counter hit, and that can be really brutal. 3, if they sidekick you when you backdash, it puts you in the craziest stun that VF has ever had in this game, in 2.0. Before 2.0, it created a stagger that was really, really hard to break. But it was breakable, but really, really hard to break. And so you were likely to lose almost half your life by a combo from that stagger. Now, they took away that stagger, but now you're in this insanely long 40 frame stun that allows them to do so much, even shape the win condition, which is where I'm worried about that. I'm worried about being able to reposition and then combo against somebody that backdash, because that's a little much. That's like too much of a game-winning thing. And I was like, I think backdash should be punished. I don't mind losing half my life, or against Taka 55% of my life. I don't mind that being my risk. And let's talk about backdash for a sec. But this game-winning situation is, we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm open-minded to it, but I am worried and concerned about it. But that's at high level. It's not really a worry at the lower level of play. And so, but here's the thing about backdash though. Should you still use it? Yeah, backdash is really good. Backdash is actually strong in this game. It just has higher risk. It has risk, but it's strong. And the further away you are from your opponent, the less risky backdash is. It is ultimately risky if you're super up close. If you're at elbow range, it's actually quite strong, but you can still lose to the side kick. Barely, but you can. And then, but then if you're outside that elbow range, backdash is really strong if they fall for it. Now the thing about backdash is when you use it against somebody, you are making a read, or you are trying to get them to whiff. And sometimes there's an answer. They can just crouch dash towards you. And then watch what you do, and then decide how to attack you. It's a really powerful way to play against somebody that's doing a lot of backdash. But that's why the general way for beginners to use backdash is get good at the boxing, get your opponent sucked into the boxing, really get them sucked in, get them playing that boxing with you, and then backdash. You know, so that you can cause them to whiff, and then you knock them out. You know.
Bait them essentially, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So what it is you get them obsessed with fighting the up close. The up close is not bad, but it is. But if you do it, but if your opponent reads it, then there are answers, even for the safest plays. So the safest moves have very little answers. So because of that, you get to challenge your opponent and say, "Can you do the hard thing? Can you beat this safe play?" And then if you can, you just shrug your shoulders and go, "Okay, I mix it up." You know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so that's the core of this game. The trap. I do think that thinking about turns can be a trap, because a lot of people that think about turns feel it's very unfair when they lose, when their turn gets stolen, and yet they do like the idea of turn stealing. That's why they like the turns paradigm. I just choose to see it as this game doesn't have turns. It's always your turn, because there's always something we can do, and unless we're deep in a combo, or there is, if we tech rolled into certain setups, there is sometimes only one answer, but it's less than 1% of the game. You know, it is a setup they may do over and over again. Then you just choose to stay down. You know, that's why you mix up how you get up too. And so, but there oppressive situations, absolutely, but it's hard to oppress for a long time in this game. You can fight your way out of a paper bag. There's no chip damage. The only chip damage is actually just hitting them with a low because they guarded high, you know, or elbowing them because you know they're going to guard low.
And in that situation, they're usually minus when they do low.
Okay, yeah, the drill. Okay, I'm going to show a drill. I'm going to jump out of our game and I'm going to show this drill. You can watch on my stream as well.
Alright.
Okay, so let's talk about drills, because I do want you to have these drills too. Okay, so that helps practice fuzzy guard. Okay, fuzzy guard's easiest drill to do. Pick any character. Right? Any character at all. Pick Go. Go is a great one. Yeah. We can do this on any stage. Alright. Okay, so fuzzy guard. I'm going to tell you the common situations for fuzzy guard, okay? Very common ones. A common situation, now the easiest one to train, the one that we do this drill based on, is because it's a situation you create and you can anticipate easily. And that makes it worth practicing and mastering first as fuzzy guard. So we're in training mode. We go to CPU settings. We leave everything else default. So if you want to reset everything, you set everything default. You take reaction and you set it to guard and counter attack number 5. It's going to do a throw or a mid attack after it blocks. Okay? When we do this, we can practice a few things. So let's start with guard throw escape. And let's say we can change the throw direction to where is that thing? Throw direction? Let's set throw direction to forward. Okay? Let's practice guard throw escape. So I'm gonna move my camera as well. But I'm gonna show my buttons. Okay? And I'm gonna move my camera. Okay, we'll move it to the bottom right, okay? So you can see what I'm doing here, and I'm going to do an elbow, and I'm going to practice guard, throw, escape, forward. Well, after my elbow gets blocked, I'm going to press, hold, guard, and then I'm going to press and hold forward and punch while holding all 3 of these things. These 3 things are being held. Okay? So this, okay. So I'm doing this, guard, throw, escape, forward. And now, okay, I guess it's back. Is it? Really? It's back. Okay. That was back, apparently. I see what it does. It's doing player 1 thing, even though the player's that thing. Okay. So we're doing back throw escape. Doing back throw escape. And this is our guard throw escape. We're going to also practice evade throw escape. So we do this. And now with evade throw escape, if I do it all at once, it's not going to do the evade. You can watch this. Right? You haven't seen it yet. You saw it there. I guarded. I didn't evade. Right? That's because I hit guard before I recovered. So we got it. So when we do guard throw escape, evade throw escape guard, we gotta do this, evade, and then we'll do the throw escape later when we recover. Okay? So I do this, evade, and then around that time I do the throw escape. And technically this one you can actually you can actually react to the throw animation if you want to, but it is just doing a guard throw escape. And you can kind of hear that sound for me to to get that feeling of this. And that timing is important when you do this technique. So now let's get to fuzzy guard. Okay? We're going to get to fuzzy guard now. Okay. Fuzzy guard, we're going to do an elbow. Elbow is -5. I'm going to do the elbow and then I'm going to crouch dash. 3-3. You can do 3-3. You can do 3-2-3, which is what I like to do. And there's many reasons like this. You should master both crouch dashes, by the way. You gotta buffer this, and then you gotta buffer standing guard. So 3-3-5G. So I say 3-3-5G. So we're gonna do elbow, and this is the first way we do this training mode. Okay. There is a second step. So this is now we're crouching under throw, and if we're doing it right, we're guarding any high or mid attack. So what can we do? Can we do anything more? Actually, we can. Leon can do a kick on recovery hit and splat the wall. And I can do a wall combo. If he does throw. And I'm doing it as an option select right now. So right now I'm doing fuzzy guard, kick really quick like that. I'm like doing doom, right? And what happens is that when I guard, if I get guard stun, the kick's not going to come out. It's before the 12 frame input window, right? But it's going to come out if he doesn't hit, if I don't get into guard. There is a weakness. You shouldn't do. This is what we call fuzzy guard attack. You should not just do this all the time. There is a time to stop. If your opponent starts doing slow attacks or strings, you will lose if you do fuzzy guard attack. So generally, but I also recommend not relying on this option, but really do the fuzzy guard and then just try to train yourself to see. And you start with PK, right? You start with PK and you go like, you know what, if I see a throw, I'm gonna PK. I'm gonna PK, right? I'm kind of cheating. I don't realize how much I'm cheating, by the way. So I kind of know how to do this, that, but yeah, there we go, like that. Right? Now we're seeing throw, and we're doing PK, right? And we try to do it just when we do that. That's hard for me right now, right? But kick is a bit slower. It's only 13 frames. It's really fast. But now I can do, that. So, does that make sense to you, this drill? That's the fuzzy guard drill. And you should start with just fuzzy guard, by the way. Really strong. Other times you should do, well, as a good practice, technically if you do low punch into guard throw escape, it is actually fuzzy guard. Technically this is a fuzzy guard. But should you do it that way, I think you should still just fuzzy guard the manual crouch dash into standing guard as good practice. But you could do a fuzzy guard just by doing guard throw escape after. Just by doing guard. Like, I might not even hold the throw escape, just guard, right? And watch this throw whiff when he does the throw. Technically, low punch automatically has a fuzzy guard built in. Well, it's so much fun to have more Virtua Fighter players and of all levels, and it's the best. So, and I'm so happy to help more people learn Virtua Fighter. Fuzzy guard, super important. It's a starting point. Just like using a fast mid when you have advantage or when they've whiffed. You have advantage when they whiff. You have advantage when you block something good, and you have advantage when you hit with something good or counter hit especially. But some of your hits are not going to be plus. But generally, it's still good to follow that because a lot of people are going to respond slow to getting hit. And then later on you learn how to deal with the people that respond fast to getting hit. You want to skill check and knowledge check your opponent in this game. If you try to be too absolutist, it can be very hard to be absolutist in this game. If you're like, I only want to do the perfect thing, sure, but everything has an answer. Everything has multiple answers. It's still gonna lose in a way. So, but there are better ways to do things, or there are ways to minimize the risk so that you don't lose. There's ways to increase the reward so that you win more. Those are the basics on strategy. If you want to win more, you're gonna, generally learning how to do damage is first, and then defense is second. But if you want to lose less, improve your defense is going to be how you lose less. Fuzzy guard, it's good to practice this. Another situation is the most common, let's turn the AI off. In your matches, as you play more and more people, and as you move up your skill, the more PK punish you're going to see a lot. This is the first punish for everybody. It starts with a punch, the kick is guaranteed, so almost everybody does a PK punish. Okay? When someone does PK punish, usually you're -4 or -5. So what it is when you identify this, and an easy way to identify it is that you did something that was punishable. So you shouldn't be surprised if they block it and they PK punish, at least. So, and PK punish, you're looking at 2 attacks, so you have double the time to realize that this is what's happening to you. So, when somebody does this to you, you can crouch dash fight 335G. Same thing, same exact technique. Just learn to get used to this. This is a standard. You should be fuzzy guarding here. They should have to work hard to beat your fuzzy guard. They should not get an easy mix up against you after PK. On their end, they should definitely PK and then mix you up, right? Right? They should PK, Leon's gonna do 8K. PK, Leon's gonna do throw, right? And then if the opponent really is too defensive, or against fuzzy guard, I might do this move, right? Low attack. And hope they don't, crouch guard it, change their mind about the fuzzy guard, and then just stay down and crouch guard because they saw this animation. Because at a higher level they might do fuzzy and then go, oh, it's that move, I'll just stay down and guard. That's higher level. But PK, after somebody PKs you, that's when you fuzzy guard. So we can record the AI going up to us and PK, but this is weird with Go. Okay. Right? Same thing. Get hit by it, fuzzy guard. So PK. You can just record the AI doing. You can record like 3 AIs doing PK and a mix up between throw and mid, and have them do just random stuff on each of the 3 recordings. Set it to random. And then you can kind of see, and then you can just kind of see, like, let the AI hit you with PK, and then you fuzzy guard. What about, is there another way? Yeah, let's do another fuzzy guard situation, but this is advanced, okay? This is protecting your high strings. Not protecting, this is making use of your high strings to bait a fuzzy guard situation. So, and this one's not going to show it. This is not a perfect drill, but this is just to show you the idea. So now I do this and he's going to do this, and then I look for his animation, and if I see it, I do a fuzzy guard, because theoretically he could like mix up after this 2p and I can fuzzy guard the mix up, because this 2p is -4. This 2p is +4 for him when he hits. It's -4 for me. That means I can do crouch dash fuzzy guard. So a lot of like this, see? A lot of a player like Himajan, one of the best players in the North America because they're a Japanese pro player or highest level player. Himajan is in Toronto, Canada, and their John will do like this 3-hit string like a lot. It'll do stuff that's like a 3-hit string. So then you're just like, okay, I'll just fuzzy guard when I see the 2p, and that's like the skill check, right? And then you're not losing to that low punch mix-up. You saw how effective that low punch mix-up is. It comes out of nowhere. After a while, you start training your eyes to just see the opponent doing a low punch, even when you're doing a string, and you're like, oh, I can fuzzy guard. It's true, yeah. The training mode was good for when all of its innovations came, but they have been out of date because training modes for the past 10 years have gotten more and more amazing. At some point, training modes caught up to Virtua Fighter's training mode, and this one is really just Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution's training mode. So we'll compare it to that. But they eventually caught up like 10 years ago, and now they blow it out of the water. So now we're in a position where we can no longer say that VF has the best training mode, right? Tekken 7 finally had frame data how many years ago? but Guilty Gear has always been ahead of the curve, and Arc has been ahead of the curve. Hey, good to see you, mister. So good to see you. Good morning. But now, yeah, the training mode is definitely something where but you know, if you're the type who loves to lab, you're probably the type that's knows how to make creative use of the training mode. What's amazing though is that now we have people that are less likely to like to lab doing the lab. I think Tekken 7 has gotten a lot of players that might not normally lab, and I think that's amazing. And now we have replay takeovers amazing. That's not going to happen in Revo, I don't think so, but I really want all the cool training mode options in the next Virtua Fighter. I really want it. Yeah, replay takeover is amazing. Like, does it sell more? No. But does it make your game, does it help your competitive game? Yes. Does it help your core audience? Yes. But it won't sell more. But it should be there if your game prides itself on being a competitive fighting game. So while I don't expect it to be in Revo, I'm really excited because I'm absolutely certain it will be in the new Virtua Fighter game, unless the new Virtua Fighter game just abandons being a fighting game, but I'm pretty sure it's a fighting game. So yeah. Yeah, Tekken 8 instant replay is really good. The ghost data, right? That's awesome too. There's so much more that can be done with ghost data as well. So I'm hoping for that to be revolutionary, because you know, Virtua Fighter 2 did ghost data, did like AI training and how to get the AI to do the things you're doing. So you could train it to do all the combos and stuff. And that was cool. And that was Virtua Fighter 2 on the Sega Saturn in 1996 or 7. Yeah. VF4 training AI was weird, but I do think that for me, because of the way VF is, I actually still train against AI to this day. I enjoy it. I think it's a fun way to train, you know. I think it will do a lot of weird stuff, but it's still good. Actually, when it mashes 2P, it's trying to help you. Because a lot of people are too slow to respond to 2P, and now this thing is doing it randomly. It'll do 5 in a row, so then you gotta respond to it, you know. So I like the trading here, but I like the trading in even arcade mode. Practice your combos. And then stage 1, 2, 3, practice combos. Stage 4, still practice combos, but you gotta do better defense, and you gotta flow better. And then as each level goes up, you do more general defense, but you also start maximizing your damage options on throw and on mix-up. And then practice those mix-up against the AI because it's gonna work. And it's gonna pay if you're doing it high damage way. Then it's gonna pay off in the long run. So, right. So I still have fun training against the AI, right? What's that? Chanchai, what new toys did you get with Leon? They're useful, but they're just the same as what he already has. They make some of what he does better, but it doesn't change him fundamentally. And that's okay with me, but it means that he didn't really improve. So, for example, he gets 4P, EX high. And also, they have to... is it just an EX high? I was so sure it was half circular. So sure it's half circular. I'm pretty sure it is still. I just forgot to set the display. So, detailed stats, right? Yeah. Half circular. And half circular, so it hits to the back. If they evade to his back, this hits, right? But here's the thing. I'm getting 0. I'm getting +3 on counter hit. That's not bad. The follow-up is a high. It's not EX high anymore. So this one is easy to defeat. But if I do get them, if I counter hit with this, I can get free PK, right? If I counter hit with this part, I can get free PK. But here's the problem. This is not that much different from this. Not that much different from this. These are all good things that hit people that evade to Leon's back, but they can still fight me after if they know how to fight me. So it's, you know, this is not a substitute for this, because the reason you evade to Leon's back is you avoid getting counter hit by this, right? CPU setting, counter hit. You avoid getting counter hit by, you know, like this. You avoid getting counter hit by this into Nitaku. You avoid getting counter hit by this into fun games. But even though this is not the best game, but you avoid a lot of stuff by evading to his back. But and then you accept getting mixed up. This one will just give me a free low punch, you know. So actually maybe not. So it might give me this counter hit. But oh, this is the one that's free low punch. So this is the free low punch here. This, right? But generally he's got really slow half circular, so this thing fixed that. He's got this move, which looks a lot like this, but this is the old one that he used to have since VF4. And that he can do like pounce, right? He can do this tech. If they don't tech roll. Right? But this thing has some cool moves, cool uses at the wall. This has fun Okizeme. It's 30 frames. It's slower than this move's 27, right? This one I think is actually 27. And this is 30. But this one is good on Okizeme. And at least I can do back turn. I can do this into low. If they block it, I can do this low thing, which combos. It crumples. I can do this low punch. I can do that. I can do this. But then I can just do this. Right, like I can still do something like this, really strong damage. But this is a slow thing. This is not a hop attack though. It looks like it, but this one can still lose a lot to low punch and stuff like that. It's 30 frames, so I'm mostly doing it when my opponent is not attacking right away. He's got this throw. It's a forward throw. But I got them escaping. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's default everything. The really big change they did... Oh, sorry, it's forward throw. So now they brought back this throw, which is okay. It's good near at the wall, and it's good against heavyweight, but heavyweight he can still do. He has ways to combo from combo throw against heavyweight, especially with this move. So this move filled a lot of combo holes for Leon. So his combos are a little better, not a lot better, a little better. What was I gonna say? This one can also go into stance. They changed the input for this. This used to be 6p plus k. It is now half circle forward p plus k. That's an upgrade. Why is that an upgrade? Okay, let's talk about why that's an upgrade. It's an upgrade because he had from crouch, he had 6p plus k was this. So now you can't do this move when it was 6p plus k if you were crouch. So then what about if you dash cancel? Well, he has back forward p plus k. So you can't do back forward p plus k. You can't because you have this move. What about forward p plus k? He has this for forward p plus k. Forward p plus k. So now you can't forward dash cancel that. So the best thing you could do was like get a successful evade, dash, wait, and then do 6p plus k. But it just made it hard. Like you couldn't really do this from crouch. So now you can. So now I can do this and then do this, do this, do this. Right? And this is a big change. This is a big upgrade. Now this is a very slow attack. So if they just mash, you're gonna get hit. But it's very powerful and I've used it a lot. It's better. Yeah, hop attacks are, right, so if they, so for example, let's say I'm really minus, like I do this, let's show frame stats, setting, display setting, okay, what is that, -3, okay. Oh, does the AI only do this? That's dumb. Okay, so I gotta set a crouch. Okay. Alright, so, like, let's say I do this, -15 is a bit much. Do this, -15 is a bit much, -15 is a bit much. See how risky low attacks are, right? But if I do this, I'm just gonna, just to show, this one on frame 1 will crush a low attack. It will hop right away. This one needs maybe the 5 frames, so I can do this at -5, but I can't do it at a lot of frames. I need some frames to do this one. There's this, right? But also, as I said earlier, you can backdash launch people to beat low punch, you know. That blue counter means I hit them with recovery counter. I hit them with the recovery hit. Right? And Leon is low punch, pushes them far enough away. See? If I'm like this far away, it's like... That's why Leon can do this so well, right? And it's like why he's like able to do stuff like that really well. Yeah, I do like playing against the CPU, and yeah, we won't talk too much about playing Final Showdown, but if you have a way of playing Final Showdown, I like playing against the special sparring CPUs and practicing countermeasures for all the moves they like to do, because those ones are really scripted bots that have attacks they like to do and throws they like to do. Yeah, you can play it on PS. There's different ways to play Virtua Fighter on PC, actually. I'll leave it at that, but if you private message me, I'll tell you. So, by the way, thank you guys all very much. This has just been a wonderful chat environment, and also thanks so much to Levin. Levin, it's a real pleasure getting to know you, and I'm looking forward to training some more with you. Let's see. So, okay, this move is not. This move is new because the old one was a regular high, but it was a different move, and so now he's got this older version that he had in VF5 vanilla. This is a VF5 vanilla move, but this is EX high now, and that's a big deal. So this one is good to stick in neutral when you want to disrupt them, and then you attack right away, but they can fuzzy. So if you get hit by this, you can just. If you get counter hit by this, you can just 2G Leon. 2G, 5G. So. Oh, my pleasure. I'm always happy to do sessions with people. I'm happy to train with them, and I love doing competitive matches, and I do that. But I also love setting up sessions for people that are wanting to learn and take their game to the next level, and encouraging them to fight each other. And sometimes I'll set up a room where we're going to do a league battle, and they'll be able to spar and train with each other and get more matches. But from what I want them to do is to add each other, whether it's on Steam or PSN, so that they can regularly have people to spar with, a group to spar with. And then each season we try to make sure that there's newer people that get into the group or kind of get to know each other, just network everyone, so you can find your training partners. Because this game is so much fun when you have a sparring partner, when you have multiple sparring partners especially, but this game is really fun that way. The ideal mix is fight a lot with people that's at your skill level, but you also want to have a mix of you fight stronger players, fight even the strongest players, even me, and you fight even the lower players that are learning. You want a good mix of all of that, but yes, most of it should be closer to your level. That'll be the fastest way you grow and learn more interactively and in detail. But playing stronger players is how I got very strong too. It's very true that for 25 years I've traveled to play VF, and I used to go to New York from Portland, and I've now played with players from all over the world, a lot, and almost any place I go I can usually find a Virtua Fighter player to play with, and I've usually taken that opportunity, even in Thailand. Even in China, I'm so surprised by that. You know, in France, anywhere I go, I can find a Virtua Fighter player, and everywhere I go, the people that love Virtua Fighter really love this game. They really love it. Hey, Lasdal, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I would love to play in the UK again too. But I would love to play in Italy. There's a lot of great players that have come from Italy. Oh my gosh, so many great players that have come from Italy. And always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I'm really glad that it helped. But you've become very strong. So keep it up. Keep it up. I haven't seen much of your play lately, but I've seen some. And keep it up. I know. I wanted to go to the UK for Global Showdown. That was my plan. We actually had when Global Showdown originally was going to be in Glasgow. My wife and I were planning to go, and it was going to be okay for a certain number of days. It's going to be I'm going to have my own trip that I'm on, and family will do something separate. And then for the rest of the trip, we're together as family and doing our thing. I keep family separate from fighting game gatherings, especially VF. Because you're just going to disappoint everyone when you try to balance that out too much. But if you just kind of say, hey, I'm really going to be away for these 3 or 4 days, then you get to enjoy it fully. And then you get to enjoy family fully too. And family appreciates it if they're understanding. You know. But last thing I want to do is make my wife follow me around and watch, or my kids follow me and watch. They'll say they want to do it, but they're going to complain they're bored at some point. So, you know. But yeah, it's always fun, and I've loved every time I went to the UK. I've gone to London twice, and I've loved it so much. It's one of my favorite cities I've been to. And there's more to the UK than that, of course. So I've only been to London and Bath, but I would love to go to a lot more places. You know, and everybody, the UK is very different too. But I love a lot of places in Europe, and I want to go there too. I definitely like to hang out with the Italian players too. So How old are the kids? My kids are 12 and 10. I have a 12-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son. And today I took my daughter we went with her friend, and her friend's father is the one who invited us, and we watched the movie Flow, which I think it's French animation. No, it's not. It's not French. It's another country, totally different. Not even French. But it's a beautifully animated film. It's an adventure film, but it's centered around animals. But it's really good. It reminds me of Apocalypto, actually. If you can believe that. It reminds me a lot of Apocalypto. So Mel Gibson made this movie Apocalypto a long time ago. A totally different story, but the journey felt very similar to me. So, yeah, well, I'm excited about France doing Evo France. I was in 2023. I did go to Paris, and then I traveled out to a city. I took the bullet train to play with Kingo, and I had a blast playing with Kingo. And I know there's players in southern France and that I've talked to, and not as many as in Paris. Not as many players in Paris. A lot of players are out some in the other parts of France, so it's tricky to get them all out together. But I make it clear I'm willing to take the train to go see them directly, and then we get to play. So I'm glad I got to fight against Kingo, and that was a wonderful, wonderful experience. And Kingo is really, really nice in person, and we just had a lot of fun. The matches were really intense. It was a blast. So I'm really excited for Evo France, and the VF community is trying to make something happen. So if you're not on the VF Discords, I encourage it. And on the VF Discords, there is a chat to try to get everybody on the same page about Evo France. It's not going to be an official game. Well, maybe it will be, but I don't think it's going to be an official game. But even Revo might be. But you can make it an amazing event, because it doesn't need to be the main event for it to be the focus of your trip. I do a lot of playing VF at different places. It's so much fun, and you get to free yourself of the pressures of all the other games too sometimes. Yeah, Kingo's awesome. If you want to watch the VF Discord link, yeah, let me get that for you. Let's see here. Alright, so let's get the VF Discord link. I'm so bad at it's basically, I think it's tvf.discord.gg, but let me double check. Pretty sure that's it. It might be just virtuafighter.discord.gg, but we'll see. Okay, so it's discord.gg/virtuafighter. That's it. Okay, let's copy that into. This is the community Discord. This is not the official one. It's an important distinction. Now, Kingo, to watch Kingo's matches, you want to watch the Akai Leagues, the EU. When Akai Leagues, every Saturday, Akai does the Akai Leagues in the EU version of the Akai Leagues. And Kingo, so like I won the last season, and Kingo in North America, and Kingo won the last season, and Kingo wins almost every season. Kingo is incredibly strong. I think I'm really happy that I've gotten to meet, hang out, and play with Kingo and with Nero. Nero is an Italian player, and many would consider him the best EU player, and he is ridiculously strong, right? It's fun fighting him. It's fun watching him fight others. It's fun watching him and GT fight. It's fun watching him and Adam fight. But Nero is really damn good, and he's one of those people who's just a little different in a cool way, and it makes him such a fun personal person in real life. And it makes him, like, he's a real practical joker in real life, in a way. He's very European. So he's very, very European. It's the best way I can put it. It's like, but But he's a blast. I really love that guy, and his VF is ridiculously good. So, and the Japanese took notice when he went to Japan last year, so they really liked fighting him as well. I think the only person he didn't like fighting was Shiwapon, because Shiwapon is the one who's trying to play the perfect game, is trying to play like the minimal risk game, and I'm gonna do. It's not that I'm doing ridiculous stuff, but I'm doing very skillful stuff to just minimize the risk as much as possible. So Nero is like, it's complained that it's like fighting a machine, and that's kind of true. Fighting against Shiwapon is like fighting against a machine, but it's amazing to me because it's like, for a human to play the way Shiwapon plays is pretty ridiculously hard to do. It is a strong application of both knowledge and skill. So, I was talking about Nero, who's an Italian player, but I was just talking about their distaste of fighting against Shiwapon. Shiwapon is one of the best teachers in a VF period. Anything that Shiwapon writes or videos they make, they're Japanese though, are worth any serious VF player's time by a lot. And Shiwapon shares the knowledge, can play almost any character, and is the master of defense. Nero is it's a Pi player, and Shiwapon, strong. Nero is one of the strongest players that I've seen outside of Japan. They are very unique, but they're very strong. They're from Italy, so yeah. And you won't hear us. I mean, the thing about Nero was Nero did do a lot of streaming, but they're the type of person who doesn't save archives of their stream. It's part of their personality too. But they did used to stream a lot, and maybe during Revo they'll stream again. We'll see. But they're the type who wouldn't save it or put it on YouTube or anything like that. So that's why there's not that much record of Nero playing. But Nero is very strong, and some of the Japanese are actually like that too. But fortunately, most Japanese do stream, or a lot of Japanese stream and show everything. But there's some that don't, and some that will just only play their main at certain conditions, and that's okay. That's they're balancing the competitive player goals, right? And sometimes there are those goals. I tend to be a very open person, and I'm one that's like, well, if I make my opponents better, then that's better for me, But it's not that everyone's trying to gatekeep or anything like that, but it is. But you have to align what your goals are. My goal, I just love playing Virtua Fighter, and yes, I want to play it at the highest levels, and I play it at a high level, but my goal is just to constantly have fun with Virtua Fighter, right? And Homestay Akira is always giving all the information, so yeah, and they're beating up everybody, but they teach everybody everything. So Homestay Akira is the one that everybody appreciates and respects too, because they've always been generous with their knowledge and generous with their time, and they just purely love Virtua Fighter. And Homestay Akira and Tetsuko Yamada, his wife, just make such an amazing team and couple in Virtua Fighter. She's a ridiculously good player, but she's also the one who coordinates a lot of offline events in Japan, coordinates a stream, gets raised the funds, finds sponsors. She's amazing. So the Virtua Fighter community, the global Virtua Fighter community, is so fortunate to have Tetsuka Yamada, Homestay Akira's wife. Yeah, she plays VF. Her shun will destroy. Like, I think it was 2018. They had LAG, LA Gathering, or LAG, right? And this was a gathering in Los Angeles, and the best players in North America were there. And I mean, a lot of strong players were there. And they had Homestay Akira and Tetsuka Yamada there, and both Homestay Akira and Tetsuka Yamada was beating up everybody during that gathering, But our players are not jokes. They're really strong, really, really strong. But Homestay Akira is in the top tier, and his wife is in the top tier of female players, and that is really strong. Gentleman Thief is North America's best player in general. Basically, if people debate, they're going to debate between Gentleman Thief and Adam Yuki. And, you know, both of them are amazing players and very different style of players. But Gentleman and Adam Yuki was the person who got the best result from North America in that, yeah. Tricky's in the conversation. Tricky and Denkai, right? So like usually the three strong that everybody will look to is Gentleman Thief, Adam Yuki, those two, and then Denkai also. Those three are always kind of like that, like kind of the three kings. Tricky is able to beat, you know, like Denkai. Able to beat, I mean, everyone's able to beat everyone. But you would probably put, if that cream of the crop is so strong, but Denkai is kind of, Denkai might be in the tier after GT and Adam, but Denkai is like so much close to that conversation, but it's just maybe just barely under. But then if you made that tier, you would say there'd be like Denkai. Tricky has earned her spot to climbing up into that tier. When she's really trained, then it's like that. And then Rodnuts is in there. Now Rodnuts is one where you might not see as many results in official tournaments, but they are strong at tournaments. But Rodnuts is mostly just busy with kids and life and work and wife. So with Rodnuts, they're mostly just playing online now. But Rodnuts is scary strong and is one of those that like, yeah, really, really good. And is an OG as well. Denkai is OG, younger than me, but OG, not from VF3. Denkai, I think, came in the 4th year. I didn't meet Denkai until VF5 Vanilla. And so I think Denkai came around Virtua Fighter 4 Final Tuned. In New York had Virtua Fighter 4 Final Tune arcade machine there. But, so maybe Denkai came in VF4 Evo. I've been playing VF since the first Virtua Fighter game. I started traveling in Virtua Fighter during the Dreamcast, Virtua Fighter 3 Team Battle Dreamcast. That was in 1999. I drove up to Seattle to fight a player, but then in 2000 is when I traveled to New York to play with players and stay for a whole week and train with them. And I did meet Mike in New York in 2000. I think it might have been the gathering after that, actually. I think it was a gathering after that. It was a separate gathering when I met Mike. But the first gathering I went to, the Mike wasn't there yet. I mean, he was in the scene. Mike wasn't the owner of VFDC at the time. It was Ice9, Jeffrey Iwano, was a friend. But Mike was the one who took over VFDC, carries its legacy, and has done an amazing job with it. And Mike has been an amazing community member. So yeah. And an amazing player. Really, really ridiculously strong player. Yeah. So, you know, there's like this really strong players. It's a lot. And, but newer generations have gotten really strong. You know, so we've got a lot of players now who are a lot stronger and giving, just really doing amazing, VF. So the scene is getting better and improving overall. And we still get new blood. And even in the last 4 years, I can count about 3 generations of players within that. It's just, is it a small community? Yes, it is. But they're learning, they're getting stronger. I do my best to help. And we have a blast in our matches, you know. I'm still playing the best VF that I've ever played right now at the age of 45. So at 45, I'm still playing my best Virtua Fighter. And it gives a lot of people a run for their money, you know. But it's just fun to enjoy this game with other people. It's nothing like it. Well, every game is so wonderful, but Virtua Fighter is incredibly conversational, and it's a very interesting conversation when you play it. When I fought Mr. Online, it is such a fun conversation in our matches, and I can see Mr. enjoying it as much as I am. They were telling me not to chat anymore because they want to keep fighting, and I was loving it, and we had a blast, you know. So Virtua Fighter is just so great, and anybody who's really, you know, gotten there like really knows. So the conversations around the world are not that different. It's just how much we love the game, and just the conversations just go back to that. So it's good stuff. But that's also why we love teaching people. This scene has always been kind of humble because there's a couple factors for it. I think maybe because it's a game that is best patiently learned, but learned diligently. So you got to be having the grit to deal with it, but at the same time you got to look at it long term. Maybe those factors is why a lot of the VF players tend to be the introverts compared to other scenes. But there's a lot of extroverts too, a lot. So our scene tends to be a little humble for that. It tends to be humble because outside of Japan, Virtua Fighter is not like the top arcade game. But in Japan, it's like the top arcade game and the top fighting arcade game for many, many years, for such a long run, right? But there's many factors in that too, and the differences in how arcades are in Japan too. But in America, it's definitely not the most popular fighter, but doesn't matter. You love the game, and you just fight people, and you don't need to have all the people. You just need to have even just a few people to fight with, and it's fun. And I've always been able to find people, and I've built and rebuilt the Portland scene so many times in different generations, and had a blast, and had lots of people and lots of tournaments, and at the same time played with the other scenes. I traveled again to other scenes. It's a lot of fun. Hey, good to see you. I don't know if that's Crush, but hey, TK Sav. Yeah. Yeah, well that's how it came about, right? How did that come about? Well, that's someone decided to convince the higher ups that they can do a vanity project about Virtua Fighter, and then the good response to Virtua Fighter Ultimate Showdown did, I think, seem to have encouraged Sega to go ahead and pursue it, and then think, how serious do we want to be? And it looks like they were very serious about it. So I'm very happy with how now we're on track, and that the plan for this year, whatever mistakes Sega may make or will make, doesn't matter, because they have used the good timing they have, and they're using the resources in a way that they're giving Virtua Fighter the best shot it can have at whatever we're going to call it to be successful. So the rest is on us, and how we as a community deal with the game, and how we like it and all that. But it's hard to think of a better plan than what Sega's done here, outside of a plan that would just burn money way too much. But I think this one, they've invested well, and it's more than reasonable. And I think they're aiming higher than I expected with this new Virtua Fighter, because they're aiming to be a real serious IP. They're trying to do, it's not going to be Monster Hunter Worlds, but they're trying to basically do a Monster Hunter Worlds for Virtua Fighter. I'm not saying that in a literal sense. I'm saying that in when Capcom really put their chips in on Monster Hunter World, they really aimed this thing to be something different from what Monster Hunter was before. And I still love what Monster Hunter was before, but they really are aiming for a higher goal, and they really are aiming to make the game a more global game than what they had before. And that gamble paid off. Now I may not end up liking Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm hoping I will love it, but when it comes to the new Virtua Fighter, it's reminding me of how serious Capcom went with Monster Hunter Wilds, or Monster Hunter World. It's just like, wow, you guys really they are serious about this. And you gotta understand that Monster Hunter, just like Virtua, huge success in Japan, but is pretty much niche everywhere else. That's how it was, right? But it had hardcore fans everywhere, just like Virtua Fighter does. And then Monster Hunter Worlds was like a global success. I'm not saying Virtua Fighter is going to be Monster Hunter Worlds. I'm just saying, but the parallels to me is that they're really swinging for this game, and they're really putting quite a bit in there. Are they going to do everything everyone wants? No. but they're very serious about it. So I have to be grateful, however it turns out, and this is the best shot. Yeah, like we would like that to be. It's hard to imagine that a fighting game will be that breakout, but it would be amazing if it was, and we'll see. But you know, but action games are in a weird spot too. But it's cool that there's a lot of fans that make amazing action games too. But like by that, martial arts action. So it's gonna, we'll see. But I really love what I've seen so far, and it's all just little bits. But wow, it's so exciting. But it's also so exciting that they're like, we've got the arcade legacy, and that's what Revo is. I love that they created that narrative, and that's hopefully what they're sticking with. But it also means, well, I have no idea what they're gonna do with the new Virtua Fighter. I hope it kills. I hope it kicks ass. I hope it gives me the same feeling of the mind games, the pace of decision making, rewarding situations, rewarding decisions, rapid fire pace, always interesting. Like I said, like Chad the Third said, right? He thought he didn't like guessing when he was dealing with the heat system, but actually when he plays VF, he realized he loves guessing if it's interesting, and that's why I'm like, yeah, VF is very interesting guessing, very interesting. But I also love that VF can let you play to your skill, like your reaction skill, or you can play to your, I'm going to force guesses. I don't have to use as much reactions there. I have to have enough reactions, but I'm going to force guesses instead. And then this is the rock paper scissors that Tekken players understand, I guess, right? Which is the mix up versus keep away versus whiff punish, right? So, but in Virtua Fighter, there's different ones that we care about. That one is in play, but it's so much less than the other rock paper scissors of the game. The core rock paper scissors of the game is the attack loses to defense, and defense loses to throw, and throw loses to attack. That's the core, and you just you tweak around with it a lot, but it's a lot of that. And then you have tempo, because tempo is dealing with when you're using movement and attack together, and you're kind of using option selects to facilitate the attack pace. So the tempo rock paper scissors is basically buffer, which is speed 0, versus delay, which is speed 1, versus extra delay, which we're going to say is ECD. Why do we do ECD? Because ECD covers. It does successful evade against buffer, and then it beats people that are super slow, but it loses to people that are just a little slow. And then and delay attack, because delay attack beats that, but delay attack loses to people that just buffer. So it's one of those things where it's like option selecting is cool. There's another rock paper scissors that I described that it's hard to do in Tekken, to me, from my observation, but it's why people have attitudes the way they do in Tekken. But in Virtua Fighter it's very strong, which is and this might get offensive, so I apologize if you don't like the terminology here, but we'll say you have dumb stupid play, which could be stupid cool, could be stupid, could be stupid wild, could be stupid unorthodox. You got stupid. Solid play, which I'm going to call smart beats stupid. That's what everyone will say is the fundamentals, right? Boxing, other things, but also good application of defense, using going back to basics. Then you have clever beats smart play. Clever is going one step extra. It's going a little deeper. Clever is really strong, but against smart. But clever can lose really badly if it's careless. Clever loses to stupid, really bad, right? And sometimes some of the crazy genius players like Chibita. What does all the Asian players say about Chibita? Oh, I just can't believe the plays he makes. They're amazing, but I just can't imagine doing it. And that's because, well, he's really good at genius. He's really good at clever, but he's also really good at knowing when to bring in stupid. Really good at knowing when to bring in stupid. And that stupid play is the thing that this clever and smart players are afraid to do. Right. Hey, awesome. Thank you all very much. So, okay, so throw Okay, in Virtua Fighter, throw is guaranteed because throw is executed in 10 frames. If they are minus 10, yes, throw is guaranteed, and yes, they can escape throw, but throw is guaranteed to connect. Okay, but, and we're talking about just the normal throws of the game. We're not talking about catch throws. It's a different category. It's like a blend of attack and throw. But we're talking about normal throws, the normal mix of game of throws, the forward, neutral, or back. 10 frames execution. What if my opponent's minus 9? If my opponent's minus 9 and I do throw, that means there's this 1 frame, right? It means that if they do attack, it's only 1 frame of animation before my throw would connect, right? Attack still beats my throw. Even at minus 9, if they do attack, it will still beat my option if I chose to do throw. Throw will lose to attack whenever throw is not super guaranteed at being, plus 10 or more. So if I'm plus 9 and I do throw, I can still lose to attack. So which attack should they do? That's up to them. There's reasons for them to do a basic poke, but the problem is if they are minus 9 and they do a poke and I just do launcher, I do counter hit launcher, that's more safe for me, right? That's such a big gamble. So if they're going to gamble anyways to attack when they're that minus to beat the throw, they might as well do a launcher. They might as well increase the risk for me and the reward for them. So they should just do something that combos on normal hit. It's going to be probably a recovery hit even, but actually it'll probably be normal hit. But whatever attack they do will win. Might as well make it a big attack, right? Unless they're using an attack that was also going to beat the attack that I use at plus 9. Because Virtua Fighter does have some attacks that can beat very specific, very narrow attacks. Leon has this move. This will beat sidekick. If the opponent does sidekick, yeah, this requires AI. Right? The opponent does sidekick, right? This beats sidekick. I took the hit. I still beat the sidekick because this attack will override sidekick. If that was his launcher, right? And what about the counter hit launcher, right? I can beat, right? And I can punish it. So now I found an attack that beats. If that's their mix-up game, I'm gonna do this knee, or I'm gonna do throw. I can hack it with my character doing that, right? Okay, what about they do this, right? So this will lose to throw, right? But this is a high attack. Now this is different. So high attack I can do this, right? But this is not the same. This would lose to throw, right? Same thing as a parry, but I do have a parry. I can't parry this one though. So this one you just kind of just, boom. You just low crush, right? That's the same basic Tekken. But the more important thing was understanding that I can, sometimes I have tools that are going to win against, if I know exactly what they're going to use, and then they have to mix it up. They have to use stuff like the 4-6P to punish, because 4-6P is going to beat me trying to do Sabaki, right? Actually in VF4, this would beat this too. The stupid thing is in Virtua Fighter 4, Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla, before Final Showdown, this Sabaki attack would actually beat high punch also, so it would beat all 3 of these things, right? It beats a high kick, mid kick, knees, and it also beats high punches and high elbows. So this thing was stupid strong if that was what they were going to mix up, right? But that's why Go would then, maybe change it up and go, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do this, right? I'm going to do this. This one's really good. And so this one mixing up this and throw is very strong against me, right? I gotta respect that. Yeah. Very, very nice to have you all here. And Singapore is also an amazing community. I wish I got to know more Singapore players. Long time ago in the VF community, a player from Virtua Fighter and Virtual On was Fazak. and I got to meet Fazek and play with them a lot during the VF4 era and during VF4 test, and that was a lot of fun. They were from Singapore, but I didn't get to meet a lot of the OGs from the Virtua Fighter 3 days and the Virtual On days, and Singapore had Virtual On 2 and Virtua Fighter players, and so I got to learn a lot from the stuff they wrote online. So I'm really grateful to the Singapore scene in the history of fighting games and Virtual On as well. And Singapore has always had like really great gamers, you know. Just yeah. Yep. So do tiers matter much in VF? Not really. Tiers matter when you're at a ridiculously high level, and when you're skillful enough for tiers to matter, you will be strong enough to switch characters and play any character you like. But here's the thing. Every single character in Virtua Fighter has won competition in Japan or anywhere. Every character has been represented at the highest levels of play successfully. So every character is viable. Every character has what they need to win any situation that comes up. Some will have to work harder than others for some situations, right? Leon is bad at guard punish. The simple reason is because his normal hit launchers are really slow. So that means that but he's good at counter hit. He gets a lot of damage if he can counter hit. He has a good throw game, so he gets above average damage from his combination of throws. He has really good wall game. Not the best, but very good. He's got very good ring out game. Maybe the best. Maybe among the best. He's got, he can gamble and knock down on Okizeme, which can give the Leon player more time to think and condition their opponent and put pressure on them so that he can maintain an edge over them. But it is a gamble, so if they read correctly, they can blow him back up. They can punish him. He can, but he can play mid-low mix-up if he needs to be very annoying, to frustrate the opponent with lows, but they are very risky. So he can play with more risk and more reward. But his reward it's not like the best reward, but it's very good. But in this game, in 2.0, the thing is a lot of other people's reward got higher, and his reward mostly stayed the same. So he's dropping a tier in 2.0, and that's okay, because in this game, it's very interactive, and you're fighting your opponent, and every character can play very well at the highest levels of play. But when the Japanese talk about tier lists, they're talking about maybe like it's a bit easier you have more situations. It's more like having a good thing to whip punish with is so powerful at the high level, right? Make a mistake, I get to do damage easily, right? That's still fundamental, that's still strong. My character doesn't do it as well as he can, but he's got to do it a little earlier, and he's got to be sure they're gonna whiff. But he's got a good backdash game that helps. So, so the tiers don't really matter to the people that are usually asking about the tiers, but they are a good conversation about, it's fun conversations to think about how to balance a game or how to try to make it better. But this game, the tiers really don't matter much. The decision making matters much more than the tiers do. But some characters make it easy. I think when beginners complain about Taka, the thing is Taka is playing the core mix up, the mid throw, like a lot. Like a heavy, but that's not the only game he plays though. As a heavy character, his strings are doing more damage than a lot of basic pokes. So they can win the speed game they can be strong buttons. And when somebody evades them, heavy characters can still use their strong basic buttons to really win a lot of trades. Because in VF, the stronger attack will win a trade. You don't see that many trades in VF because they have to be the same damage, and then the players have to have close enough life bar to each other. It's very rare to see dual hit in Virtua Fighter. because the higher damage wins, and then because even if there's a draw, even if they both hit the same power, if the life bar is different between the two, then the one with lower life bar is gonna win the trade. That's awesome. That's awesome. So happy to hear it, and I hope you're loving Virtua Fighter. How are you feeling about Virtua Fighter? I think we're gonna see a lot of strong players. Like in Japan, you see a lot of strong players that do play multiple fighting games, play Virtua Fighter and other games, and very strong. In the West, I think it's a little harder, just because of because of the common learning approaches or their mindset, the way that we are. It's less. It makes Virtua Fighter a little more different, and overcoming the differences were usually the barrier. So I try to explain it to the strong player from other fighting games why Virtua Fighter is a little different, and then how to translate their skill from their other games into Virtua Fighter. Because people ask me, does a Tekken skill, is it good in Virtua Fighter? It's really good actually, but it's at the high level. You have to get really good at the basic Virtua Fighter first. But then you're going to start realizing you can whiff punish a lot in this game. But in this game, it's it's like launching the throw, but it's also ducking under the high. It's just that you got to respond fast, right? You just have to get used to the way Virtua Fighter plays. So instead of trying to perfectly time your response, get good at doing things early in Virtua Fighter. That way your character will always do it frame perfect and make it easier for you. And then you can learn how to delay. And then you can learn the decision between buffering and delay. And then you can play more with punish. And then you can play more solid defense moving forward, forcing the guess. How to force guess. You're like, the opponent is too strong at reaction, too strong at this reactive play. Well, I can force guess. Maybe I'm better at guessing than them. And Virtua Fighter, you can really do this like a lot, in many ways, in many places. So trying to help people that are strong at other games get used to that, and then get used to the Virtua Fighter boxing. Virtua Fighter boxing is just low risk, but it's still risk, right? In this game, backdash is still really good, but it's risk. But that's okay. Maybe in Tekken it's scary to use risk. In VF, risk is very acceptable. Use your life bar a lot for this, to do this. So. I'm so happy that you're learning Virtua Fighter. I don't mind doing sessions with international. A lot of people in the community knows I don't mind doing a session with international, even with lag or anything. So if you want to do sessions sometime, I'm happy to do it. Any level player from any game, and beginner, strong player, I'm happy helping anybody improve in how they play Virtua Fighter. Yeah, Street Fighter block button will be different. A lot of things will be different, right? Inputting early is going to be very different. Street Fighter really wants you to wait and then respond, right? Like I said, I don't like applying the turns paradigm to Virtua Fighter. I appreciate the turns paradigm is important in general. It's an extension of the concept of initiative. But in Virtua Fighter, you still have many options when you're minus. Even when your opponent has guarantee against you, you shouldn't give up. You should still do something that might beat whatever it is they do if they're not doing the guaranteed damage. And then, when you're falling down, you have a lot of decisions to make about how to wake up. Are they going to ground combo me? So then maybe I should tech. Are they going to meaty me because they think I'm going to tech? So then I should stay down. Then once I stay down, should I... In Virtua Fighter, the Okizeme is actually a lot like Tekken. It's just a little... I like to think it's a little more dynamic. I think in Tekken, you're kind of locked. It's like, this is what he's going to do. You better defend it. This is how you defend it. Do this. Now you can play mind game if he starts to not do that. Right? In Virtua Fighter, the person doing Okizeme has a lot of advantage. But the person waking up gets to really mess with the timing. Gets to really mess with it a lot. Gets to really, this time I'm going to get up fast. So next time I get up slow. And when I get up slow, you're going to whiff because I'm invincible until I'm vulnerable. And your attack went before that. So now you whiffed and I get to punish you. But then now I'm going to go get up fast again. And you're going to be surprised when I get up fast and I attack you and you were used to the slow timing. So now I counter hit you. Virtua Fighter, that's how I play the Okizeme game, the wake up game, right? In Virtua Fighter, you can do that like a lot. And so that's why I say it's very dynamic. But it is also very confusing at first. But you slow it down. First you just go, are they going to attack or not? That's the first. And just, are they going to attack or not? If they attack, I can do meaty. If they don't attack, maybe I go for ground combo. That's the easier high goal. The risk is low, the reward is very high. So I should do that. Then after that, when they guess, then we go beyond that. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that, man. And I do want to see Singapore on the map for Virtua Fighter again. So please make Virtua Fighter Singapore very strong. By the way, Virtua Fighter Korea, Virtua Fighter Taiwan are very strong. Very, very strong. So, they still have their legacies, but they still have their strong players. But there are strong players all around the world, actually. Very strong players. But Japan definitely has most of all the good players. But it is amazing. Australia has very strong players. Australia has a very good scene. And I really want to see the classic Oceania pairing. Australia, Singapore. It would be wonderful. Because that is a legacy. Mike is a part of that legacy, but there is a legacy of VF in Oceania overall. Hey Jimmy, good to see you. By the way, Jimmy, wonderful guy, wonderful friend. I consider him a friend. Wonderful friend from Hong Kong. Very strong player. You should watch Jimmy PKG's Eileen. It's very strong. It has a lot of fun too, but you get to watch fun play and strong play. And Jimmy is a lot of fun to watch, and he's very supportive of the community. And he's very sharing of knowledge, actually. He is a wonderful member of our community, and I'm really happy I got to meet Jimmy this year in person. So, Jimmy, it's so good to see you, my friend. Very, very, it was very fun, so I'm excited to fight with you in Hong Kong again soon, probably in 2 years, but before that, maybe somewhere else too. I think my Leon is more like a Blanca, but no, I'm just kidding. Eileen is tough, and I do think it is hard for, now that she's really strong, I do think beginners are going to have a hard time fighting against Eileen. She's a glass cannon, but she does very strong damage very easily. She can crush, but actually it takes a lot of skill to use Eileen very, very well. The One People's K-Loop, I do want them to fix it, so I'm not going to make a big noise about it, but here's my opinion. They should make it so that if it hits a staggered opponent, it just knocks down. Because that stagger loop, not a problem at high level play, but that stagger loop makes this game really unfun for most people that will play the game if it's ever popular. 97% of the players will lose to this to some jerk and stop playing. And I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I want people to have fun playing Virtua Fighter at all levels. I don't want to say, well, they should just learn how to break stagger. Yeah, they should, but this stagger is kind of hard actually. For them, for a lot of people. And there's a lot of moving parts to this stagger. And I like stagger. I want stagger to stay in Virtua Fighter. I think stagger is a wonderful mechanic. I think it creates a stress that is very unique in fighting games. And I think it looks like it's chaotic, but stagger is a beautiful technique. Breaking stagger is a technique. It will test you on situational awareness. It will test you on timing, and then it will test you on technique. All three of those. When the Tekken player says they like the throw escape in Tekken, like they want throws to be broken like that, right? I'm like, well, stagger break is kind of like similar to Tekken throw escape, actually, in my view, because of the skill that you're using, the recognition, I need to do this now. I need to not, in the case of throw escape, I need to not hit a button when I see the throw. I need to make sure I know what throw it is, and then I break it. Now, at a higher level, it's probably automatic because you get so used to it and you just see it so fast. At a lower level, it's like that stagger break technique in Virtua Fighter. But this Eileen situation, the troll play, the stagger loop, stagger infinite, that is just a very toxic play. And here's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see Maximilian Dude on the launch of Revo get trolled by that move and then just not have fun and everybody say this is a Kuso game. This game is crap. Right? I don't want that. Yes, good player can beat it. Doesn't matter. 97% of the players are going to quit. So, I don't really want them to kill the stagger. I just want them to kill the stagger repeat over and over. That's one. What about the stagger half-life combo? This is a tough one. I would, if they keep it, I'm okay. But my preference, I still want that stagger to be difficult, to avoid the half-life combo from Eileen. I still want her to have that half-life combo. I want her to have to earn it. So I want it to be just difficult enough that, like, okay, if you're focused, you can break this stagger, right? But if Eileen mix you up a lot, really, really mess with you, and then she gets you with a low punch that's easy to defend, then, and you're mentally stacked, so your brain is just not right for breaking the stagger, I think that's earned. I think that's okay for me as a competitive player. Because I'm like, I want Eileen to have that as one of her many rewards for playing her cancel game. To do 1P plus K cancel, 1P plus K cancel, 1P plus K cancel. Oh, 1P plus K, I hit you with the low punch. You weren't thinking straight. If you were focused, you could break the stagger, but if you weren't focused, it was just out of your reach a little bit because you were so frenzied. Eileen earned that. I think it's okay. It's like when Leon put pressure, and then does super slow guard break because the opponent thinking so hard I have to block. That feels earned. That feels good. That feels like in line with Virtua Fighter. So that's my view. So I think I would like the stagger to be a little easier to break. Just a little, because I still want it to be hard. And that's something that you want to train. I do like that. But I want the stagger infinite. I want it to just not happen. So how to break that? If the person is staggered and you do 1P plus K, it causes knockdown. That's what I want. Right? Then it's like, okay, that situation's over. Now they got to do Okizemi. Okay. And they threw away their opportunity to do 3P. Right? So, yeah. But 3P is really hard. Like I said, I'm not talking about the 3% of really good players when the game is popular. I'm talking about the 97% of players to say, I would like to try VF, this game sucks. That's who I'm worried about. You guys are complaining about not enough players? This is a really good way to have not enough players after a month. Is to have this infinite stagger be what everybody deals with when they just want to just learn VF, just try it out, right? There's only going to be a small percent that's going to, okay, I go to training mode, I figure out how to break this, now I can beat this. Now, yes, it is just a low punch, and there's ways to beat it. But low punch, just even 2P, takes a long time for beginners to learn how to deal with. Right? Just 2P is already hard enough for beginners to deal with. So you have to think about that. We spend a lot of time explaining it because it really takes the time to get better at this deal, right? So yeah. Strong Sarah, yes, you Sarah. Let me get the link. Let me get the link for you, Sarah. I really got to go to sleep soon because I got to wake up in time for Akai's VF League North America. I might miss it because I might be asleep. But Let's see here. But I do need to go to sleep too. Let's see. So you, Sarah's. So the hard part about Japanese players is they just use like the token ID on their YouTube. So it's hard to, like, you can't just look up their name. And they use the Japanese name writing, so it's hard to search them sometimes. So you, Sarah, is really good, and Julieta Sarah is really good to watch. So you, and we're gonna do their YouTube channel here. So okay, so this is you, Sarah's YouTube channel, and then we're gonna do Julieta. I hope I have it here. If not, I have to search it, and I hope I can find it then. Julieta, I have it here. Julieta Sarah, good. Now, when you watch Japanese YouTube channel, you have to go to the live tab. They live stream on YouTube, so because they live stream on YouTube, you have to go to the live tab. If you go to video tab, you will be missing a lot of videos that they actually have. Okay. Here's Julieta Sarah. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the raid. El Movimiento de Lotori. Thank you very much. Really nice to meet you all. And everyone, thank you so much for your support. And Akai, it's so good to see you. Yeah, the problem is we haven't heard any words, so I don't know. And I am, honestly, it's true that I'm keeping quiet about, because I feel like if I talk about this topic too much, it doesn't help. They know what I think. I submitted a report about what I think. I've told players in my stream and in private what I think. But if I raise noise about this, if I campaign on this, it just makes it makes the problem worse, I think. There's two situations I don't like. Number one, Maximilian Dude. 10,000, maybe 50,000, but 10,000 people watch his stream when a new game comes out. 10,000 people watching him just lose over and over and over again to one people's K. That's not fun. Not fun for me. It might be a laugh for 20 minutes. It gets really boring after 1 hour. It gets like, I don't think I like this game. I don't like that. 2, I don't like Main Man Sui trolling with this move. It's fine when Main Man Sui tried to do hopping headbutt with Jeffrey and keep losing. I don't mind that. Okay, that's him being him, and we can see why it doesn't work, right? Even against beginners. But this Eileen situation is different against beginners. And Virtua Fighter's never had like this repeat infinite stagger before. This is the first time. It has weird bugs, right? Virtua Fighter 4 version B had a owie bug where she go 4-4P, 2P, and then a certain way, and then suddenly she's doing like chop 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 chop, and it's a bug. So it's funny, and it's not broken. We can still beat it very easily, but you know, it's a fun bug, and it's okay. Sometimes fun bugs lead to fuzzy guard. Sometimes fun bug leads to double throw escape and then triple throw escape. Okay, those are cool. This Eileen one is like, this is the time where I'm like, Sega, like, fix this now. Not because of me, I can beat it, but because I want people to enjoy Virtua Fighter at all levels of play. I don't want them to have to dedicate training mode just to have basic fun. Right? I don't want like it's, that's why that argument when people say, well, this is how you beat it, it's like, yes, I'm going to teach people how to beat it. We're all going to teach people how to beat it. This is just so like the worst thing, like especially in the online era. It's just so like, I don't want to deal with that. And again, it's hard enough for beginners to learn how to deal with 2P. And 2P is good. I like 2P. But, you know, like, but they have to kind of learn, and they, when they start fearing it, and then I give the advice and it makes sense to them. I was like, the 2P isn't the threat. It's what they do after the 2P. So if you realize that, you're back in the guessing game. Oh, this guy does 2P launcher, I block. When I get to 2P, I block. Or I evade and punish it. This guy does 2P throw, oh, I just attack, I block. I get hit by 2P, but I'll launcher. I'll just do a launcher, right? And you went back to rock, paper, scissors. Not a problem. That stagger infinite, there's no more, like, there's no more stagger, there's no more rock, paper, scissors until you got hit by the wall, or you got wrung out, or you lost, or you went to training mode and trained. That's a lot of situations, you know? It's not fun. So, it's just, that's my opinion. And I love this game. I want more people to love this game. That's just a simple answer, right? Why does red mean go? Well, there's a couple of things with this, right? Maybe they could use a UX specialist because it's arcade. Okay, number one answer. Number one answer is because the arcade has two popular colors of sticks in the arcade: green and pink, but sometimes red. Okay, so that's answer number one. It's a dumb answer. That's probably the true answer, because they're like, oh, in the arcade we got green ball top and we got red ball top. That's probably the real answer. Two, because they don't have a user experience designer that says red and green is colorblind. And two, in most of the world, green means stop. You should sustain. You should wait on red and then go on green. Okay, that's our answer. And then I can also say I play this game called For Sale. Such a good card game. Very simple. You can teach it to kids. Really cool valuation game. And in this game, you buy properties, and these are cards that have a green back. And then you sell properties with money, and the money cards have a blue back. And I'm like, how come the money cards are not green back, and then the properties are blue back? But it's the same thing, you know. It's user design, and then just not looking at what is the norm. What are the norms that we're talking about? You know. Let's see. My video feed vanished? Okay. Oh, I moved it. Yeah, that's why. Hello. Hey, Paul. Good to see you. Do I think it's been covered enough? I don't want it to be covered too much. I want them to fix it, and then we move on. That's what I want. I don't want it to be covered more. So how do I think it's been covered enough? I think it's been covered more than enough. Yeah, I think it's been covered more than enough. No, see, I don't believe in that. I believe when you believe in that, you're playing with fire. Sega knows, but it's up to them to figure out what they're going to do about it. And I think there is enough out there to do it. I don't think more people is going to really help it. I really don't. Like, it could help it but all the damage has been done. This is more about reputation than anything else. This isn't about the reality of competitive VF. It's not about that. It's about the reputation. So I'd like it to be something that people knew about, but didn't have to deal with. So do I want them to do something about it sooner? Yeah. But I don't think making the biggest noise is going to help. Because I think it's going to do more damage first before it helps. So it might help us because we got an answer sooner. But it might have flamed a lot more people on the way that are just never going to try the game again. And there's a lot of things. Here's the thing about reputation. Narratives matter. Narratives totally matter. Narratives are so powerful. Narratives are really powerful. And I hate fighting against bad narratives. I really do. But that's life. Life, you fight against bad narratives all the time. Asian people are boring. They're not as sexy. That finally that changed because of Crazy Rich Asians, right? And because K-pop. So now my daughter's generation likes Asians. Okay. But narratives are hard. And narratives are a hard thing to fight against. And people like to ride the narratives because it's easy, because we want to get to the fun part. We want to get to something a little deeper than that surface detail and some other stuff. So narrative really matters, and making a big noise about this worst side of the game. I get the people that say, well, if we raise a bigger noise, it'll get the attention and they'll resolve it. And I'm kind of like, you're still playing with a lot of fire. And in my opinion, that narrative is the fire. The narrative is the thing I don't want. So I'm going to be like, I'm not going to raise it as an issue. I'm not going to keep retweeting people that talk about it. When somebody has something meaningful to say about it, I'll like it. But I'm trying my best, and from my point of view, and I respect everyone else's point of view. I really do. This is just me speaking from my life experience. Narratives really matter, and all the influencers know how narratives matter. All that really matters to them is the narrative a lot of times, right? And you can see it, but also all that really pays sometimes is that narrative. Yeah. So, no, I definitely agree that the UX, there's definitely can be things that improve and change. I personally would like Stagger to be kept forward because I think it's a cool mechanic. I think there's lots of parallels to other mechanics, but could it be communicated better? Yeah, but definitely. And maybe, because a lot of times Stagger, the sense of Stagger that people don't like is the sense that it's random. This idea that it's just a random thing. Now, some people don't like it for the technical reasons. I get that. Some people say it's not accessible. If my hands are damaged, I can't do it. And I understand, respect that. So that's where I'm like, well, part of the balancing is like, how powerful is this Stagger? Is it really going to wreck, or is it just another combo? And this is just one of those, okay, this combo works, but it didn't break the game. But this combo works against this person and does a reasonable damage, right? So it's like a normal combo problem. I'm okay with that. And it's like, okay, because that is something that I have to check for my opponent. When I fight my opponent, I check how fast or slow they are. I check how stubborn they are. I check how much my decisions matter to, my actions matter to them. Because some players it doesn't matter, but they're still playing a very strong game to deal with, right? GT plays a game that is trying to be less interactive. Yeah. But again, the infinite Stagger is my biggest beef. The half-life is definitely a balancing concern, though the sidekick, the backdash punishment is a bigger concern for me, because it's like, how many times does that lead to a win condition? That's different. That would be big, yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah, so thanks for hearing out my argument on it. Everyone's been so respectful in this chat, so I really appreciate you all hearing me. This is me venting on it, but this is the time that I'm like, okay, this is a good time to vent about it and just kind of say what I think. But you guys also see where I'm coming from, and you know that this is how I translate my love of the game, right? And this is how I'm balancing my concerns. I don't think so. Here's the thing. Cheating. What is cheating? Well, in ranked, cheating is disconnecting. That's the biggest one. How about a player playing macros? Here's the funny thing. We've played against players playing macros in the Revo beta. And pretty much we've all beat that player every single time. Oh, those of us that know how to play. Until now, the Eileen Stagger was where they started getting wins. They were not getting wins as Akira, doing Stun Palm of Doom, Guard Break of Doom with a button. But of course they were getting wins with Eileen Stagger Infinite. But when the player broke Stagger Infinite, they couldn't play, right? But it is embarrassing that they got second in the world of Eileen in those 5 days. That is embarrassing. And that's what I told Sega. I'm like, look, this player, there's two problems here. One is the rank problem where there's no penalizing blatant disconnecting that's like so clear happening, and then two, there's no, this Stagger Infinite is a problem. Yeah. So Chad the Third, that is one of those things that I've thought about, is like, do we make, You could make stagger still work and still be something that is. I mean, it would be corny, but you could make it like a runtime event is what they used to call it, but like you know, like a rhythm game. So you could do that. That technically is a very similar skill set to stagger, and I'm okay with it, but I think it's less dynamic than the one we got. I do like the stress that stagger creates. I know that not everyone likes that stress. I like that stress because that does feel immersive. That is like in a fight. You got sweat in your eyes. You got groggy. You got hit really hard in the head. You got winded. I think stagger kind of feels something like that in a fighting game. You know, so. Yeah, the fun thing about stagger break though is a lot of players do try different techniques and they do work. A lot of them, not all, but a lot of the techniques get good reliable results overall. And so I do like that this messy way of presenting stagger break leads to people trying to be a little more creative about how they solve it. You know, even when we have information about how the input's read and how many inputs it takes, people still are like, well, what works for me? And they still got to figure that out, right? And a lot of people like that SOCD helps them with it, you know? Yeah, when Shiwa did it to Kumicho, that was one of those like, oh man, you know, and it was embarrassing for Kumicho Wolf to like lose to it for a round, you know. But yeah. That was good stuff though. So I really want them to patch out that stagger loop. Making stagger a little easier would be nice because of the 3P. Yeah. Yeah, Shiwa made the biggest statement by doing it to Kumicho Wolf, who's a very strong player. I think it hit them like 4 times and wrung them out. But yeah. If you go, I'm hoping you go to Frosty, Paul. I think that would be awesome. I think it'd be awesome to have you at Frosty Games. Want a lot more players. Yeah, I'm hoping to see you in League later, Kai. I do have to go to bed. I'm having too much fun chatting with everyone here. This is such a fun group. I think there's a wait list on Frosties right now. But you should go. You should play the offline VF with everybody else. And you should play casuals. And you should go because there will probably be slots open. There will probably be... One, I won't be surprised if they expand it to 256. But even if they don't, I won't be surprised if some people that registered for VF register in other games and then have to prioritize certain games. And so there will be spots that open, and I think it's just worth going regardless. But if it's between this and like you go to Combo Breaker, well, okay, go ahead and register for Combo Breaker and focus on that. If you could only do one, then do the one that's open bracket. But it would be cool just for the community to support. We are given this opportunity, so I hope our community, our core community, will take the opportunity and represent, right? So, but I know that there are strong players going to be out there, for sure. But there's going to be a lot of play. It's going to be a big field. There's going to be a lot of crazy results, and that's fun. That's a lot of fun. So, Frosty Fossy is going to be a very fun tournament to watch. All right, everybody's being chill. Okay, let's all be chill here. I like everyone to be chill in the chat. All right. But I know that they're joking. But even if they're joking, I'm like, just be chill. I don't want like a joke to turn into a really annoying circle jerk. I really don't want the jokes to turn into a circle jerk, right? Like, I don't enjoy watching circle jerks, do you? You know? So it's like, and when you do in-jokes in the community, it's fun for a bit, but when it becomes like the only punchline, that's where it's like, okay, this is so old. Like, and this is so about this core group, but you know, I try to teach a lot of new people too, and get people to enjoy it. But yeah, sounds good. No, you've been cool. I just kind of putting it out there in advance, going like, I'm gonna call it when I see this thing turn into a circle jerk, you know. So, and the thing is, I don't want to ever ban anyone, because you guys have known I've included everybody and never had to ban before, and I'm not. I don't intend to ban. I just gotta say, hey guys, let's be chill. You know, there's other places that are way better for it than in my channel. You know, and sometimes I know it's a joke, but it's online. Doesn't look as good online. Yeah, doesn't I'll let you know if I don't think it translated so well. I don't care to explain it. Yeah, I just care to explain my policy, I guess, because I explain stuff. Yeah. All right. Alright. So anyhow, yeah, everyone, thank you so much. It's been a blast. Let me see what I missed, though. I think I've been awake all day, all night. I need to sleep for sure. Here's snow now. Yeah, Akai, take care of that snow. Saw the techniques. Everyone had just good. This has been such a fun chat. And yeah, I have faith that I'm hoping that might not exactly translate as faith, right? Faith is like you believe it, whether you're worried or not, you know. But I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic, and I think it will be addressed. And I think we've given good suggestions about how to do it. I've got one. Many people have many others. You know, some people are just like undo the change, but I'm like, I think the change is fine. Just, you know, some detail. But yeah. Alright. Have a good one. Who should I raid? Who would you guys like me to raid? Does anybody want to nominate a raid? Because I always love supporting the community as much as I can, but I also love supporting adjacent communities as much as I can when I can't support the VF community. So first, let's see who is streaming Virtua Fighter. I know Juicebox was, but alright. The Guileless Gamer is streaming. Okay, and he's been so supportive of this channel. Do you want me to raid you, the Guileless Gamer? Would you like that? I think it always helps. When Juicebox raided me, that allowed me to get to that higher status on Twitch, so it's very helpful. So. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and support the Guileless Gamer. They've been a wonderful member of this chat, so let's go raid them. The follow button should work, so I apologize if that doesn't work. But I don't have a subscribe button yet, but I will. I will have a subscribe button soon. But the follow button should work, so that's unfortunate if it's not. The answer that I hate is that sometimes you have to change the web browser, because sometimes Twitch doesn't play well with every web browser, and that sucks. I hate that. I am streaming from a PS5. That's correct. I see. Yeah, right now, but I am going to be streaming from a computer soon. If people were worried about that. So, yeah. All right, let's. All right, let's help the Guileless Gamer. Are they okay with us watching them break stagger? Yes. I think so. Let's try. Alright, everybody cheer. Cheer them. Really? This is dumb. This is I have to use a different browser thing. Same thing I just answered. Twitch. Let's raid. Everyone, again, thank you so much for your support of my stream. I really appreciate you all so much. Thank you so much. I'll try to stream again soon. I will be streaming in a few hours. In about 4.5 hours, I'll be streaming. So I'm going to sleep for about 3.5 hours. So, cheers.